Hello everyone, my name is Justin Pate and I'm owner of the Wrap Institute, and welcome to the first ever Yellotools Wrap Institute combination event. Super excited about this because it's going to be filled with tons of learning. We have around 13 demos planned and it's a live event. It's going to go on for about 4 to 5 hours and it's interactive. We'd love for you, as watching at home all across the world, definitely comment, ask questions, give your opinions and stuff, and we'll try to incorporate it in the event as much as we can. And so the whole idea behind the event is, really kind of bringing the wrap industry. A lot of the sign shows this year got canceled. We're trying to bring that excitement that we always feel when we go to a sign show to you at home. And we're doing it in the safety of being at Yellotools in Windeck, Germany, which is super awesome. Now, normally what we've done with the Wrap Institute over the last 2 years is we have TWI live events. And the idea behind these events is that we want to showcase the wraps to the public. So anyone can come, it's a free event, and families of the wrappers can come, and just anyone in the public. And the idea is that we wrap a car live, or 2 cars live real time, and people can ask questions and they can see the process, go from an unwrapped car to a finished car in 4 to 5 hours, which is the time it takes for the live event, which is always super fun. But this year, with all the interesting things that are happening with the pandemic, we haven't been able to do a TWI live event, or the last one we did was in February. So we were thinking about, how do we do this? And about 2 weeks ago, Michael from Yellotools called and says, you know what, I had to cancel my party September 5th, and I really want to kind of, work with all my customers and my friends and, do the party that I always do. What can we do? So we're going to combine the 2 events. So we're going to wrap a car today live from start to finish. So we're going to do the TWI live thing, but we're also going to do the Yellotools thing. And what is that? Well, let's talk to Michael from Yellotools. And Michael, come on out.
Hey
Michael.
buddy, what's up?
Not much. How you doing, buddy?
So we have a distance, so I can take this off?
Yes.
Yeah, hello everyone, welcome to Yellotools. And for my German friends, ich will auch gleich ein bisschen in Deutsch reden, also keine Panik. It's a dual thing, I hope. Yeah, so welcome to Windeck, Germany. Welcome to Yellotools, and we're all super excited about that day. As he mentioned, we had to cancel our 12th Wachrütteln, Wake Up, Shake Awake party. And our hearts are bleeding about that. And so we thought about, okay, what can we do to get you guys here, to show you something new, to shake you awake, and yeah, to help you surviving the whole thing.
Yeah.
And I think we have a cool thing going on today.
Absolutely.
Let's see who else we have.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's come on inside. So as I mentioned earlier, we're wrapping a car live real time. And we have 2 great installers. We'll talk about them later, but we also set up a lot of cool demos. So it's about education, about tools, management. We also have a lot of videos about the science of the material. So we're lucky enough to have 3 guests here. Okay, we obviously have Michael here, and Michael's owner of Yellotools, and he'll be talking a lot about the logic behind the tools and also efficiency, which is great. We have Ritchie Daize from ARLON. You want to say hi, Ritchie?
Hey, how are you, everyone? Good to see you.
So Ritchie's from Canada, but he's like, just timing-wise, it happened to be perfect, coincide with this event, so it's great to have Ritchie on board. And Ritchie later will talk about adhesives. He's a really good expert on that, so definitely look out for that demo. And then we have Florian Knirsch, and he's a great installer in Germany. Your company is called Knirsch, and you specialize in PPF and tint.
Yes.
And Flo is actually going to do a great demo later on really good advanced cutting techniques with knifeless tape or cutting tape, and also trim line tape. So definitely look out for that, and you're going to do it on a lawnmower, which is pretty cool. All right. And then we have Rainer Lawrence, and Rainer Lawrence is the head of Wrap Institute in Germany, in Munich, and great installer, great teacher. And so for Rainer, he'll be doing lots of demonstrations on PPF, solutions, all sorts of stuff. So again, 13 demos planned, and this is going to go for about 4 hours. So I hope you have enough popcorn and drinks ready, because again, this is going to be a lot of fun and a lot of learning at the same time. What's particularly cool about the event is that we have a lot of discounts. You've been nice enough to have a discount. What's your discount that you're giving out?
So first of all, I want to explain this one. So we made sure that we all are in the distance from 1.50 m, and we tried all necessary things. We kind of like cleaned all the surfaces and stuff. So I think I'm allowed to allow you to take off the mask and make sure that we are in that distance so that we won't be the super spreader party here. So yeah, we will have a couple of cool things going on. A few words in German. Ich möchte ein bisschen in Deutsch auch mit euch sprechen. Wichtig ist mir zu sagen, dass wir das alles aufnehmen werden. Das heißt, wenn ihr Dinge nicht versteht in Englisch, dann könnt ihr uns gerne nächste Woche anrufen, uns mailen. Wir werden dann die einzelnen Dinge, die ihr nicht verstanden habt, gerne nochmal erklären. Wir müssen es in Englisch machen, weil wir halt viele Leute von überall her, Australia, Japan und so weiter haben. und deswegen werden wir es halt hauptsächlich in Englisch halten. Aber wir sind da für euch auf jeden Fall. We have our girls on the computer, so you can text us every time you want, sign in your message, and we try to answer the questions live. Also wir werden die Antworten live geben. Unsere Mädels, unser Team sitzt oben am Computer und ist hundertprozentig da für euch. Die Telefone sind offen, ihr könnt anrufen, ihr könnt mailen, ihr könnt die Chatbox benutzen. Und wir würden uns freuen, wenn diese ganze Geschichte sehr, sehr interaktiv würde und wir die Sachen einfach mit euch machen können. Aber wir haben da schon darauf geachtet, dass alles in Ordnung ist. And I'm so happy to have these great guys from the industry here, and I think we're going to have a really cool day. Even we are freaking nervous because that thing is live.
Rich? No doubt. Absolutely. Can't wait. It's going to be a lot of fun.
So, basically, just so you know, watching at home, we have discounts to the Yellotools, and they're going to flash up on the screen the discounts code throughout the day. And these are exclusive to you watching at home. So you have 10% off Yellotools, which is awesome. So definitely use that coupon code. Then we also have discounts to the Wrap Institute. So we have annual memberships that you can get 15% off that annual membership, as well as we have hands-on workshops in Munich, and those are with Reiner, and you get a special coupon code to get 20% off hands-on training, which is super, super, super cool. So take advantage of that. So you're gonna learn a lot, but you're also gonna get those discounts, and we have a special giveaway. So why don't we come on over here to this table, and right here we have a special giveaway that Yellotools is providing, as well as the Wrap Institute, and this kit right here is worth around, I would say, $400 with the Wrap Institute, $500. So the idea is you get some squeegees. This is kind of a PPF set, and that's what Reiner specializes in right now. You get a signed squeegee with all 5 of us, which is even super cooler. And now we got also, and then, so the idea is that you have to guess how many little squeegees are in this bowl, and whoever comes closest to that amount wins this prize, including the signed squeegee. So, I don't know. I know how many it is, but
Let me help you. It's more than 50. Oh. It's more than 50.
Okay, so that is the idea. So between now and the end of the event, and at the end of the event, I'm going to dump these all out on the table, and I'm going to show you how many are in there. You have a chance to win this super cool prize, and Yellotools will ship it right to your house or your wrap shop, which is super awesome. So again, the idea behind the event is lots of demos, 13 demos. Usually the demos are between 15 and 20 minutes. They're full of learning, lots of great tips and tricks. And again, try to be as interactive as possible in terms of commenting. They'll relay it to me, and I can try to incorporate those comments into the demo so you get that live interaction. And that's what it's all about, is having a lot of fun and learning it up. So that being said, this is the intro to the Wrap Institute live event at Yellotools. And now everyone's going to break out, and you're going to get right now a private exclusive tour of Yellotools with Michael. Let's get to it.
Yeah, let's do it.
Awesome. So, Yellotools, again, is based in Windeck, Germany. And why is it based in Windeck, Michael?
Because my family is from here since 1600 something, not me personally, but most of my family is. And this is our home, this is where our hearts are, and this is why we are here.
Yeah, and it's super cool, and you can actually feel it. I came here 3 years ago, and we did some videos on the Wrap Institute. And what really struck me is, obviously, you're going to see the quality and efficiency that you built. But it's the idea that it's family. Like everyone who works for your staff, a lot of people, like your 2 main people in your staff, grew up next door to you. So it's like, it's really got that nice, good feel. But I think that's actually a key ingredient to your success, for sure.
Yeah, the team is the key, absolutely.
And if you hear that noise in the background, we're actually going to walk in here. And that noise you hear is actually the squeegees getting made. Okay, so for me, it's been really interesting to see this process 3 years ago. But I think it's important for you to know at home that all the squeegees, how much percentage of your tools are made in-house?
It's about 70 to 75% of everything you see in my catalog is made here, not somewhere else, here.
Right. So you have 3 machines to make the squeegees.
3 injection molding machines,
and you actually make the molds here, which is pretty amazing. So these are really hard to make, but you guys make this here, which is very fascinating, for sure. So you got your moldings for the different shapes of squeegees, and then the machines make them. And you can hear in the background, I mean, they're actually making the squeegees where,
just grab one.
What's cool is it's still warm, which is awesome. It's almost like when you go to the bakery and you get that fresh bread, it feels warm in your hands. Yeah. Or when I grew up in America, you had donuts. You go to Dunkin' Donuts, you get the, But anyway, my point is, hot squeegee right off the press, super cool. And then not only do you make the squeegees, but you also have the ingredients for making the squeegees here in-house. So what's the story behind that?
Well, this is the most important thing because, and this is Oliver, by the way, he's running the whole thing. And the main thing about having our own machines is that we want to be under control about what we put inside the squeegees. Would you hand me that squeegee real quick? Because we know that you guys, at least once or twice a day, end up doing this. right? This is how you wrap the car. So, but look, this is a flexible piece of plastic. Well, that means there is a plasticizer, a softener inside, which makes the plastic elastic. That's a good thing, by the way.
Plastic elastic.
Plastic elastic. But most of these plasticizers are highly cancer-causing. Krebserregend in German, even worse. So, we want to make sure that all the ingredients we put in there are not toxic. Most of them are food graded, biodegradable, anti-static, antibacterial, whatever you ask for, we can do it. So unfortunately you can't smell it, but you can be my eyewitness now.
Yeah.
You are in the injection molding plant right now. Do you smell anything?
I know what I smell, but I can't tell you, and that might come out in a couple of weeks. But you know, but my point is, when you come in, it's not toxic. You don't smell solvents and stuff like that. So again, you walk in here and it smells. But again, it's using the right ingredients and stuff like that, and thinking big picture. And that's something that's very
Big
important.
picture. We don't want my people getting sick making it, nor we want you to get sick using the tools, and that's the key. And I want to be under control of what we put in there totally. And you can't just do this if you have your own machines.
Right. So everything's color coded and stuff like that. So based on the softness, and you know, you have all the the different formulas that you make for your squeegees. So again, what's nice about it is you guys can customize the squeegees really quickly in house, so you can pivot on a dime. So if a customer wants a large, certain hardness or certain softness or a color, you guys can make it like that.
Yeah, the cool thing is about we are a lean company, so lean manufacturing is really our passion, and that means small batches with a high output. So that means we can do, I don't know, Oliver, what do you think? A couple of hundred squeegees for a different chore we can definitely do, right? Ein paar hundert Rakel reichen aus, eine andere Festigkeit zu machen, ne? Yeah, so just a couple of hundred and done deal.
So how do you time it? Like, how many squeegees can you make? Like, is it one per minute or one every 30 seconds? Love that hot squeegee.
Yeah, it really depends on the short, the stiffness of the material.
Right.
Up to 2 a minute is possible.
That's cool.
Because the cooling time, you need a certain cooling time.
Got it. Okay, so again, here's squeegees in house. So once you get the squeegee made, on some of the squeegees you actually print on the squeegees, correct?
I'll show you.
Okay. So now, once you get the squeegees, on some of the squeegees, not all the squeegees, but some, you actually print on it. What's the logic behind that?
Well, I mean, technically you can print on pretty much everything, but it really, some are easy to print, some are not. This one, for instance, is our biodegradable squeegee. It's made out of 40-something% wood, simply wood, and we want to identify this. We want to mark it. So most of our customers, like our reselling customers, they want to have a giveaway or they want to marketing a special product. And what's better than having your name on a tool everyone is using every day?
Yeah.
So that's why we decided to have our own printing machine. We do our own cliches. We have everything set up, part of the lean system. And Johanna, she is printing on a pad print machine right now.
And what's cool about it, I don't know if for those of you who are Rap Institute members who are watching, or even customers of Yellotools, last year, right, Australia had those big fires, and we did a charity drive, which was super cool.
That
we came
was
up
so
with
cool.
5 custom squeegee set, and this is again printing right on the squeegees. Again, you can do it for charity drives as well. So squeegees, printing, cool. And now this is where we'll talk later in the demo where we talk about efficiency. And I think something that you do really well, more than anyone in the industry, is really high-end efficiency, and that comes from your lean, logic.
Well, the point is we're in competition with a lot of countries where the loan situation is way lower than in Germany. So all of my team, we know exactly we can't have any waste going on during the production time. It's not just us making tools, it's also you guys making wraps, signs, and whatsoever.
Sure.
Our customers, your end users, and you as our customers, you have to pay us for everything we do. You pay us looking for a screwdriver, you pay us for getting a drink out of a shelf or getting waste done or whatsoever. And we strive to not have any waste going on at all. So everything is where it's supposed to be. It's just one grab. You want to do that product. This is the shadow board of tools we need. We just put it right here. We grab the things so we can make 1, 5, 10, 100, or 1,000 products with no waste at all.
Which is super cool. And that's, so basically all the tools at Yellotools are assembled here and then they go into the shipping, and that's all, you know, so basically it's a really smart setup because it's all here, grab and go, and everything's labeled, super efficient. And again, you know, you're at home, you obviously don't make tools, you actually wrap stuff, but again, you want to take that logic and transform it into your own business, but we'll talk about that later.
Yeah, keep in mind that your customer really has to pay every single second of the day if you're productive or not.
Absolutely. So based on this now, we've checked out how the squeegees are made, printed, how they're assembled, but what I'd like to show now is kind of the deeper process of your company, which is super exciting.
Let's do it.
And we're going to walk through here. And so this area, you know, generally is used for what, Michael?
This is the production assembly building where all the little things are like this, the bodyguard knife and stuff get assembled, but now it's our studio, sort of.
And then over here is the kitchen.
Yeah.
So
break room.
And now here's a really cool part that this is just a recent part.
Yeah.
And this is what now, Michael?
Well, this is part of our steel shop where we do all the metal processing. And since last week, I would say we had a water jet cutter. Pretty nice, pretty cool, but very slow. And since we have really lots going on with our steel products, we decided to invest into a big, huge 1,500 watt laser cutter. And that thing is just bitchin' cool.
So check this out. So again, laser cutter. So this is like laser tag.
Yeah, but forever.
Forever. Okay. So you're making all the parts for anything steel that you make. So
that's for instance, that is for a new type of our a bodyguard knife. As you can see, it's really a sheet metal, and you know, these parts coming from there get banded, get assembled, get finished. This is a part for our wall rollers. You see what thick material we can work on. Wow. Any kinds of stuff. Brand new is this little baby. The whole thing is equipped with a tube cutter, so we can put a tube in there and cut anything out of tubes as well. So you can be excited. We have a couple of good ideas coming up that way.
Cool. So it's upgrading your system, going from water to laser, which is cool. And
can we have a nice little hanger, like, yo baby? That's pretty cool.
So again, stepping up your game, changing your technology, which opens up the doors to a lot of things.
Yeah.
But what's interesting now, and something that I think makes your company unique compared to other companies who make tools, is the fact that you use a lot of wood.
Oh yeah.
So you use a lot of wood in your facility, in the sense that, you know, which is interesting. You make it, instead of using plastic or metal for your casings around your tools, it's wood. What's the logic behind that?
Well, I mean, as you know, Germany is all about making furniture, making houses, making everything out of wood. I have a couple of really cool and professional woodworkers in here. Peter is one of them. He's a master certificated cabinet maker from Germany, and it's his birthday today. That's why I mentioned him.
And he was Michael's neighbor?
Yeah, so. he's my buddy. And he brought a couple of good ideas in of how to make furniture for the car wrap or sign making industry. Like your rolls, they deserve a good rest spot, like a good parking lot. And so this is where we do all of that. A lot of you guys know the twister and all these furniture to put your medias in. Yeah. But we also do things like, can I take that one? Yeah. This is the new Wrap You Easy, and as you can see, I steal this one real quick. So this is, the router is right over there. So they got routed out of the sheet stuff. Then this is the rough one going out, and then we kind of like finish it, we route it, and then we also laser cut the plastic applications in here. Nice. They're super important to have the right strength, to have the right stretch. you know, some of my, you know, competitor, whatever, they just, oh, we can do it without. They will fail. And then that's the final product goes out here.
And what's interesting is, you know, when I was here 3 years ago, and a lot of the videos of like the in-depth videos of behind the scenes and a lot of things that happen here, we have 5 videos on the Wrap Institute, so definitely check those out if you want to go deeper. But the whole idea is that making wood is, you know, it's strong, it's light, you can sand it, you can always keep it looking professional. It's a really good logic to it.
It is the best material in the world because this is the most eco-friendly material ever. You know, if you don't use it anymore, you can use it as a bonfire. Yeah, so that's really, I mean, we love wood. And in here, it smells amazing. All the time we come here, that's it, feel home.
And we're definitely going to have a bonfire tonight. So
Not with this one.
Not with this one, though. Not with this, we're not going to use Wrap Easy. So the next place we want to show you, and this is the last section of the Yellotools, or actually 2 more sections I'm going to highlight, is we're going to go into what's called their production area, which again, I think is really interesting, how you set this up. But right here is, you know, you have like almost like a production house, almost like you're a sign maker, and what better company, you know, you want to have a sign maker type setup in here so that you can make tools that really work with your customers. So right here we have a printer, we have all the labels you're making here, so it actually functions for your company, but you also have your working tables here, and this is where we shot a lot of videos a couple years ago at the Wrap Institute, is making these production videos, which I think is really special.
I do. I have a sign making background. I started as a sign guy here in these buildings, I think in 1997 or something like this. And so I decided to do Yellotools, and I didn't need anything of that. So I sold all my plotters and printers and stuff like this. And after 10 years of having a plotter to just do it like this, I didn't have one. I started, oh my God, I need a plotter, I need a plotter. So that's how it started. What we do here is, like, we print our own labels, and we do all the prints for this. We invested in a UV printer over there, so all the things, as you can see, are printed right in here. And we do this just for us and not for random customers, so we're not an official sign shop, this is just us.
Which is cool. And so the idea behind this, and just why, one of the reasons why I wanted to show you this, is if you're a sign maker at home and you're tuning in, the idea behind this is we're going to talk later about efficiency, which I hinted at earlier. And the whole idea is really coming up with that formula in your sign shop that's profitable and really works for you. So again, this is just a good teaser right now. But again, I think it's important to show because even that board right there, if you can see it, that board is really highlighted where all the tools you know to grab and go. You're a big believer, Michael, in not having shelves. You don't want to have any drawers.
No drawers, no.
If it's in a drawer or it's not, you know, if you can't see that tool, you don't need it, which I think is really.
And you need to take the time to open it, grab it, close it. It's 2 seconds. Your customer have to pay, and they don't want to pay because there's no added value.
Pretty cool. Okay, so the last place I want to show you is the routers.
Oh yeah, let's do this.
Let's do that. So I'm going to sneak through here.
Okay, I have to ask them to stop the machines real quick. Können wir eine kleine Pause machen? But maybe you turn in here.
So what do these make, Michael?
So, I mean, we're super proud to show you guys that we really actually make our own stuff and not pretending. So, this is a block of heavy duty steel.
Why don't we come out here?
Oh, let's do this, yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry, we can't just pause the machines, it's not possible. As you can see, we have a heavy duty piece of steel which we cut from a bar. Then it turns into that, and then it gets finished into the real product. So all the necessary steps happens right here. And that's the only way I can ensure that the quality is just the way I want it.
Which is super cool. So based on that, okay, so you got the routers, and you know, definitely check out that video on the Wrap Institute because last time I
said we have many more. Yeah, that's just only a little tour. We don't want to bore you guys with all these details. But
so that being said, in this room right now you get a sneak peek right now. We'll see it come over here. This is a shot of Flo right now, and that's Patrick Weiser, great local installers in Germany. And and they're wrapping Michael's car, and it's a, can you not hear? Yeah. Okay. So we're going to get the machine set up so we can talk.
1 second. It's live, that's why. 1 second. Yeah, we need to. Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Danke.
So now you get a shot of Michael's car being wrapped right now, and so we have a GoPro setup, camera setup, so there's going to be filming these guys wrap real time. So Flo, you better not pick your nose. No picking your nose. Sorry. Okay. So camera's on all the time. So Flo's a great installer, and they're wrapping this with full print wrap right now. We got Patrick Weiser down there. He's wrapping right now. He's a great installer. So the goal is you can see, pick up the tips and tricks of them wrapping. And the idea is if we come on over here, for those of you watching at home right now, what we'd love for you to do is make a comment on the live chat stream, you know, whether it's on the Facebook or on the Yellotools home webpage. And if there's anything on this car that you see that you think is interesting, like there's some great tips and tricks that they're showing by putting some cable in here if you want to see that later. But if there's anything on this car that jumps out that you're like, hey, I would love to see a demo on that later, or can you include that? You know, we'll put the comment in, and what they'll do is they'll put some tape here, and then we'll come back and we'll highlight that. Otherwise, you're just going to see the workflow. But the whole idea is seeing two master installers do a full print wrap on the side of this car, and again, it's a great design done by Wrapstyle.
So, I would like to take the chance. Ich würde das ganz gerne kurz noch in Deutsch erklären, das ist nämlich sehr wichtig. Also wir haben hier extra eine alte Karre genommen, weil die wesentlich schwieriger zu verkleben sind wie Neues. Also neu kann jeder, alt nicht so wirklich. Wir haben hier ein paar großartige Tipps und Tricks von zwei sehr guten Folierern. Und wir möchten ganz gerne, dass ihr jetzt dabei seid, dass ihr uns sagt, okay, ich möchte gerne sehen, wie man das macht. Ich möchte gerne sehen, wie man das macht. Ich hätte gerne eine Idee, wie man das hier regelt, wie man diese kleinen Löcher zumacht oder wie auch immer. Ruft uns an oder textet einfach rein und dann zeigen wir euch dann heute noch live, Florian oder Patrick werden euch dann zeigen und eure Fragen beantworten. Das ist die Art von Interaktion, die wir gerne mit euch machen würden.
Okay. So based on that now, this is our nice tour of Yellotools. So Michael, thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Super cool stuff. And again, this is just a little taste. There's so many other cool places, but it's all about time in this live event. So based on this now, what we're going to do is we're going to go back into the main area, and we're going to get to this next demo, which I'm super excited about. It's a new format that we're doing on the Wrap Institute. These are going to be on the video, on the library, video library, but also we're going to kind of introduce it here, which is what we call TWI Science of Wrapping, because I think the more you know, the more you grow, and that all really comes down to your knowledge, especially of material. So why don't we go into the main wrap area over here. And again, you see all the cool printed graphics all right here. Science of Wrapping. How nice is that from Reiner to do? So, got the lab jacket on. Cool. Why don't we come on over here? We'll let the camera man go by. Thank you. Cool. So, the science of wrapping. All right. I've been training now since 2008. And how long have you been training, Reiner?
Around 10.
10 years. So basically, you know, what's interesting about wrapping, again, I've been wrapping since 1996, and my training on the material was here's a squeegee, here's a knife, and here's a big sticker. Cool. Yeah. So it doesn't take you very far in terms of, you know, I worked really hard and I squeegeed and stuff like that, and I did the best that I could, but I was limited and I had failures because I just didn't know about the material. I didn't know how far I could take it, because I think it's really important to understand the properties of materials so you can make the right choices. So this whole demo is what I call, you know, the science of stretch, and knowing the materials and what it cannot do, and then using that knowledge to actually make you a better wrapper. And I think that's something you do really well. Yeah. So that's the reason. So Reiner lessons. So what's interesting about the material that we're going to focus on today is it's three different types of material, or generally that we focus on. It's tint, PPF, and then also PVC film, which could be color change or full print. So they all have different properties, and it's really important to kind of understand them, and then we'll go a little deeper. Again, we only have about 20 minutes for this demo. So what I'd like to begin with, and this is a video that I made on the Wrap Institute about 2 years ago. And what I did is I took probably 20 different types of material, from tint, PPF, and different types of color change film, and I put it over a wire trash can, and I heated and stretched it, and I talked about what happened. So I will actually begin with tint. Okay, do you want to peel off the backing paper?
Yeah, it's always special to get this off. You know this?
So this is not the science of wrapping, this is just getting it off. The science of wrapping is using your teeth. So again, this type of material right now, you can help me bridge it over the trash can. We're going to come here and stretch it over. So now tint, all right? First off, what you want to think about with the material is, what is it made out of? Okay, what is tint material made of, Rainer?
PET.
Okay, what is that?
What is that? It's a plastic, and we know PET from different stuff. I think this is pretty the same. So it's a really solid material, and we know it from these bottles. So it's don't let gas out. So we know it. So all this, I say, sparkling water, the sparkling stuff stays in. So it's pretty solid with gassing.
Interesting. So again, like it's not exactly the same, but it's basically the same family.
Yeah.
So what I want to show here is I'm going to take the heat gun, and I'm going to heat this tin up, and I'm going to stretch it. See what happens. All right. So I'm going to heat the material up. Kind of got the sides set up here, and I'm going to warm it, and I'm going to push it. And it doesn't do anything. So even if I heat the sides, make sure it goes down nice and tight, I'm going to heat it again. So again, I'm putting a lot of heat on it. My heat guns, I'm not faking it right now. It's on a solid 9. I'm going to warm up the sides so they stick nice and clean. And then I'm going to warm it again. You can see all the wrinkles kind of smooth out, and
Nothing happened.
interesting. So tint film doesn't stretch, which is, a lot of people know whether you're doing residential windows or windows on a car, you're not going to heat it and stretch it to get to the corner. It's basically a flat material. But what's interesting about tint, and what Rainer wants to show with the bottle, is this.
So we definitely shrink the material over the back window. So it's definitely, we form it in any way, but we don't stretch it. And it's super nice to see. So we have the same bottle here, same material, PET. And what's happened when I heat this up, looks really funny. So it's get pretty back to the regular size what they made of. And this is a great thing. So if you know how the PET film, the window tint film, is made and stretched in a long time and gets all the metal things on, that's really good. And in this way, it's got a little bit stretched. So if you heat this up, it's the same like here. In the factory, so you do the bottles and only heat it up, blow it up, and you have a nice bottle. And if we heat this up, it looks funny.
Which is cool. So if you take that logic, if you understand the properties then of that type of plastic, then you know with tint film, you're not going to stretch tint, you're actually going to shrink it. So it's good to know. So now you know in a certain situation, therefore, based on that, that's why a lot of tinters, when they wrap back windows or they wrap any type of window with a curve, based on the shape, they're going to create an H pattern and then heat it, heat it side to side so those wrinkles kind of smooth out. So it actually conforms and shrinks to the window. Interesting. So you're not going to stretch it to fit the window. You're going to shrink it to fit the window. Yeah. Cool. But you also have to know, which is interesting about tint film, and we'll talk about, why it's important to know the properties of the film is if you make a mistake, can you fix it? So if you get a wrinkle in tint, can you fix it?
Not really.
Not really. So it's tough to fix wrinkles. So therefore, based on the property of tint, you know that it shrinks. But you also know that if you get a wrinkle, you can't fix it. So it's a one-shot deal, so therefore you'd be a little more careful when you wrap.
Yeah.
Cool. So based on that, now let's switch over to PPF. Which one's the PPF, Rainer?
The PPF we have here. So we have gloss, transparent PPF, and we have black PPF here.
Cool. Okay, so now PPF, we're going to switch hats in a way. Do you want to change your logic? So right now, PPF film is, paint protection film, if you don't know what that means. Basically, PPF is now made out of what?
Polyurethane, PET, so pretty strong material. It's multiple use. It's not only that you have something to stick like this, also made form, different things. It's a young material.
Yeah.
So
it's a different property. So this is not tint, this is not PVC film. But what I'm going to do now, again, same logic as putting over the trash can. I'm going to take the heat gun now. Again, put it on 9, not faking or anything. And I'm going to heat the material up and see what happens. So I heat it up, get it nice and hot. See the wrinkles kind of smooth out. Cool. Once I get to that point now, I'm gonna,
Nice.
So this material sucks. No, I'm just joking. Okay, the material doesn't suck. It's not the manufacturer's problem. It's just the properties of PPF. Is that PPF now, do I want to use a heat gun or a torch to stretch it?
You don't should heat this up over 100 degrees because otherwise it breaks and get damaged. So and the PPF is also, you don't need heat, so it's really flexible. You can stretch it. Why to use heat? And if you use heat, use some heat to go under the 100 degrees.
So basically with PPF, the idea is then you're going to be installing PPF at room temperature, and some installers use steam or heat to kind of relax it, but you're not going to really use it to stretch it in the most part.
So what we can show is when we stretch it, and we are pretty strong, hopefully. So we are pretty strong, and this is the one you heat it up, it breaks, and now we don't heat it up, and we try to stretch it and try to break it. So no chance to break it. And even let me set it down and take on the liner. So you see, this goes back.
So in a way, PPF stretches and shrinks, but you don't want to heat it to stretch it.
Never.
But then what keeps it from shrinking back on the car when you wrap a mirror or bumper?
Yeah, it's a thing how you work with the material, how you stretch it, where's tension, where's no tension. And it's only about the glue that it helps you.
Interesting. So later in the day, we're going to do a demo on PPF. After the next demo, we're going to have a cool demo and some tools you developed for Yellotools, Reiner. And then we'll get into a great PPF demo where Reiner talks about stretch. So definitely stay tuned for that. So now the next demo, next stretching I want to do is with PVC film. And a lot of you are familiar with that, whether it's full print, cast, calendar, color change. Okay. So we'll begin with, let's begin with a full print, for example.
Before you start. Okay, guys, we're getting a lot of questions in, and I totally appreciate it. Wir kriegen jede Menge Fragen, super. Wir beantworten die immer wieder so gleich, wenn wir zum Auto gehen, dann werden eure Fragen behandelt, zum Beispiel wie die kleinen roten Löcher zugemacht werden und so weiter. Also wir sehen euch, aber wir können das natürlich immer nur so ein bisschen reinbringen. So we answer your question as we go. We see your question coming in. So as we go to this certain section, we will answer it. If not, we will answer next week. Also wenn wir euch nicht antworten, antworten wir nächste Woche oder wir telefonieren. Eure Fragen sind alle gespeichert. Your question are all monitored. So just sorry, I just want to make
That's
this
nice. But it's super nice that we get great reactions back and the people are out there and we get connected.
But again, think about it. A lot of the questions too, again, memberships on the Wrap Institute, a lot of these information in much more depth are there. But again, we're more than happy to help you out with that. So let's switch over to full print now. And full print now is made out of, this type of material is made out of PVC. And PVC is a very strong, flexible plastic, different properties than tint, all that stuff. So I'm going to take the heat gun here, heat the material up so it sits on the edge. So basically when I heat it, it makes the adhesive flow, get stickier. And now I'm going to warm the film, and let's see what happens. So with tint film, nothing. With PPF, it broke, but interesting. What's changed here is this. So the material stretched. And this is PVC. So PVC is a very flexible, strong plastic, so if I heat it up, it stretches. But, okay, and this is why people get memberships on the Wrap Institute and want to learn is, this sounds great, and you stretch it on a car and it's awesome, right? But the problem is, this benefit, the flexibility, comes with a negative, a shadow. And that shadow is this. If I give it a kiss of heat now, what does it do? It shrinks back to its original shape and tension. So therefore, there's a lot of energy in the film. So that can be negative in the sense that if you stretch it too far, the material wants to pull back, and the adhesive is not strong enough to stay. Later in the day, Ritchie Daize from ARLON is going to do a presentation on adhesives and talk about why they stick and how they react. So you really want to understand that. So definitely tune into here. But the base level is understanding what PVC does. It stretches and it shrinks. Is that a bad thing?
No, it's a good thing if you know it. It's a super bad thing if you don't know it.
Yeah.
You say, why it don't stick? So you work in the wrong direction. So work with the material and know the properties. You're fine.
Exactly, and that's the whole point of this demo especially is, and the phrase for this for this live event is the more you know, the more you grow. So if you know this about PVC, you can actually turn it into a benefit. So therefore, let's say for example, I take the material, let's take this green material, and we'll pull the backing paper off. And I'm actually not going to use the trash can in this case. I'm going to pull the backing paper off and I'm going to, there you go, Ryan. Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
Okay.
Awesome.
So we're going to pull this apart. So we're pulling the material apart, and again it's coming apart nice and easy because of the type of adhesive that was used, and we'll talk about that later. So let's say we pull it apart to this point and we flip it over, and it looks terrible, right? So we throw it away and get a new one? No, what we do is we're going to take the heat gun now and Give it a kiss of heat, and what this is doing now is it's making the material shrink. So let's say like a wrinkle is actually a stretch in a way, and if you hit it with heat, it self-heals and goes back to its original shape and tension, and you can start again. Pretty cool, but that's not true with all films, all right? So that's the whole idea, is that once you start to kind of dial this basic knowledge in and then kind of spread it out to different types of film, let's say multi-layered film or chrome or carbon, all that kind of stuff, your knowledge gets really, really high. So let's say, what is this?
Chrome.
Oh, chrome. Go home or go chrome or go home?
Or go chrome.
So again, different types of chrome. So now, what's the deal with chrome? So one thing I want to emphasize in this segment is just taking 2 seconds to think ahead of time. So whether you're doing tint or PPF, or in this case, PVC with chrome, you know, the idea is what do you have to think about before you install? So for this particular type of film, it's PVC. It's pretty cool, all right? And if I take heat gun right now, is the heat gun going to be good enough for this right now?
The heat gun is good, but what I find out, so it's, if you heat it too much, it separates the layers. So you have reflection layer, so mirrored layer in, then it's got separate. So you want to have heat on it, but not so much really low and a long time. Same like with a microwave.
Yeah.
It's like you don't want to heat it up super fast and it's super hot, and want to know slow on a cooking place. Then you get a nice result.
So sometimes, based on the material, based on your heat, some people use a propane torch, some people use a heat gun, some people use an IR heater. In some cases, you want to switch your heat based on the material and then think about that in terms of stretch. This is a multi-layered film, and it's calendar film, which is interesting. Calendar film is already stretched in the manufacturing process, so it already wants to shrink. There's kind of a built-in stretch to it. But now, by using, let's say, a softer heat, like I see steam, this is better for multi-layered film.
Yeah, because also this heat, when we get the heat on, you see this, so.
Water comes up first. Yep.
Yeah. So the water gets a temperature different on the material. Now you see how you can stretch it and how long you can stretch it. It's even down stops, then that's not super hot, so I can have my hands inside. And this is how many percent you want to stretch on a regular cup. Fine.
So you always want to keep the stretch under 10%, but let's say if I took the heat gun, I'm going to actually dump this off now, okay? And I'm going to say I'm going to use my heat gun. The heat gun's a little too sharp. So if I come here now with a multi-layered chrome film, watch what happens when I heat it too much. And I'm going to give it just enough heat where, because this is a chrome film now, all right? Just by heating it there, okay? This is a multi-layered film and it's calendar film. And I mentioned earlier, calendar film, how it's made, is calendar film actually starts off like pizza dough when it's stretched out on the liner, so it automatically stretches. So if you have a chrome, which is a multi-layered film, and you stretch it, I don't know if you can see it on camera, I didn't stretch it at all. I just gave it heat, and basically what happened right now is you got a little what's called ghosting, and that means the layer's already separated without me even stretching it. So if I use too much heat with chrome, with let's say a heat gun, it gets that top surface too hot and it gets it uneven, and then they separate, and then it gets that kind of ghosting pattern, which means your chrome is done. So the whole point of this is now, not only do you know about stretch, and let's say the difference between calendar and cast, is that you have to choose your heat based on that stretch factor and the material. And that will really help solve a huge amount of problems and make you wrap better, which is definitely the name of the game. Because again, for me, who cares if you have the best squeegee from Yellotools and you're super fast, if you don't know about the material, it's going to come back to haunt you. Cool. So again, the science of wrapping, the Wrap and Suit science of wrapping can really pay off when it comes to stretch. Super cool. So anything else you want to add, Rainer, or are you good?
I'm super good.
Cool, okay.
You hit the point.
Hit the point again. So again, trash can demo is super cool and popular, and is really informational. So definitely on the Wrap and Suit, check out that video about the stretch, and we go through lots of different types of films. And we're going to go to the next demo and let you set up for the next one. So for that next demo, what I want to do is go out to the bus, the Yellotools bus, which is super exciting. So let's head out there. So Yellotools, if you, again, you know, got an exclusive tour of the facility at Yellotools, and then if you've ever been to a sign show in Europe, let's say like FESPA, for example, you've seen this bus. All right, so Yellotools has an amazing bus that they drive around and they take to events. And what I love about this bus is it's basically taking their factory on the road. So we'll give you a little peek tour. If let's say you're in America or you're in Australia, you've never had a chance to see this bus. Basically, it's just a sign shop on the road. So here you have the tables here. You have all the tools, you have the cleaners, so it's all, you know, set up so someone at a sign show who wants to play with the tools and, you know, see how different ones work before they buy it, that's pretty cool, as opposed to just ordering online and just hoping it works. So everything's segmented in terms of all the different types of squeegees they have. you have all the rollers, you have all different types of tools, tweezers, everything. So you can see that, you know, Yellotools has a tool for pretty much anything in the sign industry. Again, they're not just focused, let's say, on car wrapping, they're focused on signage, you know, and that's the whole name of the game, whether you're doing boards or walls or floors, production, all sorts of solutions for that. And you come on over here and you got your gecko patches, you got your, you know, backing paper cutters, you have all the setup here. And again, this is actually a good lesson for, you know, how you should set up your shop. Again, no drawers, no nothing. And then here, you can actually practice, you know, in the bus. So you get your materials, you can practice how the tools work, and you can play with them. And again, I love having these, you know, used car, you know, parts and stuff like that, because then you can practice at home as well. So I highly recommend getting a used car or something at home that you could practice on, but also just, in this case, play with two tools and experiment. So this is the bus, which is super cool. And based on that now, you know, what's interesting is if you look at all the tools that Yellotools has, and they have a ton of tools, obviously, is how do they come up with the different shapes? How do they come up with, you know, the idea for this? And what's really cool about what Michael has done since the beginning is he's talked to different installers and listened to their input. So, and he gives them credit. They come up with an idea for a tool, he gives them credit. Michael obviously has come up with good ideas, and his staff, but also, you know, people who are trainers. You know, Robin Bose has come up with a lot of good ideas for his tools, but so has Reiner. So Reiner recently kind of collaborated with Yellotools and come up with some very clever ideas. And what I want to do right now is turn this over to Reiner, so Reiner and Michael can talk about the logic behind the tools, and then you can get deeper into it, and then we'll go from there. Because again, if you have a great idea for a tool, I highly recommend contacting Michael and Yellotools, and they can produce it. And in about 2 or 3 weeks, we're going to introduce a tool that I had an idea for a couple of years ago, and I just was showing it yesterday, and it is too cool. Again, I can't say anything about it, but definitely look out for this new tool from Yellotools that's coming from me. So cool stuff. So why don't we go back inside now, and we'll walk inside, and we'll come back to the main area now. And just so you know, this M4 right now, we got Michael picked this up yesterday, and we're going to be doing some demos on it later. We'll be doing a bumper demo where I'll show kind of my circle of wrinkles techniques and feeding them out. We're going to do a nice demo on the mirror right here, and we'll be doing some PPF demos. So definitely look out for those later on in the day. But right now, I'm going to come over here to Michael and Reiner, and they're going to talk about in depth about, you know, some of the logic behind their tools, why they made these tools, and we'll go from there. So guys, have a good time.
Okay, have fun. Okay, English, Deutsch?
Should we ask the guys?
So,
we start. I think we start in German,
ja.
and then we also can explain.
Okay, wir machen das jetzt mal in Deutsch, und wenn ich dich bitten dürfte, ein bisschen wegzugehen, dann kann ich die ausziehen, okay? Dankeschön. Ja, es ist immer eine schwierige Situation für uns als Hersteller oder für die Hersteller von Folien oder die Anbieter von Trainings, miteinander so zu sprechen, dass jeder einen Vorteil daraus hat. Und ich denke, dass ihr als unsere Kunden nachher ein optimales Ergebnis habt. Jürgen Eid oder wie Robin die Themen behandeln können.
Can you take them?
Genau,
Mikrofone anlegen oder wie?
Genau, also die zwei Mikrofone einfach mal hier. Genau, die können wir hier hinklipsen. So, und dann kriegen wir da schon mal das zweite Signal drüber.
Marcos, can you hear me?
Marcos, can you hear me?
So if you can hear me, my customers can hear me, right?
Ah, open, okay, gut. So,
also hören können mich, glaube ich, schon wieder. Hoffe ich.
Das ist jetzt nicht. Ja, das ist schon mal, okay.
Also kann ich schon mal singen, aber ich glaube, das lasse ich besser.
Nach der Zeit, wir haben die gestern die ganze
Should I
Zeit
sing, Marcos, or should I better not? I mean, it really depends. Do we have a signal? Do we have a... Ah. Hello? Marcos, can you see me?
Yes.
I mean, through the camera, not through your eyes, right?
Huh? Is connected? Okay, sollte drauf sein.
Signal?
Ja, wir sind wieder da.
We're back? Okay.
Ja, super. So, und wir wollten uns, euch heute einfach mal ein paar Sachen zeigen, die wir so in unserer Hexenküche gekocht haben. Und ja, unser erstes Thema war PPF. Und wir von Yellotools, wir haben gesagt, okay, ich glaube, wir sind zu spät. Ich glaube, bei PPF, alles ist schon erfunden, alles ist schon da. Und wir wollen einfach nicht die Zweitbesten sein, also haben wir gesagt, dann lassen wir es sein. Aber dann kam Rainer und auch verschiedene andere, auch Mr. Tatsuyo Ishiguro aus Japan, die sagten, nein, es gibt schon noch Lücken, die es zu füllen gibt und dafür braucht man spezielle Werkzeuge und hier kommst du ins Spiel.
Ja, wir waren hier, das war jetzt ein gutes Jahr, waren wir hier und wir haben eigentlich gesprochen, so okay, wir haben so PPF-Sachen und ich habe da ein paar Ideen und es wäre doch gut, wenn wir das so machen würden. Ja? Einfach weil als Installer, wenn man viel unterwegs ist und viel in der Hand hat, sagt man, das ist toll und das ist toll, aber du fühlst dich, wenn du dich nicht so ganz wohl fühlst mit einem Produkt, du brauchst jemanden, der dir hilft und was produziert, wo am Schluss für dich perfekt ist. Und das Schönste ist, wenn dann ein Ergebnis rauskommt und wenn man draußen, sagen wir, auf der Welt, weltweit, die Rakel in der Hand hat und jeder sagt, boah, geil, super, geiles Produkt und jeder liebt die und postet die und sagt, wow, bestes PPF-Rakel und dann weißt du, okay, du bist mit deinem Gefühl, weil es ist nichts anderes wie im Gefühl, richtig gelegen und kriegst geile Reaktionen draußen und das ist halt fantastisch, wenn man dann genau sowas produzieren kann.
Aber was macht das Ding denn jetzt anders wie die anderen?
Ja, es macht es einmal anders, es ist schön in der Hand, es ist nicht riesig, es ist schön in der Hand, es rutscht nicht weg. Wir haben Sachen, so die Oberfläche ist leicht aufgeraut. Das heißt, wenn wir mit Wasser oder mit Slip Solution arbeiten, dann rutscht das Ganze nicht weg. Wir haben verschiedene Schorhärten. Das heißt, eins ist ein bisschen weicher, eins ist ein bisschen härter, was wir wollen. Je nachdem, was wir arbeiten. Okay? So, und dann haben wir speziell was, weil ich wollte nicht immer, okay, ein hartes Rakel wechseln und ein weiches Rakel wechseln und das nächste. Das heißt, was wir gemacht haben, sind verschiedene Schrägen an dem Rakel an der Seite. Das heißt, ich habe jetzt hier wenig Pressure, hier mehr Pressure und an der Seite hier, okay, 100%. Und wenn ich will, drehe ich es um und keine Slip Solution auf der Oberfläche, dann rakle ich mit dem wirklich schnell drüber und kriege einen hohen Druck drauf. Das Schöne ist, dass wir zweilagig sind, das heißt, Sie haben einen harten Teil, Seite-Sandwich und einen weichen Teil. Das heißt, es liegt gut in der Hand und ich kriege den Druck drauf. Ich arbeite nicht mit was gegen mich, sondern mit dem Material mit mir. Und das ist fantastisch.
Und das ist halt so das, was ich eben meinte, woher sollen wir als Hersteller solche Geschichten wissen? Eine andere Geschichte, und das war eigentlich ziemlich witzig, ist unsere sogenannte Potion. Potion ist so ein bisschen der Zaubertrank, deswegen haben wir es so genannt. Und da habe ich ihm Rainer halt auch gesagt, du Rainer, ich weiß, dass jeder irgendwie so einen Spritzer Seife in irgendein Wasser packt und dann war es das. Ja? Und da ist er mir bald an den Hals gesprungen, weil das ist wohl eine Wissenschaft für sich. Und der Rainer hat da ewig lang dran rumexperimentiert, um genau die Mischung zu finden. Und ich darf sein Geheimrezept jetzt kochen. Was ist das Geheimrezept oder wo ist der Unterschied?
Ja, der Unterschied ist, dass es wirklich für eingemacht ist. Es ist eine Solution, wir werden es später sehen, wir arbeiten ein bisschen am Auto damit, ja, die taggt, wenn ich will, und sie slippt, gleitet, wenn ich sie gleiten haben will. Weil ich will mit viel Material arbeiten, mit PPF, will ich mit viel Stretch arbeiten. Ich habe vorher gesagt, der Kleber soll nicht verantwortlich sein, dass das klebt, dann muss ich ihm helfen und muss ihm damit helfen, dass ich vielleicht auch, wenn ich jetzt dunkle Autos habe, kein Whitening, kein Schlieren, ich muss wissen, wo ich gerakelt habe. Da kommt eine andere Solution ins Spiel. Ja? Das heißt, es ist jeweils eine richtige Lösung für die optimale Anwendung.
Ja, aber ist nicht Seife gleich Seife?
Nee, Seife, wir kommen da später. Wir machen ein cooles Ding jetzt mit Seife oder was ist wie was drin. So, also da kommen wir gleich dazu. Lass spannend bleiben. Aber wir haben hier noch 2, 3 andere
Dann
Tools.
wollen wir da nicht vorgreifen. Das ist wirklich eine ganz, ganz coole Geschichte. Es ist halt wirklich so, dass wir von Yellotools, wir kriegen wirklich Hunderte von Ideen jedes Jahr eingesendet. Wir nennen die DBS-Ideen, also Designed by a Sign Maker. Und wir sind da super stolz drauf und wir nennen dann natürlich auch den Menschen, der dieses Ding letztendlich entwickelt oder uns dazu inspiriert hat, mit Namen und Bild im Katalog und wie auch immer. Und ihr könnt uns auch gerne fragen. Wir geben auch gerne die Adressen der Leute raus, damit ihr sehen könnt, dass wir da 100% transparent sind. Und es ist auch immer so ein bisschen schade zu hören, dass der eine oder andere sagt, ja, wir haben eine Idee geklaut. Natürlich ist es so, dass wir 5, 6, 7 Mal die gleiche Idee kommen und wir müssen entscheiden, wer war denn jetzt derjenige, der das endgültige Ding gemacht hat. Und das ist auch so eine Sache, die haben wir irgendwann mal bei irgendeinem Installierer, haben wir mal gesehen, wie er da so eine Idee hatte, aber ganz, ganz anders, auf eine ganz andere Art und Weise. Und ich habe diese Idee dem Rainer vorgestellt und er hat gesagt, grundsätzlich cool, aber funktioniert so nicht, aber warte mal. Und dann hat er, mit meinem Muster, was ich hatte, ist er verschwunden. Und dann habe ich den übelsten Klang aller Zeiten gehört. Er hatte eine steinalte Kreissäge mit dem stumpfesten Blatt der Welt und hat das Ding da durchgejagt und kam dann an und hatte den Prototyp von Rap You Easy. Und das Ding ist eine absolute Erfolgsstory für uns beide. Was kann das Ding?
Was kann das Ding? Es gibt dir einfach mehr Arme. Es hält dir, das ist der Installer, der nochmal 2, 3 Arme mit hier hält und hier hält von dem Ganzen. Und es macht es so leicht, egal welche Schwierigkeiten zu folieren, ob du bei Spiegel bist, bei irgendwelchen speziellen Antennen bist. Es hilft dir einfach dabei.
Also ich höre schon, da kommt gleich auch noch ein Einsatz, ja?
Da kommt ein Einsatz ganz am Schluss, zeige ich und ihr wisst, wie schwierig so ein M3-Spiegel ist. Ich habe mich gestern gefreut, wo das Auto reingekommen ist. Wir haben hier einen M3 und da wäre M4. Fieser Spiegel, so und den machen wir mal schnell mit dem Rap You Easy.
Ja, das ist cool, da freue ich mich drauf, das Ding immer wieder live zu sehen. Dann, ja, wir sind, also kein geringerer wie Robin Bös hat vor Jahren schon die Idee gehabt, ein Rakelfilz zu bauen, was eine sogenannte Bonbon-Form hat, ja, so ungefähr, damit man einfach die ganzen Ecken rappen kann. Und wir haben vor vielen, vielen Jahren diese Idee von Robin übernommen und jetzt haben wir natürlich auch entsprechende verschiedene Materialien, weil die auch hier bei uns hergestellt werden können, mit sämtlichen Stanzen, mit sämtlichen Materialien. So hat uns auch der liebe Rainer gesagt, okay, benutzt doch bitte mal das und das und das Material. Auch hier wieder die Frage an dich, was macht jetzt dieses Material anders wie andere Kinder?
Es macht es komplett anders, weil das ist ein ganz neuer Buffer. Das ist kein Buffer, der jetzt halt irgendwie aus einem Stoff oder Filz, das ist ein glatter Buffer. Und das heißt, er ist aber auch nichts nicht glatt, das man vergleichen kann, okay, du hast ein hartes Rakel, vielleicht ein Teflonrakel oder was. Das soll er auch nicht sein. Das heißt, du hast die Kombination von einem Schaum und eigentlich der harten, gleitenden Oberfläche. Ohne Flüssigkeit bei vielen Teilen. Ich kann mit diesem, und das ist fantastisch, einfach nur mit diesem Rakel einfach hergehen und Sicken reinziehen in einem Schwung. Das heißt, der Buffer rollt eigentlich wie ein Rad über die Oberfläche drüber und verschiebt mir nicht das Material. Ganz anders.
So for your English speaking folks, whatever we talk about, we also can translate into English. Please shoot us a message and we try to answer the questions in English and we will continue in English later on, so stay tuned. Also ihr seht schon, die Wahl der Materialien, die Wahl der Form, die Wahl des Trainers und des Herstellers ist schon ganz entscheidend wichtig für den den Erfolg, der letztendlich dann ihr haben solltet. So, wir haben viel, viel mehr Dinge zusammen gemacht. Das Baby hier, das nennen wir den Rap Defender. Und also ich halte das Ding für eine kleine Revolution.
Ja, man darf es nicht verkennen. Ich sage, es ist nett, weil es ist einfach, ein Werkzeug ist ein Tool, das für das bestimmt ist, was wir es brauchen. Es ist kein Cutter, es ist kein Messer. So, also der Wrap Defender ist dafür da, wenn wir was ausschneiden wollen und nicht in die Untergrund schneiden wollen. Das ist ein kleiner Snitty, wo ich mir die Folie schneiden kann in einen runden Bereich. Ist jetzt natürlich nicht das Messer, das wir immer brauchen, ist ein Teil von unserem Bestandteil, aber es hilft mir so oft, wenn ich nicht in den Untergrund schneiden will, wenn ich mir Tönungsfolie zuschneide, super schön und nicht die Glasscheibe zerkratze. Es hat so viele Anwendungen und es ist lustig, dass, sag jetzt mal, man kommt mit dem raus, es ist guter Erfolg und da findet jeder wieder eine andere Anwendung, wie man es denn anwenden kann. Und das war eine Idee, die ist schon 5, 7 Jahre in meinem Kopf gesteckt. Danke für die Entwicklung.
Wir danken für die Inspiration. Okay, give you a quick overview, real quick. So, Ryan and I, we do a couple of projects together because he is an amazing, outstanding installer, and we are, I think we're a pretty good manufacturer of these things. It's a pretty great marriage. We have a very, very cool PPF solution. We have a third hand for wrapping mirrors and objects. We have certain special buffers which gives you a perfect gliding ability. We have those amazing PPF tools. Even if I thought everything is invented and developed already, he taught me better. So there's more about our collaboration. And stay tuned and be curious what's coming up next. I think we're running out of time here, which is too bad because I could speak pretty much forever. So, wir sind also jetzt schon auch wieder am Ende der Zeit gekommen, aber es geht natürlich jetzt weiter. I think our great anchorman Justin will take over in a fraction of a second. Oh, look at this, dude. What's going on here?
You guys are out, dude.
Oh my God.
It is time
For party.
Okay, so for me, this is what I call the PPF Bartender series. All right, I'm super excited about this because it's bringing back old memories, Michael. And the memories are, before I started wrapping full-time, I was a bartender. So when I moved to New York City, I was 21 years old, and my first job was waiting tables, and quickly I became a bartender. Cool. So 22 years old, tending bar in New York City on a Saturday night was super, super exciting. Do I need this right here?
I think so, yeah. No?
No?
No? Okay.
I don't need that. Cool.
Give me the other one, please.
I will give you the other one, which I don't know where it is. Ah, cool. So I tended bar for 3 years before I started wrapping. Cool stuff. So I know how to mix drinks, which is pretty cool, even though I don't drink much. But it's nice to know those skills. And what was interesting is, when I was a bartender, it wasn't just pouring wine and pouring beer. I had to learn how to make cocktails, right? And when you learn how to make cocktails, you start to learn about what, whiskey and, gin and vodka and what goes with what to really make that good drink. And what was it? Michael, if you saw what Michael just showed me. Anyway, so the idea right now is, as I learned the different cocktails and different mixes, one thing I learned pretty quickly was a lot of things in terms of better ingredients to use. Obviously, the better it tastes. Want to use fresh, if I'm using like mint leaves for a mojito, all that kind of stuff. You want to use the right ingredients, and you also want to get that right balance. Because if you get that right balance when your customer drinks it, they're like, cool. But if you put too much alcohol in, for example, maybe your customer gets too drunk and they think
Cannot handle it.
Cannot handle it. And you're thinking you're making your customer happy, but if you put too much alcohol, maybe you're not making money. Mm-hmm. So you want to find that balance between, having a good time and being a good bartender, but also not losing money, but not giving enough. So it's all about balance. And anyone who's gone out to a drink, gone out to a nice restaurant, and you've got that great, perfect bartender, this is special. So what's interesting, I think, now that people are really, the PPF has grown a lot in the past few years. PPF's been around for a while. Window tint has been around for a long time as well. But more and more, companies and installers are starting to learn how to do PPF. And what I've seen is the biggest hurdle right now, other than not really understanding the properties of stretch, is getting that right mix. And so this segment is all about kind of coming up with that right solution so you get that best performance and best durability, and that's what it's all about. So the solutions that Reiner and I are going to talk about right now are glide solutions, gel. We're going to talk about tack solutions and really kind of getting that overall kind of good mix in terms of everything so you can really hit that sweet spot. So Reiner, and Reiner's the expert for the Wrap Institute on PPF. Why don't we begin with, let's say, glide solutions.
Glide solution. Regular glide solution, so
We have to mix one. Okay. So the idea right now. It's on? Can you, Marcus? No. Yes?
Camera 1 is dead, but
Okay. No video. Not yet.
we have audio.
We have audio. I can keep on talking. So I guess at this point, while we're down, just keep on thinking that we have those discounts to the Yellotools. So at Yellotools right now, you get a 10% discount throughout the day. So keep that in mind. For Rap Institute, for getting an annual membership, again, it's not for monthly, but it's annual.
Switch die ganze Zeit da.
But basically, for you can get a 15% off an annual membership on the Rap Institute. And what we've been saying lately is the Rap Institute is essentially like Rapflix. Basically, an annual membership, whether you get 1 year or 2 years, it's essentially the same cost as whether you're on Netflix. So basically, with Netflix, you can, you're paying what, $12 a month to get access to all those videos. Same thing with the Rap Institute. So with the Rap Institute, you have that nice, good. And so basically, thank you, Marcus. So basically, with the Rap Institute, consider it like Rapflix. Rapflix is always coming out with new movies, new content. And the same thing with the Rap Institute, where the Rap Institute, we come out with 5 new videos a week, and the videos range from anything from PPF, walls, floors, technical videos, the kind of the science of wrapping that we're doing now. Next week, and later, you're going to see Flo, do some great knifeless tape tips and tricks. Well, next week on the Rap Institute, we actually wrapped Flo's car a few weeks ago. We wrapped it with a full print reflective film. And on the back bumper, we did really amazing stuff where we installed a black gloss PPF dry on the top, and then we installed some really cool inlays on the side and butt jointed those because of the thickness of the 2 films. And then we wrapped the entire bumper with full print reflective film, so it's great techniques on learning how to work around those really complicated curves and stuff like that with full print reflective film without overstretching it, but also getting that really cool finishing with the butt joint techniques and stuff like that that he used with knifeless tape. And those are some of the tips and tricks that Flo's going to show later, because for me, Flo, even just working with Flo for 2 days wrapping his car, I learned a tremendous amount. It was really amazing to see all the little kind of fine-tuned stuff that he does in order to kind of take it to that next level. And again, a lot of German installers are known for really pushing the boundaries and getting that super, super high quality. And that's what Michael does at Yellotools as well, is he's putting that kind of time in terms of becoming super efficient, really getting that kind of focus in terms of giving you the best quality tool for a good price. So again, his tools aren't super, super expensive, and how he brings the price down is basically in terms of efficiency, using good products like wood and stuff like that, but also buying new equipment so he can make material faster and more efficient and focused. So Rap Institute does the same thing. Rap Institute is coming out with, again, those 5 new videos. Every week we come out with about 250 new videos every year. And at this point we have over 2,000 videos, which is pretty amazing. So based on that, having 2,000 videos in the repertoire just means that when you get access, you can, even if you're a beginner, there's tons of videos, but we also really focus on advanced installers as well. Tips and tricks in terms of knifeless tape, in terms of really kind of, taking it super deep. And for me, that's what's nice about it is the slogan of the Rap Institute is never stop learning. And with never stop learning, the idea is that, always pushing the boundaries. And that's kind of also the idea behind this event, in the sense that we're trying to capture that spirit of, the more you know, the more you grow. And the idea is if you never stop learning, you're always kind of picking up new tips and tricks. And obviously you know that because you're watching at home. And I think we're almost ready to rock and roll in terms of getting the battery set up. And again, live is really interesting in terms of shooting. Normally at the Rap Institute, we shoot with a camera, and if we don't get a shot, we obviously just redo it. But when you do live, you got a lot of camera equipment, we got a lot of cables, we got the Wi-Fi, and I think we're pretty much ready to go. It's cool stuff, or no? Reiner, how are we looking?
hopefully.
Hopefully looking good. Got transmitters, got everything.
Yeah.
Cool stuff. And what's nice right now, I mean, you know, if you can check out the GoPro camera, and you got Flo and you got Patrick wrapping Michael's card, and we have that steady GoPro camera in there, and with the material that they're using on that card, that's the sponsor of that material is ARLON, and it's their SLX film, so they're kind of rocking and rolling right at it. The person who came up, the company that came up with that design is Wrap Style, and they're a popular company right now in terms of you can buy a design for a good price, and you're good to go. And
Sorry.
Are we good to go?
Hopefully, yeah.
Marcos, are we looking?
No video.
So then we can go over these two cameras and talking with these microphones and let this thing cool out down. So hopefully.
So we're good. So which camera do we want to talk into?
This and this one. So we can talk in this camera. You should hear me.
You're good to go?
Good.
Okay, cool. Let's get back to
cool
it.
it down.
So basically with PPF right now, you're going to use two solutions. And the two solutions that you're going to use to kind of get the PPF on the car is you're going to use a glide solution and you're going to use a gel solution. Now, we're going to talk about in a little bit why you should use both, right? But the idea is with the glide solution, you can buy one straight from a company. So companies that make glide solutions right now are
Fusion, you have the film on, you have different, so we're specific for the film, especially for the, say, tint film or the PPF.
Right, so you can buy it straight from the manufacturer, so definitely that's one option. But a lot of people choose to make their own, right? Because in a way it's more economical, you can kind of tweak it and stuff like that, get that right sweet spot. And again, that's the same thing as bartending, you want to get that sweet spot. So when you make a glide solution at home, you're taking water and you're mixing it with some kind of soap type ingredient. So what's the soaps that you can use?
So the soaps, some guys are using baby shampoo. It's the smallest thing you can reach, you can have everywhere around. So baby shampoo, it's really, you can use it. It's a nice thing. Why not?
So you have baby shampoo you can also use.
So this is soap. So it's always good when it smells good. So it's this himbeeren, so it's a nice thing. Also you have dishwasher. So you can use this, and you can also use the washing liquid to wash your clothes.
Oh wow, okay. So when you use these type of soaps, is there any negatives of using these type of soap?
Yeah, definitely, because they're all changing something. So you don't know what's really in. You don't know if they have something in what's good for your hands.
Okay.
So you really need to know and test if this product is good for you or bad for you.
Okay. So you want to dial in the right soap, and so that's one way to make a glide solution. And so I think one of the most important things you need for a glide solution actually is using the right water. I see a lot of people use the water from the tap, and that can be really challenging in the sense that some water's hard, some water's soft, some days it'll change. So it's really inconsistent. I think that's actually the most common mistake that people make. So what's a good solution for that, right?
Use distilled water, only distilled water.
Okay.
So the distilled water have nothing else in, just really clear water. So you definitely know, so it's some calc or different things, you have a different surface energy, and you want to definitely have a really same surface energy every time and really techy material. So this is our main.
Cool. All right, so once you get the water right, you can also use like an osmosis filter, which I see some companies do. So in terms of mixing, now what's interesting about glide solutions, and Reiner and I have been talking a lot about this the last few days especially, is that with the glide solution, a lot of manufacturers will say, take 1 liter water and 2 drops of soap, or they'll take 1 liter water and 10 milliliters of soap. So it's really confusing because there's really no set standard for how you mix your soap in your glide solution. So what is your opinion, Reiner?
My opinion depends on the soap. I go really from, I say 1 to 5, 10, 20, maybe with some soaps to 30 milliliters.
Wow.
So, and this is about, not if it's too much soap inside, maybe, but you squeegee out. If you have the right squeegee, you squeegee all the moisture out, and you have no soap behind the film. Okay. So why not?
So the idea is then, the idea behind getting your soap mixtures is really just playing with it, mixing it with the water and experimenting a little bit. That's why you have your scraps and you play with it. But then also adapting to each material, because every brand reacts differently to your glide solution. So what's the story behind that?
Completely different, because you have some PPF manufacturer have a really soft glue, the other one have a really hard glue. The one is super tacky, the other is slow tacky. So it's completely different with which material you use, this solution or this solution. But what's amazing is that you always go on the right side and you know how to mix it, so make the right measurement. Exact.
And so you can buy these are syringes, and so a lot of people just take your bottle and you squirt into it. And that's not super scientific, and the main thing about your glide solution is you want to be super consistent. You make the same glide solution day in and day out.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Cool. So based on that, that's the overview of glide solutions. Now we want to talk about gel. Because again, we talked, there's slip solutions, glide solutions, and there's gel. So gel right now, obviously there's different brands who make it and stuff like that. What are the benefits of gel?
The gel is like, it's the same like a distilled water. You have a tech solution, so water with alcohol inside, and it's thicker made, so you rise the level, you rise the PPF from the surface when it's not sticking. So and the story behind, you know, so it's a good thing right now in this time. So why are the glide solutions or this gels or where they're coming from?
Right.
So sanitizer, hand sanitizer, it's nothing else than hand sanitizer.
So basically gel solutions, PPF gel solutions is hand sanitizer that you're using. And what's nice about gel is it floats the material in the car, has a little bit of alcohol in it, so when you do use gel, it sticks, the PPF tends to stick quicker than glide solutions. That's something to think about as well. So based on that then, you know, obviously you're not going to really make your own gel solutions. For the most part, you're going to buy it because you're using such high volumes. But based on that, Reiner, I guess the question is, when do you use, let's say a glide solution or slip solution, when do you use gel?
I think if you work, for me, for my option is if I do a front bumper and want to work fast with a front bumper, I use the gel. In all other situations, I use a slip solution. But it's open for everybody who feels better with this system or with this system. It's a different way. And if you don't feel good to mix your own thing or work with some like this slip solution, so go to your gel and you know definitely this is a glue, this is a gel, you can work with two things what's combined together.
So basically your tip is if you're I'm told to put the microphone there. Zach, can you hear me now better or no? Check, 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 talk.
Different side, honestly. Yeah.
Talk, 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 check. I don't know what's going on. Can I put the volume up? Check, 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 talk, talk, talk. I'm pressing buttons. Can you hear me at all? Okay. A little bit. Should I talk?
Crazy.
No? Yes? No? Or talk?
Reiner is very loud and you are...
Why don't we switch microphones back? How about this? I hold here and go back and forth. Cool. So basically the idea is then, if you're using, you know, if you're wrapping something super curvy, like a mirror or a bumper, maybe use gel, so it tacks up a little more because you got that alcohol. If you're wrapping more flat stuff that's bigger and wider, like a hood, for example, maybe a slip solution, glide solution is better. And then also I found a lot of installers on hot weather days, they don't like to use gel at all because you get that too quick tack. So glide solution is better for hot or for well, but maybe if it's cold, you switch to gel. Yeah. So again, temperature plays a factor in it, but also size and curves, what you're doing. So that's actually how you get the PPF on. But now, how do you seal the PPF on the car? There's a couple different ways to do it. So basically, a lot of people use what's called a tack solution. Now, the story behind tack solution for me is very interesting because it can be really varied as well. So, Reiner, what's the story with tack solution?
The tack solution, you use regular alcohol, isopropyl alcohol, or ethanol. So these different alcohols are not the same structure. So iso is more harder and ethanol is more softer for this. And you mix this up with water. And the people think, okay, if you put the alcohol on it, then the glue gets a little bit softer and it sticks faster on the surface. Okay. The bad thing is they think, okay, if you put alcohol in, it dries faster, but it didn't. Okay. So when it dries faster, if you only use distilled water as a tack solution, and this is for me the best tack solution, definitely.
Interesting. So also there's different, you know, some people use alcohol for tack solutions, and generally it's 10% water. I mean, it's 90% water, 10% alcohol. But what's interesting, I've seen this more and more, is some people actually use for their tack solutions, they use vinegar, whether straight or mixed. So basically the idea behind that is, and again, why you're using tack solution is basically to flush out the soap solutions or the gel solutions so the adhesive can stick, but also you're kind of making that adhesive a little softer so it can stick. So the acid in the vinegar actually helps the adhesive kind of get grippy, and you're good to go. And what I like about it is cheap, it's organic. But then also some people like yourself, Reiner, you like to just use distilled water. So in this case, you basically will spray distilled water, no alcohol, and a session you feel in most cases that's good enough.
Yeah, that's the best thing because you get the most tacky, and you want to wash out when you work with some more or soapy stuff, you want to wash out all this soap. You want to have really a clear glue, what sticks on the surface, nothing between, especially on the corners and edges. So this is the reason.
Interesting. And so what's interesting, if you want to jump out the pod steamer really quick. So one thing I've been pushing a lot on the Wrap Institute videos, especially the last couple of years, is the idea that right now, the guy who makes the pod steamer, Dan Gill, so basically his idea right now is he came up with this idea because he does a lot of PPF, and in the PPF, in the pod steamer, you're using distilled water. And so what's nice about that is you're getting that flush out with distilled water, which is just a neutral water, but then the heat of the steam actually softens the adhesive as well. So you're getting that flush out and the softening adhesive, which is a great combination, and you don't need a sprayer or any type of tack solution, so you don't need to mix anything at all. It's straight. So it's like basically, I would say it's like drinking whiskey straight. It's cool. So you just want it neat, you cool, you don't have any ice in there, nothing. And so you don't have to mix it at all, just straight go. So some of these, which is interesting, and this is, we come back to the whole PPF Bartender, is sometimes, like with gel, you're just going to use it straight. And gel is kind of a mix of alcohol and ingredients. Then you got distilled water, which is just if you don't feel like drinking that night, you drink your spa blau or spa rot and stuff like that. And then you have your different mixes. And that's, again, for me, no different than bartending and also doing PPF right now, is just really have to know your mixes and what is good and what is not in terms of adhesive. So what other advice do you have for this?
So I would like to go with the distilled water and use maybe our solutions from Yellotools here. Sure. That will really help you to understand also how to install the PPF, work with the material, not against.
And speaking about installing PPF now that we've kind of done the PPF Bartender thing, we want to move over to the M4 right now, and we're going to have some PPF right now, and Reiner's going to show you some really good demonstrations in terms of stretching the material and also how to why and where to use foam. So I'm actually going to turn the microphone over to you. You tell me what you need over there, and we'll set you up. So switch this up. So why don't you take the microphone up there?
So.
A quick shout out. Over 500 people are watching me, 500 all over the world. That means so much to me. I thank you so much for your great support. Stay tuned, it's going on, it's going to be really cool. 500 Leute online, vielen lieben Dank dafür. Bedeutet uns von Yellotools wirklich super viel. Und ja, wir sind eigentlich super stolz, dass wir das hier machen können. Bleibt dran, es bleibt auf jeden Fall spannend. Und mein Jetta, der wird ganz schön cool. The Jetta is going to be really cool. Thank you guys, have fun.
Lass liegen, das muss sich bewegen. Ja.
Alles hin.
You good? Take a rest. I think this is actually better. It's cool. Yeah, same. Marcos, are you ready? Tell me when you are ready. All right, everyone. Interesting times. Again, streaming live. You know, this is our first time ever streaming live on the Rap Institute. We talked to Michael, set up all day, and just stuff happens. I think basically the transmitter went off a little bit, or
Yeah, so the battery loss goes down and
okay. So now we are hardwired in, so I don't see that happening again in the future, which is cool. So now we're going to switch demos. And this demo right now, for me, I think it's a very interesting one. And Reiner has a great demonstration on how to stretch PPF and get it right. Because if you get it wrong, you're going to have some issues in terms of it sticking for the long term. So basically the idea right now is you're going to do a demonstration on terms of stretch on the fender.
on the fender.
Okay.
So when we have though our apple potion, so it's a really slippy. It's really slippy solution. Oh, sorry. This is. So put it in 1-to-1. Sorry, that's the wrong one. We are live, huh?
What do you need?
So this is a 1-to-1 apple potion.
Wow, dude.
Well, this is really slippy, so we don't work with the stuff. We need a different solution. So
Okay.
can we please, girls here, can we please change this in a way that we have a slip solution, not fully with apple potion, so in the right mixture would be good.
So this
What you know what we do? So we have water here. So first I clean up my hand. Hello, world. It's good when I'm failing, or people are making jokes there and they're happy.
Oh, that's not good, dude.
That's funny. Okay, so I try to wash it down with regular water. But on the other side it's good. So what I do is make the right mixture here. So I have water inside here and it makes the right mixture here. And what it makes it even easier, so we can fill this up to the right level and then get it into the water. It makes it much more easier to have the right thing. So I press now here and our solutions go up in this cylinder, and now I put it in my bottle and I can make the right solution. So it's not 100% ape you want to use, so it's only a mixture. makes it better. Okay, shake it a little bit up. And sometimes it's good when you pre-mix it and have it a little bit in your bottle, so even then the slip solution gets better and have a better take. So let's go here and I spray this on. And you know what's a bad thing the people say always about slip solution? It's not sticking. Oh, so bad. So you they complain of some wrinkles on the side, or here some wrinkles, and you work with a squeegee, really good one, and try to squeegee this side, and try to squeegee down now. And the wrinkles always stay. And you think, oh, you want to squeegee down, but nothing happens.
And this is what, this is pretty common with PPF, is again, you get that glide solution maybe too soapy, but actually it doesn't really matter, because at this point, what a lot of people do at this point when they see wrinkles, they'll take the tack solution, they'll take steam and they'll stretch it, and maybe it'll stick. It's no different than, let's say, doing color change film where you stretch it too much, and maybe it's good for a day, but then it starts to pop. And if you fail with PPF, especially because it's expensive, that's a big problem. So mainly you're saying it's not the glide solution's fault, is it?
It's not the glide solution. I have one main thing, so and always keep this in mind, even not with PPF, even also with PVC and all this other stuff. So if wrinkles on the outside, it means only too less stretch on the inside. So this told me the story about, okay, maybe you have too less stretch here. And what I change now, I try to do it with a little bit stretch, only a little bit.
So basically, there's a phrase that I use on the Rap Institute. It's called "Wrinkles mean no, glass means go." And basically, you're learning how to speak wrinkle. And there's one way, wrinkles speak in PVC, let's say color change and full print, but they speak differently a little bit in PPF film, in the sense that, basically that wrinkle was saying there's tension, but basically in the demonstration earlier we talked about stretch, is this tension in PPF film is different than color change film. And so Reiner's going to show that now.
Yeah, and now it's getting a little bit tricky. So I stretch this out. I know, okay, this area I must make bigger to have no wrinkles out here. Because I will fail anywhere if there's stretch out here. So what I want to do is stretch it in this direction and then squeegee out. And not all the wrinkles will disappear. And I hold it a little bit like this, wait a little bit. Well, it looks pretty good. But now what I change, so it's get a little bit down, but not really good. But it sticks, or in this way. It's not bad on the end here. If I wait a little bit, will it fix? Will it hold?
I don't know.
I think not, because now I have the film faced up, the glue is to my side.
So what's interesting now, I don't know if you noticed what Reiner did, is the first time he did it, the adhesive was facing down, and then what he did is he picked it up, and now the adhesive is actually facing up. So this is the tacky side, but actually...
To mine.
Yeah.
To my area. And the main, so if you think about this, even if you get it in the right position without the glue is not responsible that the PPF stick. It only helps you. And if you work with the material and let the glue stay on the right surface, perfect.
So it's shifting too. So again, it's knowing the spots. A lot of times when I'm wrapping, I say start at the 50-50 point and use triangles to spread it out. A lot of you have seen that video on YouTube of me wrapping a hood, and I say do triangles. PPF is different, actually. You're going to actually kind of stretch it more horizontal on a car and let that tension even out on those corners, because it's a different property of the film. So now if Reiner actually puts the adhesive facing the car and you stretch it right, it's going to stick.
And I stretch it and let the adhesive sit. The adhesive want to grab the surface, and I need to have time, or the adhesive need to have time. I only stretch it out like here, and what happens? Cool, it stays. So no tension here. Now I can squeeze it out with no pressure. Get all the stuff out.
Awesome.
Okay, and the nice thing right now, if you work with such a solution like this, maybe you have a speck on it. Something happened. You must lift it again so bad that it sticks. No, you can lift it easier. Super easy. Then you spray again your slip solution under it. You will not have any glue lines because you work with low tension on the material.
So interesting. I mean, a lot of you, anyone who's done a PPF out there, and I've definitely experienced it as well, is when you kind of get those wrinkles, you use tack solution to get it down. So you think that's the best option. But as soon as you use a tack solution, you have it, if you have to pick it back up, the material sticks. You're going to get that silvery and that whitening. So again, the more you use tack solution before you get done, the riskier it is, because if you have to pick it up, you're done, especially if you get those little specks. So what Reiner's saying basically is if you spread that tension out ahead of time, and you still have to pick it up, you're safe because you're still only using gel or glide, which is cool.
And soap is always nice. Okay, you wash your hands with soap. It's always nice. So it smells good, all good. Tack solution, mostly alcohol. Not so good. It's pretty heavy. So tack solution is always like a punch to the PVC or to the PU film. So, and the glide solution, oh, you do it nice with the thing. So not do this, don't punch the film.
Absolutely. And so one of the things we try to push on the Wrap Institute is we have a program called Green Equals Green. So we're trying to show people how to recycle the film and kind of manage your film better and stuff like that. And what I like about the way Reiner installs and what we teach on the videos on the Wrap Institute and in the hands-on workshops, and you get those special discounts, you know, at this event, is the idea is that we're flushing the material with distilled water, not using alcohol. We're not using so hardcore chemicals and stuff like that. You're using techniques and really understanding the film to relax it on the car, and that actually makes you faster and better and avoids mistakes, which is definitely the name of the game, which is cool stuff. So again, PPF, again, I see PPF coming down the line in the future, getting more and more, and that's something actually that I want to talk about. Is there anything you want to focus on right now before we go?
So I have a different solution here.
Okay.
If it works.
And so this is about stretch, okay? And one thing that Reiner came up recently, and I think is really unique to Yellotools and what you work with them, and I know you've talked about it earlier, is the foam. What's the deal with that?
So the foam, the idea behind the foam is that you have the options from the gel, so it rises the film from the surface. Cool. Your foam, go away, don't will stick. But on the gel, sometimes if you work a big hole, especially a black one, or if you set one squeegee stroke in the wrong direction, you have a line, and it's not really nice. And I want to be nice to the film, so nice thing, okay, that it's the way we work with foam or with soap inside. So now we can spray, if I can spray it on, if it's in the right position. We'll mix it up. Maybe
Foam in there or no?
I think, look, so I get one with no foam, this is good, and one.
So these two solutions that you made, I don't know how much you want to put in.
So different, so we use this. Okay.
So basically when you use a glide solution, it's soap and water, and basically the soap just kind of stays flat, it stays pretty clear. So that's the problem. So the idea is now, and then again, Reiner showed me this about a year ago, and he was in, we were in his shop in Munich and stuff like that, and he's like, I have this idea that, you know, it's hard to see stuff, it's cool. So when you get the right mixture, and what you want to do is you want to add foam. And foam is really interesting. So foam is actually doing the same thing as the soap and water, but it's adding a different element to that. And what is that element that you're adding?
So the elements are, right now you have the air inside, and it's more slippery. And you know, if it's more soap and so the water gets smaller, 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 on the end you have a higher tech with a super soapy mixture.
Right.
So now, that's a little better, huh?
So now you're adding foam, which I like because it's highly visible, which is cool. But mainly, and obviously this plays into whether you're using, let's say, gloss PPF or matte PPF, is now you can literally see the moisture, which is super cool.
So when you work now with the foam, and you know where you have a squeegee, so you squeegee this, so this is definitely a super nice surface. It's got super glossy, and you know there was a squeegee. You can set your next squeegee stroke like this. If you do it wrong, maybe you have a different solution or work with a gel, and you forget something. You don't see something like this. So, but with the foam, you really know, okay, all looks fine, all looks nice, and get all the foam out.
Really nice. So again, the foam is just mainly just to help your quality and your flow, but also is acting, it's actually a little better than a standard glide solution because it's floating the material a little more. Would you say that?
It's floating, and you can work with the whole material. And on the end, don't trust me, don't trust you, trust yourself. So try a piece out, stick it on, and look, so if you stick this on and try to rip it off after 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, so how much impact has the solution?
Which is cool, which is cool. So again, it's a combination of in terms of getting your solutions right, PPF Bartender, learning how to stretch the PPF film, which is super cool. So again, all these tips and tricks, we have a lot of them on the Wrap Institute, and you have their special discount codes for annual memberships. To get these tools, like these solutions and the squeegees and stuff from Yellotools, you get that 10% discount. So this is the end of the demos on the PPF. Anything else you want to add before we handle the panel discussion?
All good.
All good, in the hood. All right, so based on that now, what we'd like to do is we'd like to turn around and we're going to go back to the table right now. And we have some our guest presenters here, Reiner, myself, and we also have Ritchie, we have Flo, and we have Michael. And what we'd like to do right now is just kind of talk about the industry and answer some questions from your viewers out there. If you have any questions about tools, where the industry is going, how to just kind of maybe increase your profits right now. So we're actually going to turn over here while everyone kind of sets up on the table, and I'm gonna go get Flo, or Ritchie, do you want to go get Flo? That would be awesome. And then where is Michael? Michael. Hopefully here soon. So come on over here. Where's Mr. Michael? Looking for him. Cool. All right. So the idea, and again, behind this Rap Institute live event and being at Yellotools is trying to share information, give demos on tips and tricks on how to understand about the material, but also try to wrap a car live real time. We'll check in on those guys later. But it's just also just sharing information. And your event that you always have, you have everyone come together and everyone shares tips and tricks and stuff like that. So right now we're trying to do that, and we're going to share some information, all of us, give ideas of kind of how we've kind of managed the pandemic, maybe, but also see where the future of the industry is going. But again, if you're at home watching right now and you have a question to one of us, everyone, the staff is going to relay these questions to us so we can kind of interact. So definitely answer questions for sure.
Over 700 people already.
That's very cool. I'm down with that.
I'm just telling you.
It's pretty exciting. Okay, and for all of you watching right now, I know that you love to be super professional, on point, and we love to be at the Rap Institute super professional, on point. And it's interesting. This is our first live event, so it's almost like our pants are down around our ankles sometimes when those feeds go off, and it's a learning curve, and it's never stop learning. So right now we are dialed in, cabled in, hardwired, so I don't see us going off live anymore, which is super cool. So again, but we appreciate your patience because it's just how stuff happens right now. But again, just take the deep breath and go.
No doubt.
No doubt.
Yeah, go ahead.
So that being said, I guess I came up with some questions earlier, and I think for me, one of those things where I always love to think about it is, where do you guys see the industry going in the next 2 years? I started off in 1996. You started off a long time ago, and we all have our history in the industry. And for me, it was commercial graphics for a long time, full print, and then color change kind of started coming on the scene around 2008, 2009, really. This kind of started in Germany a little earlier with KPMF doing the Berlin taxi cabs and stuff like that. But PPF has really come on the last couple of years. Tint has always been around, but tint is boring.
No.
But anyway, I've seen the industry change a lot. And I guess for you guys, it'd be interesting if you guys have any thoughts on where do you see the industry going in 2 to 3 years? Where should your customers, or where should our customers or members and stuff like that really kind of be putting focus on for the future in the next 2 or 3 years, getting ready, or what do you see the trends being? I don't know who wants to jump in.
Let's start with Flo.
So I think the window tinting will go on, will get a little bit more difficult because of the electric cars and so on. Many manufacturers bring the cars tinted on the market, so we have no work with that, but they're also enough to tint after. So this is the market. I think it will stay stable. With the vinyl, I think...
I have a question to tint for you. You mentioned earlier that you do a lot of building tint as well. Do you think there is a difference because of the climate change? I mean, we had 2 or 3 super hot summers in Germany out here, which is pretty unusual. So, and you told me that you travel almost all over Europe to do building tint, like sun protection. Is this a thing? You think that's an ongoing market because of the climate change?
Yes, I think this market is growing a lot. So it's getting hotter and hotter, and the buildings are built with more glass surfaces, and for us it's nice. It's a nice job. It's completely different because you have to take care of the weather, of temperature, of the sun, of everything else. Window tinting at the cars, you take the car into the bay, start tinting, take it off, and that's it. Outside it's more difficult, but I think this market will grow a lot.
Okay. Thanks. Richie, do you have any ideas? Or?
Yeah, actually, even just what we're seeing today, we're not able to travel as much right now, and there's a lot of change coming to our jobs in that way as well. It's not just about material, it's about the whole industry. And it's not only going to be about training, I think, it's also going to be about how do we sell.
Yeah.
You know, when we want to sit down with clients and normally we might get 10 people around a table.
Yeah.
Now it's 10 people on their couch at home, and it's kind of cool. It's a different dynamic.
Yeah.
But you have to be able to get their attention. So, you know, looking at that as suppliers and even people at sign shops, it doesn't matter at what level. You're going to have to be able to engage your customers in a different way.
Yeah.
And man, you've certainly set that off today in a really great way.
Yeah.
So
absolutely.
really exciting.
And that's a case in point, you know, and I
Yeah.
think workshops are going to change. I know with the Rap Institute, Reiner and I are talking about, you know, doing online workshops for sure, online events. We have a very exciting event happening in November, which we'll announce next week. But I mean, you'll see, I mean, Michael, how do you see it changing your business?
Well, if it comes to tools, we get the feeling that people more and more are curious in wrapping objects other than cars. Like furniture for me is a big thing. Like RVs in and out, so not just the outside of a vehicle, the inside, like the wooden applications and all of that stuff, drawers and shelves and stuff like this. I got the feeling that a lot of people once bought their furniture from a Swedish manufacturer. I don't know if I can say the word IKEA. I don't know. Well, I did. No. And these objects are long lasting. So people want to change them. They want to have a different color. They want to have a different style, or want a cartoon or graphic or whatsoever on it. I mean, look at Shutterstock and look at all these image ponds you can get. The possibilities are endless, and I think due to the ability of the glue to almost stick on freaking everything but skin, helps people a lot going broad. And I think object wrapping or refining, or how we want to call it, I think there's a pot of gold the sign makers are out there can really grab in. You should really consider it. This is my experience we've made. But going back to Ritchie's words, I mean, yes, you're right, but it's our job to really open the can of worms.
It's to lead it, right?
Yeah, and help our customers being curious as kids to try new things, you know, with samples, with trainings, with hints and days like this, to be honest.
You know, it's really interesting you say that, Michael, because, you know, years ago I did a whole series on the Rap Institute where I renovated my house and wrapped everything, table to the walls, to the kitchen, and stuff like that. And again, schools I think is an option, but I heard of a sign contest in Brazil where instead of wrapping a car for the finals, they wrapped the kitchen.
I told you that. I showed you the pictures. That was just brilliant.
Yeah.
They turned a stupid fridge, like one of the most generic fridges you can buy at every store. They turned it into something really cool, since they blended in the colors with the rest of the furnitures. It took them 25 minutes and maybe a square meters of vinyl, and a little skill, a little fantasy, a little passion. It was just out of this world cool.
Yeah.
You know?
And there's actually a video on the Rap Institute where I wrapped the kitchen at my mom's house, and we wrapped it in a Ryan McGinnis print. And we actually we bought the house for my mom, and we rented it out. And that's one of the things that people actually rent the place for, is to be near the refrigerator, which is cool. Awesome. Okay. So I guess based on that, then, you know, from there, you know, one thing we all do, you know, you're a trainer and you love to learn and you push it, flow, and Reiner, you're a trainer and you are into that. What is, you know, what would you say in terms of someone getting into the industry, or even if you've been in the industry for a long time, what is, you know, important about education? What are the best tips and tricks for that? Or, you know, how do you kind of balance, you know, obviously working, but also taking the time to learn? Where's that balance?
Okay, if I can start, don't accept bullshit. That's my one. No, honestly, we've seen people on trade shows. I show them like a generic tool like the bodyguard knife, which is it's a true revolution, isn't it? Yeah. I show them a bodyguard and how it works. I show it to them right in front of them, and they're like, no, I don't believe you. I think if this is as good as you promised me, someone else had developed it 20 years ago. What? I hear this on and on again. So if you see waste, if you feel waste in what you do, stop doing it. Don't accept bullshit. Don't say it is what it is. It's not what it is. It's you changing it. And if you need help, go to a vinyl supplier, go to a good institute or a teacher or whatsoever. Call your vendors, call your suppliers and say, hey, I'm not happy with the way this works. Maybe it's me sucking or even the material. Help me. This is my #1 advice. Stay curious.
Yeah. I mean, the slogan for the Rap Institute is obviously I came up with it years ago, was never stop learning. And that was a big one. And I think that's something that we've always pushed and stuff like that in terms of, you know, really going there. But I think it's also being open. I mean, Flo, I talked earlier that you came to our shop and we wrapped your car. And in 2 days, I mean, it's a different process how you work. And I learned so much in 2 days. And I think it's just being open to, you know, you're kind of a, you know, you do tint, you're kind of very, and with tint you have to be precise. And you carry that over to your wrapping, which is really cool. And you love to plan stuff out, and it's really changed the way I wrap. And I think it's being open to different styles, different techniques. And I think I think it's a good idea if you want to address kind of how you approach or how you see it maybe in German, because there's a lot of people listening out in German right now, or maybe you two can chat. I think it's really good for our German audience. I don't know if you have any inputs on that.
Ja, vielleicht sagst du ein paar Worte in Deutsch, vielleicht machst du mal so eine kleine Zusammenfassung, wenn du magst, oder du?
Zusammenfassung von
von dem jetzt gerade, was wir gesagt haben.
Das Größte ist einfach wirklich, was Michael gerade gesagt hat, don't take bullshit. Ich glaube, das versteht man auch in Deutsch. Ja. Also fang nicht mit der an. Ja. So, mach es richtig, mach es seriös. Ja. Das ist ein Ding, wo es weiterführt. Wir haben ein paar Gespräche gehabt, okay, mit Winterfilm, mit Sachen, die sich jetzt geändert haben im Laufe der Zeit, im Laufe der, so jetzt mal komischen Zeit, was wir jetzt gerade sind, wo wir aber rauskommen würden. Und es ist mit unserer Aufgabe, genau jeden von euch da draußen mit rauszuhalten, genau mit so einem Event wie heute, mit wieder rauszuziehen und sagen, ja, wir machen doch, wir machen weiter und wir greifen an. Ja, und dann sehe ich genau unsere Zukunft, das ist das Wichtige, einfach gut. Ja, dass wir positiv genau in die Zukunft schauen, wo wir stehen und wo wir hinkommen, wenn wir es seriös anpacken.
Bleibt neugierig, hört nie auf, Fehler zu machen und ruft uns an, ruft die Trainer an, ruft die Hersteller an, ruft die Lieferanten von euch an, wenn ihr nicht klarkommt oder wenn ihr mit irgendwas nicht zufrieden seid. Sagt nicht, naja, es ist eben so. Nein, ist es nicht. Mit all der Technologie, die Firmen wie ARLON, General Formulations und all diese Leute hier darbieten, ist es möglich, genau das zu machen, was ihr machen wollt und nicht den anderen Weg. Ich glaube, das ist eine gute Zusammenfassung von dem, was wir heute einfach rüberbringen wollen, oder, Florian?
Ja, ich finde es auch absolut super. Es sind die richtigen Leute beieinander. Ich habe schon wieder eine Menge gelernt, was die Theorie angeht. Wir kleben schon seit fast einem Vierteljahrhundert inzwischen Folien, aber die Sachen hinter den Kulissen, wie ist ein Kleber aufgebaut, ich glaube, das war noch nicht dran, das Thema kommt später. Noch, ja. Ist super interessant und es ist extrem wichtig, dass die Leute auch wissen, welcher Kleber für welche Oberfläche und welche Folie für welchen Einsatzzweck. Und dass man sich da richtig informiert, da helfen auch die Lieferanten aber auch gerne weiter. Ja.
And actually, we just got a question from a viewer, and I think it's a really good question. Actually, this is one of my favorite things. I love to wrap cars. And the question is, you know, and it's kind of true, the manufacturers are actually now, it's weird, the manufacturers made cars really hard to remove for years, and then there's a period where they made them really easy. Door handles came off easy, all this stuff. And I've noticed, like Toyota and Honda drives me nuts lately, is they actually make door handles really hard to take off, because it does pop off on the side, but then they put an extra security clip at the front where you do have to take off that door panel. So the manufacturers are now kind of going back and making cars harder to take apart, which is super frustrating, but not for me.
Why?
2 reasons. I think if I had a shop today and I was working, I would actually hire someone who's dedicated to take those parts off. I'm a wrapper, I'm not a mechanic. So get someone who knows how to take them off, that's one. And I think it's actually more cost beneficial. And we actually just put out a video on the Wrap Institute about 10 days ago talking about efficiency of taking the car apart the day before and letting the wrappers just wrap in a prep. Cool. But I also think, you know, I think it's a really good idea to not take a lot of hardware off the car, period. You know, PPF, how much hardware do you take off on the PPF on a car? Hardly anything, okay? And so I think, you know, color change is this idea of wrapping this car and it has to be perfect. Well, redefine what's perfect. I think an inlay behind a door handle is really just as good as taking it off if you know how to do an inlay, you know, and I've done...
And if the customer accepts it.
And if the customer accepts it. Let the customer decide what they want.
Right?
Yeah,
Upfront.
If the customer doesn't want to pay here, you know, if you have to take the hardware off the car, you better charge more. It's not free. So it's one of those things where I personally feel like If it doesn't come off the car, I don't mind, because I'll tell the customer, if you want it off the car, you're going to get charged more. If you don't want to pay that extra price, well, then I'm going to wrap it like this, and so be it. It's not like, you know, I used to fly a lot, and I don't fly anymore, but my analogy for that used to be is, you know, you can fly economy, premium economy, business, or first class. And everyone wants to fly first class, and how do you get that defined is with price. Right. And so with car wrapping too, with the hardware, my personal opinion is, let that be determined by the client and price. Do you guys have any thoughts on that?
Also in Deutsch ist es halt so, wenn es darum geht, die ganzen Teile abzubauen an Fahrzeugen, ist es oftmals eine ganz einfache Rechnung, den entsprechenden Händler oder die Werkstatt, die ihr alle in der Nachbarschaft habt, zu fragen, was kostet es, wenn ihr mir alle Teile abbaut und wieder dran baut. Erstens mal seid ihr raus aus der Garantie, und zweitens mal, wenn der sagt 300 €, dann bietet ihr eurem Kunden das an und sagt 300 € fürs Ab- und Dranbauen. Und wenn er sagt nein, klar, dann muss man mit Inlays arbeiten, dann muss man mit anderen Techniken arbeiten, aber das muss der Kunde dann akzeptieren, und ich denke, eine Klarheit von vornherein ist da ein gutes Wort. Also ich denke, da gibt es gute Möglichkeiten, sowas zu machen. Wie macht ihr das bei euch?
Also ich sehe auch, der Kunde muss vorher informiert sein.
Ganz klar.
Muss dem Kunde einfach vorher die Möglichkeiten aufzählen, was er machen kann, was er nicht machen kann. Was nicht geht, was viele machen, ist, dass man es einfach macht und dann sagt, es ging nicht anders. Nee. Ja, das find ich ganz furchtbar. Aber wenn das vorher geklärt ist und du hast Möglichkeit A, B, C, kostet A, B, C, perfekt, dann ist es fair. Und wenn er sich für die billigere Version entscheiden sollte, das möglichst auch schriftlich festhalten, weil manchmal vergessen die Kunden das auch und sagen, so wollte ich es aber gar nicht. Ja, und wissen dann nicht mehr, dass man darüber gesprochen hat.
Ja. And keep in mind, for those of you watching out there, and thank you, Sebastian, for that question, definitely ask this question, because we just have a few minutes of this, and then we're going to go on to the next demos. And I guess this has been a strange year. I think for all of us, and I always just keep on saying it's interesting. How have I know that we've all adapted to it in different ways. Some people in this industry have done really well. Some people have not done so well. I mean, and I think for all of you out there who have been kind of struggling, I think it's really important to emphasize that it's not anyone's particular fault. I mean, this has come out of nowhere, and everyone's being affected by this.
Heck.
And I think that's good to really kind of think about, that a lot of people are being hard on themselves right now, and I don't think you need to. I think but also at the same time, and while you're watching right now, is adapting and kind of, changing at this point, but also just taking a deep breath. Is that business doesn't always do this, and I think we've all been in the industry long enough where days you have this, and it goes down, and it goes up. And just knowing that if you trust in yourself and your tools and your techniques and knowledge, that helps. And I don't know if you guys have any thoughts on that.
I do. So Yellotools went so far through the whole pandemic situation really good, and I have to really admit that it's two components. Number one is my amazing team, which were able and willing to change within 24 hours after we saw that the sales were dropping down. Everyone was on board looking for solutions and not being part of the problem. This is the one thing. And yeah, the second thing is really, you need to move. You need to be absolutely focused on what people really need. Don't come up with any crappy ideas. Ask people what they need. Listen to your customers. And the great way we did it with the sign guys, with you guys, was the thing we created, We Stick Together. We came up with that little logo, and we all helped each other, telling the baker store, telling the butcher out there that it's now the time where you need a big banner. You don't need a big banner if your business is running anyway. You need a big banner if the business is slow. But it's you. You are responsible for spreading that message to your end users, and that's mostly forgotten by some people.
Yeah. I think it's also just knowing what you can do. Like for us, everyone knows the ARLON brand is we're a casting company. Well, right now it's floor graphics and it's wall graphics for the pandemic ideas that or the markings. And who would have thought that you would stay that busy with something that's maybe not your absolute core competency.
Sure.
So just knowing what you can do and then just doing a lot of that. So
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, floors sound boring, but when you're doing a lot of floors.
well, you're doing a lot of flooring, it can be all right.
That's
yeah.
really great. I think we have another question here, and the question is, and this is a very common thing in the industry, and I think it's going to resonate with a lot, is how do you compete with the people who are underbidding you? How do you compete with people who, and comes from Anno, is the idea is that how people just are slapping stickers on a car as opposed to car epi. And this could apply to tinting or floors and stuff like that, is the low bidders. How do you compete against them?
Is it a German guy?
It's not a German, but you can speak German.
No, because I would. Okay, so I think the answer is give your customer added value. Give them something add on to your competitor. I had a conversation with the guy on a trade show. He said, well, I would like to have the sign job from a new hospital wing they built in our city. But, you know, I'm not applying for that bid anyway because I won't get it. I said, okay, tell me more about that project. So he said, well, it's one of these green, eco-friendly projects. I said, why don't you just go ahead and place 2 bids? One bid, you do kind of like intermediate, like in the middle of everything. But the second one, you do a little higher, like 5 or 10%, and then you write down, upon request, if you would take that bid, we would use eco-friendly material, biodegradable squeegees, or whatsoever. And he did. He did this, and he called me 2 weeks later and said, man, you know what? I got the job, even if I was the most expensive in that row. The reason for that was he gave extra added value to the architect who could use this in their marketing mix that were more valuable to them than a lower price on a freaking door sign. So give them something add on. This is what I always tell people.
Absolutely. You know,
go the extra mile.
I've even found sometimes too, I mean, even simple solutions is just offer removals for free. Say, I'm going to use a higher quality material, and if you go with me, I will take the wrap off for free, while they might charge you more. Because if your competitors,
to the vinyl.
well, I was going to say, but if your competitors lowballing you, they're probably using cheap material. So you know what? Let them remove the car. I'm happy for that. You know what I'm saying? So it's interesting. So.
Da ist eine Frage in Deutsch, es steht drin, wie es die Haltbarkeit der Folie und welche.
You put on your glasses, Michael.
Ja, an welchen Stellen machen Sie einen Sinn? Das ist von der Svenja Bleier. Svenja, die Frage ist natürlich sehr, sehr, sehr umfänglich. So I explain this to the expert. Svenja, she would like to know, what can you say about the durability of vinyl, and on what part of a car which vinyl makes sense? I think this is the most asked question. So, and I will answer it in German for a little bit. Die Haltbarkeit der Folie ist natürlich immer ganz genau so lange oder kommt darauf an, welche Qualität der Folie du benutzt. Also ich kann sagen, ich bin jetzt seit rund 15 Jahren kein Werbetechniker mehr, und ich habe aber trotzdem noch Schilder draußen bei uns im Ort, die immer noch genauso glänzen wie am ersten Tag. Warum? Weil ich nicht die billigste Folie genommen habe. Ja, und das war mir einfach auch wichtig. Aber es kommt wirklich auf die Qualität der Folie an und an welchen Stellen welche Folie. Das ist eine Frage, die du definitiv in einer super genialen Schulung bei entweder den Leuten von der GEWA hier in Deutschland hervorragend bekommst, ja, oder halt auch von deinem Folienlieferanten vor Ort. Is there any common answer to that question? Oh, sorry, I just short. You can
jump in a little bit. So on this special course, it's in Deutsch.
Yeah, go ahead.
Special course is in Deutsch. Yeah? Thank you. Also die Sache ist die, je nachdem, natürlich haben wir Folien, wir haben Haltbarkeiten, und wir reden jetzt halt nicht, also wir reden von Haltbarkeiten, nie von Garantien. Das heißt, eine Haltbarkeit setzt eine gute Pflege voraus. Ja, der Hersteller wird jetzt nicht, so jetzt mal die Folie garantiert eine Haltbarkeit von so einer langen Zeit haben, wenn das Fahrzeug nicht gepflegt wird. Und das ist eine ganz wichtige Sache, dass wir den Kunden draußen sensibilisieren müssen darüber, sagen, okay, nur wenn du dein Auto wirklich pflegst, nur wenn du dein Auto auch wäscht und praktisch richtig mit der Folie umgehst, dann hast du auch einen langen Spaß an dem Ganzen. Und das ist ein großes Stück, weil wir denken immer, der Kunde kommt zu uns und sagt, ah gut, ja, er kriegt eine Folie aufs Auto, also brauche ich nicht mehr Ja, der Lack ist geschützt. Brauche ich eigentlich nicht mehr das Auto waschen, so in dem Sinn. Aber das ist ein ganz großer Fehler, weil wir müssen wissen, Folie braucht mehr Pflege als der Lack. Und auch ein Lack, wenn er ungepflegt ist.
Svenja, du siehst, es gibt eine lange Antwort, eine sehr, sehr lange Antwort. Und ich glaube, der Rainer würde sie sehr, sehr gerne beantworten. Ruf ihn einfach an, schreib ihm eine E-Mail und dann wird er sie dir beantworten, weil wir haben einfach nur eine begrenzte Sendezeit.
Wir können nur 10 Minuten, 20 Minuten.
Okay,
That's cool.
Sorry.
So,
Yes, we have more questions.
do you want to answer, Richie? Or
I'm not sure what we've covered.
Oh yeah.
You may have covered everything. I'm not really sure.
No, it's
Well, not
only
only from our side, you know, you're the expert.
Well, okay. But so from a vinyl manufacturer standpoint, what films would you use to wrap different parts of cars? We always look for the best that we can do. So cast films are what we'd always suggest. But on the horizontals, there are laminates now that are polyurethane. And it's a really good idea to look at that so that you can get some more longevity out of your wraps. And especially we've heard a little bit about, you know, global warming and things like that. You know, it's only going to get worse. And it's going to be harder to keep colors vibrant if you've done prints. It's not that you can't wrap a vehicle with calendared film, but you have to know, first of all, what is the customer's expectation? How long is it going to be on the vehicle? And then, of course, how complicated are the curves of the vehicle? So it's not a simple answer that you asked for, Michael, in the sense that there is judgment involved. But typically, cast film is always going to be able to wrap anything on the vehicle. And if you want to get a longer life, you can now with polyurethane laminates.
Absolutely.
I got a question here from Michael.
From yourself?
No, not from myself. I talk to myself every now and then. Yeah, but you're just jealous that you don't hear my voices, right? Okay, so Michael van Rooij, he wants to know, because of the COVID, I'm wrapping less cars than before. It's more chrome delete or any only hood or roof wraps. What can I do to sell more? Well, Michael, from my perspective is you need to be more active. You need to go out there and see what kind of bakery is still open, but they have crappy signs saying that they're still open. You are the one telling the customers, hey, our food is as amazing as before COVID and you should try it out. You have to be the one giving people an inspiration. You have to prove people the return of investment. You can, you need to try to tell them, okay, if you let me wrap your car or do this and this and that, I promise you more customers. That really takes a little bit of effort, communication skills, but this is part of our job. That's what I think. It's your time now because people are thirsty. They really need you. And if you come up with a cool concept, maybe it's not a full wrap you sell, but at least partial wraps with a good message. The message should be on the thing. And I think I can speak for Florian. I know that he did not have any gap in the COVID Corona situation because he went out there and knocked on doors and tell people, hey, I'm still there. I still make the most amazing signs in the world and you need me now. And he proved that. Nice. So that's what I think is a good answer. And the other question I got here.
Let me interject really quick.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
So just, we haven't put it on the schedule yet, and the Wrap Institute Europe has a different website than the wrapinstitute.com, but starting in October, because I'm not teaching workshops so far in America, North America, they got pushed till next year, I'll be doing the first advanced color change workshop / upsell workshop. So in that workshop, I'm not only teaching you how to just do color change advanced stuff, it's also all the things that you can upsell to make money. So I would highly recommend in that, I mean, definitely look out for that workshop if you're in Europe. I highly recommend taking that off and you get 20% off, which is cool. Is knowing to upsell, even if someone comes in for chrome delete or hood wrap, is learn how to just little things like add a ceramic coating for 50 bucks or do little things like that and just kind of build that up. But then also talk about the benefits. I mean, again, if the customer doesn't know, you won't be able to sell that. So this is, again, the more you know, the more you grow, and the more you learn, the more you earn.
Ooh. Got that one. Ich habe noch eine Frage von Niklas. Er fragt, was wir davon halten, dass das Folieren von Fahrzeugen noch kein eigener Beruf ist, sondern laut der Handwerkskammer es bei dem Schilder- und Lichtreklamehersteller einzuordnen ist. So this guy is asking how we like the idea of having the car wrapping section as its own job and not as a part of the sign making group. So I can answer this just from my perspective. Und Niklas, das ist jetzt wirklich nur meine persönliche Einschätzung zu dem Thema und ich weiß nicht, du wirst es vielleicht nicht so sehen. Wir müssen natürlich differenzieren, dass wir in verschiedenen Ländern verschiedene Ausbildungsstandards haben. Und ich glaube, in Deutschland haben wir einen sehr, sehr hohen und hochwertigen Standard in der Ausbildung. Und wenn du die Ausbildung eines Schilder- und Richtreklameherstellers machst, also der Werbetechnik im klassischen Sinne, bekommst du so viel Informationen über die chemischen Zusammensätze, die ganzen physikalischen Zusammenhänge, was den Kleber, was Folie, was Oberflächenstrukturen, Oberflächenspannungen etc. beinhaltet, dass du das Folieren durchaus noch mit dabei lernen kannst, aber nicht andersherum. Und ich glaube, dass die Innung sich deswegen dazu entschieden hat, das nicht zu separieren, weil sie wissen, dass die Ausbildung des Schilder- und Lichtreklameherstellers so hochwertig ist, so vielfältig ist, dass es einfach Sinn macht, das zusammenzulassen. Aber das ist nun meine persönliche Einschätzung. Ich denke, da gibt es viele, viele Meinungen. Aber ich bin froh, dass wir in dem Bereich die Meisterpflicht wieder bekommen haben, um die Qualität, gerade insbesondere in Deutschland, so hoch zu halten, wie, glaube ich, fast überall in der Welt nicht. Und da glaube ich, das ist meine Einschätzung. Ich bin
da voll hinter dir. Und das ist ja genau die Sache. Ich meine, da könnt ihr euch gern auf der Geber informieren und wie wir uns dafür genau einsetzen, für diese Bereiche. Aber es heißt ja nicht, dass ihr nicht stolz darauf sein könnt, was ihr macht und was ihr tut. Das heißt, aber ich denke, es ist auf alle Fälle ein Part und wir waren genau dafür auch, dass es eben wieder ein Teil der Meisterpflicht wird. Und ich denke, es ist einfach das, dass wir die Qualität hochhalten müssen und was in 5, in 6, in 8, in 10 Jahren, wie sich das Ganze entwickelt, ja, seid dahinter und seid einfach mit Freude bei eurer Arbeit dabei. Ja, und dann, ob du da jetzt einen Teil des Berufes mit hast oder nicht, ist eine zweite Sache. Sei stolz drauf.
So, do you guys have any input, or can I go to the next question?
Yeah, go ahead.
So the next question I got was, could you guys say that vinyl car wrapping, it will die, and will PPF take its place? And if you asked me that a year ago, I would say no, color change PPF or PVC film is here to stay, but you know, Rap Institute, we just made the product video for Avery Dennison's Neo Film. It was just black gloss. We were working with GSWF, and they have 17 colors of PPF. We're working with Steck, who has really cool, amazing finishes right now. And I mean, the more I see it, to be honest with you, I do think the industry is really, for color change, is shifting towards PPF. And the reason why is, we talked about longevity and stuff like that. If you do a color change film and you do a gloss black hood and roof, even with the best manufacturer warranty, the horizontal warranty in a zone 1 is maybe 2 years max. Yeah. And if you're, I go to Australia all the time, and you wrap a car with color change, and they're in zone 3, and you basically say your car's going to last 6 months. Here's, you know, and that's $4,000. The customer says no way. Where if you go with PU film, PPF film, a gloss black, and now you're giving them a 5-year horizontal warranty, absolutely. The only problem is, how would you feel, Flo, about wrapping a white BMW with black PPF film?
I saw the videos, yeah, looking great, but I don't want to make the whole car.
No.
So a hood or a roof is very good, but to make the whole car, I think the technique to make the to cover the pieces complete is too complicated and needs too much time, and the material is too expensive. Okay. So nobody will pay 9,000 euro for that.
No, because I mean, I think to make a white car black with PPF would take 7 to 8, 10 days. I mean, it would be really crazy. So I would say the future is PPF color change because of the longer warranty. But the disconnect right now is install time and the amount of labor that goes in. But I think eventually, I think those two will merge. And I would say in 2 or 3 years, you might get an easier PPF style film that could do color change with a longer horizontal warranty. But that's just my opinion. Cool. Michael, do you have any other questions? Or?
I have a question here, a lot of questions, and this is crazy. A lot of people would like to know about this table.
A lot of
and that's really crazy. So this is not an actual Yellotools product. We just built it just for that day, just for this.
And you're giving it to the Rap Institute, right?
No, but the idea behind it, I mean, the components is what you can also already buy at Yellotools. Can you move over that little sleigh a little bit? You know, this is this is for mainly for application film. So this is, you put the application film in here, and then you can roll the application film around it. So, but this is not a Rolls roller. This is not a flatbed laminator table. By far not. This, I mean, in my opinion, the Rolls roller tables are the best in the world, and that's not even a comparison. But for application tape, that's awesome, and that's an already existing product. You can add it to all the tables you have. Our cutting mat, of course, is in here. It's also an existing product you can see on the website. But heck, if you want to have that table,
And the table goes up and down?
oh yeah. We have, of course. I mean, this is a.
Of course. Not sure that's.
Yeah, it's a moving table.
Better.
It's better for
Yeah,
flow.
it's better for you. I think we can all vanish behind this one, so it can goes up and down. Okay, bye baby.
So I think, I mean, based on time and stuff like that, I think what I'd like to do now is end the panel discussion. So thank you all for your questions online, which is super awesome. And I love this interactive feel. So again, throughout the rest of the day, and we have more presentations coming up on the science of adhesive. I'm going to show my mouth technique on the bumper. What else do we got? We got blades, science of blades. We also have
The Wrap You Easy.
the Wrap You Easy on the mirror. So we have lots of cool stuff coming up in efficiency. So based on that, so thank you guys for the time, and thank you again, comments. And what I'd like to do now is, based on the situation, does the cable of the camera move to the back bumper? Are we cool with that, Rainer?
Yeah, this works.
Let's do it. All right, so this is my demo.
Yeah, heck yeah. It's break time for us.
Break time. Right. When you go ready.
Was du kurz ausschalten und anschalten nur mit der Kamera, dann ist der resettet. Einfach nur hier on-off.
Wer ist resettet? Okay.
Now it should go. Give the signal.
Marcos, you're doing a great job.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're good?
Sound is on.
Yes, sir.
So do I sound really good though? Like really good?
You are. And by the way, I am showing now the code.
Oh, codes. Okay. So for those of you who are just tuning in, and I know we started the event at 1 p.m. Central European time, so a lot of people in North America were asleep, maybe in Australia. So what we have is we have special discount codes for this special live event at Yellotools with the Wrap Institute. So you get 10% off Yellotools tools today through Wednesday, and the same for the Wrap Institute. You get 15% off an annual membership, whether 1 year or 2 years, and you get 20% off the hands-on workshops that are taking place in Munich. So again, you can check out the codes on the screen right now, and those are, again, good till Wednesday, so take advantage of those. But this whole event is free, which is super awesome, and we have a lot of great demos so far. This particular demo is close to my heart because it involves wrapping cars and not overstretching the film. So basically at this point, and we're going to come right over here now, is Michael was kind enough to get a M4 yesterday, and it was really sad that he had to drive it on the Autobahn like at, what, 250 kilometers an hour, just poor Michael. So the idea right now is this car we particularly chose because it has some unique features to it, especially when you're wrapping the bumper. So we got the, what was that for?
So.
Okay, So basically at this point, we have this bumper. Okay, why is this a challenging bumper right now? And it's a challenging bumper because you can go right if you want to go there. So basically at this point is this bumper is pretty tricky because you got a lot of deep recessed areas right here. You got a lot of curves. And you got this giant scoop on the back. So earlier in the day, if you paid attention to one of the demos that Reiner and I did, we talked about stretch with PVC films. And if you stretch it, it has memory. So if you take the material past 10% in many cases, what it's going to do is it's going to shrink and fail and pop out. So in this case right now, I would highly recommend, if you're wrapping this bumper, and I've never wrapped this bumper before, is taking a scrap and placing it over here and really just seeing where the material stretches, where you can hide inlays and overlays. Because, Reiner, what do you think the chance of wrapping this bumper in one piece is?
It's really critical. I don't want to do this.
No, I don't want to do it either. But where's a common failure point too is here as well as here. So basically the idea of how I kind of learned how to wrap these areas better, and it happened about in the last year or so, is just changing the way I called them, all right? So a lot of these times I just called these scoops or deep areas or recessed areas. And then one day I started calling them mouths. Because oftentimes when you wrap something, if you go two corners, you get wrinkles, all right? But oftentimes on areas where it's the opposite of, let's say, a corner, is the material is going to bridge over there and have just as much tension as a wrinkle. If it bridges over really, really tight and you try to push it in, it's going to fail. So in many cases, on a corner like this, you want to work away from, but on sections that are inverted from a corner or kind of like shaped like a mouth, you want to take the material to there. Because basically when you're hungry, what do you want to do? Eat. So basically these areas right here, and especially this one, this is actually quite hungry, and you want to feed it wrinkles. You want to feed it material. So this is a technique that I'm going to show now. So basically right now, on the Wrap Institute, what I always talk about is having yo-yo moments, right? So that sometimes you want an extra set of hands to help you just kind of just for a few seconds to make it easier to wrap. So if I'm wrapping this bumper right now and Reiner's doing his thing, I say, yo-yo. So basically, Reiner, you're going to jump over here, and we're going to take the backing paper off, and we're just going to pull it off and go what I call cowboy. Cool. Wait, Marcus, is this the right bumper piece, or was this smaller, or was this good? This is the right size?
No, it doesn't cover everything.
But you got this one, this was bigger, yeah? This is the big one, yeah?
Yeah, I think so.
So Reiner, are you going to do this again? No, I think we're good here.
Yeah.
So, because I just want to show a proper piece on a bumper right now. So you can just drop it right now, drop it like it's hot. And we're going to go live right now with this. So this is much bigger. It's cool. Rock and roll. So Reiner, why don't you back it out? If you guys want to grab this backing paper with that. So what Reiner and I are going to do is just kind of take the material. All right, we're going to bridge it across. And do you have enough material to wrap all the way to the...
Yeah, no.
Okay, cool. So we have just enough top, just enough bottom. Cool. All right. So what I want to show right now is basically reading the wrinkles, reading the shape. So I'm going to grab my squeegee right here. All right. So I'm going to lock it in on the flat part right to here, but I'm not going to do the recessed areas. We're just going to kind of give the material as much space as possible. Now basically what I want to do is, why don't you just walk it around and just touch it on the side. Just let it, no tension, no nothing. Bam. Cool. So we talked earlier in the demo today about kind of reading wrinkles, reading tension. So what I want to do right now is, right here, there's no tension on the material. And right here though, there's a ton of tension right here and here on the corners. Now what I taught for years on the Wrap Institute was taking heat now and stretching the material in a triangle shape. So triangles to get around the corners. And that really worked for here, but the problem is by taking the material here and stretching all the way around the corner, right here it would take all the tension that was here, all the material here, and stretch it out. So over the area where you needed to take the material, there wouldn't be much. So you'd overstretch it. Interesting. So we've changed the technique, and here I want to feed it through a technique I call circle of wrinkles. So what Reiner's going to do, he's going to pick the material back up. And now, instead of using heat right now, okay, Reiner and I are actually going to pull the material down low to the bottom corner. So keep on going around right there, Reiner. Pull a little hard. So right now the focus is going to be a little hard right to there. Switch your hands and cool. We'll switch it right to there. So basically what we did now is we didn't take the material too far, and we took it right to here. And now we actually kind of are hooking the bottom corner right to there. So what we'll do now is this. We'll pick it back up right to here. And then Reiner and I are going to pull to the bottom corner. So I hook it to here now. And now instead of stretching this way, you can see the shape of the wrinkles, the triangles. we're actually not going to take the material here, we're actually going to take it to the bottom corner. So Reiner wants you to pull low. I'm going to lock it in right to there. Oh, pick it up one more time. Cool. And we lock it right there at the corner, right at the base. What I like about this now is instead of stretching the material this way, we've actually kind of hooked it here and hooked it here. So we've hooked the corners, which I always like to do. It's what I call making a bed logic. So once we've hit this now, what's nice about it is there's very little tension down here. Right now it's just cold chilling. But where's all the tension building? Right up here. So what Reiner's going to do is he's going to grab this upper corner here. I'm going to loosen it. And now what we're going to do is we're going to pull this corner right to there. Cool. So what I like about this is when I first started wrapping cars back in the day, I used to stretch the material and I used to get a lot of tension in the wheel well where I'd get a lot of failure. But because we haven't taken any heat right now, we've hooked here and here, there's zero tension right there, which is cool. Now the problem is you might be like, well, all that tension now is here. That's the bad thing, right? Well, not if you're trying to feed them out. So right now you can already see, look how much, there's no material here. So right now this is what I call, glass. And glass, for the most part, you want to avoid on a hood because if you have wrinkles on a hood, it's not easy to wrap, right? But the deal is right now, if I try to push this in now, too much tension. So where am I going to get material? From the corners. So we're going to pick it up right to here. We're going to pick it up nice and high. And we're going to pull to this corner, nice and easy. And once we pull it to here now we're going to take this section now, and we haven't squeezed it yet, and I'm going to stand here and I'm going to pull the material nice and clean. Now we're stretching the material right to this section here. Cool. We take it right to the top, and now, look how much different this area looks now. This is actually what you want to see in the top of the bumper. By shifting the material and kind of doing that what I call circle of wrinkles, now all the wrinkles are here, and it becomes super easy. But before I take it in right now, I'm going to, kind of sounds crazy, I'm going to squeegee, okay? Because what we really haven't done yet is squeegee the material on the car. And what we haven't used also is heat. And we haven't used heat now because we didn't want to stretch the film. So now normally I would take the material out this way, toss it out to here, cool. I take the material down this way, and I'm squeegeeing on the flat section here. So I do this side, now I come down to here, and relax the material right to here. We'll come back to this in a second. And then I'm going to focus on this area right here. So again, using the glove, and this glove again comes from Yellotools, and what's nice about it is I don't need soap and water. It's made with special fabric right now that slides and glides over the surface. This is always a tricky bit here, so I'm going to take some time and get that air out, get that air shifting to the side now, kind of spreading the material out. And again, what I want to do is kind of let that air kind of get around this corner. And once I do that now, I can squeegee right on this top ridge here, and then squeegee the material down. So, for those of you watching right now, watching me do this, I highly recommend making a comment if you have any questions about the technique and what I'm doing right now, and we'll definitely try to answer it during the demo live. And what I'm doing now is I'm taking my glove, and it's what a technique I call the palm. And by kind of forming the material into the recessed areas now, I can take it into here, squeeze it right on the side, and now everything's locked in, loaded. The last area I squeegee right now, and then here, this bottom section, I push the material up, nice and easy, so it goes in, cool, lock it down, and done. So now this section is squeegeed on, finish up the top right here, pick it up, and what I love about this technique that I've just been showing right now is not only does it relax the material easily around the bumper, right, but what it also does is avoids adhesive lines. A lot of people today are struggling with adhesive lines because they work the material two difficult sections like by picking up and squeegeeing like this. But what I'm doing right now is I'm basically squeegeeing large areas with one squeegee stroke. Super cool. I do this with one squeegee stroke, and that eliminates adhesive lines tremendously. And that's, again, what we try to teach on the Wrap Institute a lot, is how to find that combination of quality, durability, and efficiency. And I definitely think you could do it with the right tools and the right material. And look at Reiner right now. What does Reiner have? Is heat gun. Reiner, why do you have a heat gun?
To relax the material.
Yep. So what's interesting is what I've been pushing on the Wrap Institute for a long time now is I don't really use heat to stretch, I use heat to relax, which is cool. So we all like to be relaxed, okay? So right now what I want to do is I want to get the material to the edge right now. And I'm going to take the material all the way to the edge, and I round it and set up nice and clean. And the trick with this now is really making sure the material just gets past the edge. So I don't want any tension that's going to come back on the main face right now. But what Reiner and I did, and the reality of wrapping is, I did stretch it. So right now the material says right now, I'm not super happy. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to kiss it with heat, pick it up nice and high, and I give it a kiss of heat now. And what that does is it relaxes the material back right on this critical edge. And in this case right now, I'm just going to lick a little bit. Let's just put a little Justin juice on there. And I'm going to lick it, slide it, and now I take it right to the edge. Boom. So now I take it to the edge by kissing it with heat, triggers the memory. Now watch what I do here. Now earlier, back in the day, if I would have stretched the material super far right now, maybe the camera guy, if you want to come on over here, all right? So right here, what I used to do back in the day is I used to take the material, bridge it, and really push it in. But watch what I do. I give it a kiss of heat to relax it right at the beginning, and I'm going to set my squeegee there. I'm going to take the material just past the edge to here. Now this is a very common section where people get a lot of adhesive lines. So watch what I do. I take the material, I give it a bit of what I call the shimmy, give it a shake, and what I'm going to do now is I'm actually going to spread the material out and keep it low and flat. So notice my fingers right now, that I'm keeping that material super wide and keeping it as flat to the surface as possible. And the reason why I'm keeping it flat to the surface is, the flatter I keep it to the surface, the less adhesive lines I get. And I'm using my glove now, because I found that if I use my glove, it actually kind of keeps those adhesive lines down as well. But basically, I use heat at the beginning to relax it, and I'm using my fingers now to spread the tension out and just really focus on this area right here. And look how far I'm going without having to use heat. And the reason why is because I fed it with all the tension that was building up on the other side. Super cool. So this area that I used to kind of fight right now is now becoming super easy because I have that technique of knowing the material, knowing how to stretch it, and then here right now I'm just going to come with the squeegee one more time, pick the material up, and I'm going to just kind of slice it right to the edge in one shot. And now, cool. And then I would just continue right to here. So here I can pick it up. I see tension on the edge, and normally I would do the middle section first, but right here, this is nice and yummy and stress-free. I see some tension right there. Pay attention to tension. It's one of the phrases on the wrapping suit we talk about a lot. Give it a kiss of heat, let it cool, give it a little shimmy, take it past that recessed area right there. I'm going to get right to there. Once it's passed to this point now, I'm actually going to shoot for the corner. So I can tuck it into here. Once that's set now, I can spread this tension out, shoot to the corner, pick it up, blast this out, and now I can take that tension down into here. So I'm feeding the material constantly as far as I go. And again, this is just a demo, but the main thing I want to show here now is by taking the material all the way to this point now, spreading it out, taking it in here. Normally this rubber would come out, I'd kiss the heat and relax it in. But the main point is right here now, zero tension, everything's good. Even this little kind of point right around the corner now, I've got the corner covered, got the material up here, and it's nice and clean with no tension up here. Rock and roll. Awesome stuff. So again, by taking the material, doing that kind of circle of wrinkle technique, the edges are nice and clean. We kind of come over here. If I look on this edge right here, no tension. If I look down here, no tension. At the bottom now, I see a little bit of tension, so what do I want to do? Kind of hook the corner, and before I take it too far underneath the car, let the material just kind of hang out loose, and I get it a kiss of heat, and shrink it down. Cool. So the material goes under here. I take it under the 1 centimeter, about a 1/4 inch. Everything's nice and relaxed. Good to go. Super cool. So relaxed edges, relaxed edges, all three, and that top section is down nice and smooth. Super cool. And the last thing I want to bring up before we go on to the next demo now is here. So what's interesting is, by pulling here without heat, what happened right here? Okay, there's pretty much zero tension in this material because we didn't use any heat, hooked the corner, and actually a lot of material built up here. It's actually kind of good. So beforehand, and again, this was way too complicated for a demo during a live session, is I would have done inlays and overlays here, but my main point is by setting the inlays up in this section here, and by keeping a kiss of heat right now, in a way, by not pulling, like stretching over here and kind of letting wrinkles build up, I pick it up and let it shrink under here, and that actually gets me much farther ahead in doing inlays and overlays on this tricky section. So that's this technique of kind of not overstretching the material here and letting it actually kind of collapse into areas and feeding the mouth type areas, you can actually wrap bumpers way more successfully. And that's definitely the name of the game, because if I can wrap a whole bumper without heat, and that video's on the Wrap Institute, wow, super cool, because it doesn't fail over time and actually makes it much faster. And that's definitely the name of the game. So if you have any questions about this, or you want to see deeper techniques on bumpers and stuff like that, I highly recommend getting a membership on the Wrap Institute and checking that out. So super cool. So based on that now, what I'd like to do is kind of shift gears right now and go back to one of my favorite new series on the Wrap Institute, and it's called TWI Science of Wrapping. And from there, think about it. I stretched the material, got it on nice and clean. In this point, I feel like it's nice and relaxed, but the customer wants this to stay on for 3 years, and when it comes off, they want it to come off clean with no adhesive residue left behind. Interesting. So there's some manufacturers that you've worked with maybe before where you've taken the wrap off and it's left 90% adhesive on the card. Or you've stretched it and it's gotten to those points, but it failed, and not because you did something wrong, it's because you had the wrong adhesive. Cool. So from that now, I want to go deep. I want to do a deep dive in terms of what you need to think about in terms of adhesive, because if you get that right formula, we can be super successful. So again, I hope you picked up some tips and tricks on this. And what I'd like to do is now shift to Ritchie Daize from ARLON, and we'll go to it. So let's take a quick little break. Set up Ritchie. We're good to go. Let's do it. Oh, good. Okay. You are cool, Marcos. All right, everyone, we are ready for our next demo, and this is the Wrap Institute live event at Yellotools in Windeck, Germany. And again, it's been a huge honor to be here. Great demos so far. The energy at Yellotools is always just super exciting to walk into because everyone's super passionate about learning, making great tools. So our next demo for me, it might sound boring right off the bat, but I don't think so. For me, if you know a lot about adhesives, it makes you such a better installer, whether you're tint, PPF, color change, full print. Just mastering that logic can just open up the doors to profits and getting that high workflow. So we're joined by Ritchie Daize from ARLON.
Hi, how are you?
And so Ritchie, how long have you been in the industry now?
Oh man, 28 years.
28 years. And did you start, how did you get into it?
Well, working in a sign shop.
Okay.
You know, and it was all hand painting stuff. So sign writing.
Yep.
And I happened to be the kid that came along when plotters came along, kind of thing. And so I helped them transition from painting to plotting and really liked the installation part.
Okay.
I just seemed to get it or something and really loved it. So
Nice.
stayed with it.
And then you transitioned to ARLON a few years ago?
Yeah, so 13 years ago.
Okay.
Yep, so I had a wrap business for, well, I shouldn't say that, it's an installation business.
Okay.
We weren't doing a whole ton of, full wraps back then, but it was installation. I started doing some training with ARLON,
Nice.
really liked their product.
Okay.
And they said, hey, why don't you come on board?
Cool.
Awesome decision.
Awesome.
Loved it.
And your role at ARLON is interesting. It's multifaceted.
Yeah, it is. So, so solutions manager, technical solutions manager is my, role. And what I do is we try to go into, see a customer,
Okay.
and figure out what is the best solution for what they're trying to do with a pressure sensitive film.
Nice.
And sometimes that is, maybe we need to develop something new.
Okay.
Sometimes it is, it's our brand or not, it's what can we do to make you more efficient. And that's, I love that part of it, because you know that you're making a difference when you go in.
Actually, and what we're kind of leading into, which is interesting, is a lot of people when they spec jobs or do jobs, they think calendar or cast.
Yeah.
They think, and it's a pretty simple solution, whether it's short-term or long-term. You know? But what I think is a very important equation that gets skipped a lot, especially when you do large-scale jobs, whether fleets or large scale jobs on buildings and stuff like that, is getting the right setup in terms of adhesive. Okay? That's really overlooked. So that's what we really want to focus on now. So
Right.
Basic knowledge about adhesives. What are the things that you need to know about or should think about?
Well, it's how's the adhesive going to react in the environment, or with the technique, or the substrate that you want to cover it with. So, I could go on for hours about that. So we're just really going to try to shorten it up a little bit and sort of take you inside the way we think when we're designing adhesives. Okay. And also what you feel and see in an adhesive, or what you might think you feel and see, it may not tell the whole story. So what we're going to try to do is maybe do, like you mentioned over there, a little bit of a deep dive to say there's more to the story than what it feels like when it comes out of the box.
Interesting. Okay. So so what are the top 3 things, or what do you want to focus on now?
Yeah. Okay. So first of all, we're just going to talk about ultimate bond, and then also initial tack. Can you tell one by knowing what the other one is? And we're also going to talk a little bit about temperature. And how does temperature play with an adhesive? I call it the thermal history. So, you start your wrap, and what does temperature do throughout the application and then beyond. And then the third thing I thought we would talk about would be different adhesive technologies. So, you have some brands that are putting inhibitors in adhesives, which is a really neat way of helping installers. Okay. And then there are also topography-based adhesives, which I know it sounds complicated, but we'll get right into it. So,
what are the common terms that are really important for the viewers to understand at this point in terms of?
So we're going to be talking about peel, which is the strength, the amount of force that it takes to lift vinyl off, so you can tell how strong the adhesive is going to adhere. Okay. We're going to be talking also about ultimate adhesion, so where does it get to? In the end, we're going to be talking about initial tack. Okay. So, and I'm going to try to put something up here that's going to also help the German audience as well.
Let's do it.
So,
okay.
Yeah. All right. So first of all, what I wanted to do is just hand you this film, and let's say that we were that you had never worked with this film before. Okay. And what is the first thing that the first impression that you get? And I don't mean of this particular film, but as an installer, if you're thinking about, do I want to really wrap this vehicle with this film, and you peel it back?
Well, it depends. I mean, basically at this point, and this, I mean, obviously you're watching at home, but if I peel this right now, the adhesive's matte finish and is very, very low tack. So if I was wrapping a car right now, I would be extremely wary about wrapping a car with it.
Okay, so this is our little PowerPoint. I kind of tried to put together. We're going to do it with just a very few slides, but initial tack.
Yeah, I would say this initial tack is extremely low. It almost feels dry.
Right, and regardless of the brand, it's not important. We're not talking about brand right now. We're just talking about the concept of adhesive. So your initial tack is really low. Yeah. But does that mean that the ultimate bond is also low?
See, my first reaction, if I didn't know anything about adhesives, I would be like, there's no way I'm putting this on a car and I'm not going to buy it.
Right, because I can't trust it because of the way it feels initially,
Yeah.
right? So you asked about some terms, peel, this is our German side, and then shear, which is also the sliding forces that it takes. So in other words, how hard or how soft is the adhesive. That's a really big part in designing an adhesive for a specific job.
Interesting.
So you could have taken a piece of vinyl, you could have printed it, loved the way it printed, got a great price for it, and then as soon as you touch it with your hand, it's a new first impression. So that's how important adhesives are. And when we design products, how important it is for us to get this message out.
Okay. And some, I mean, if you just cut vinyl, super high initial tack.
Right.
And some brands are just really, really crazy, and some brands are super, super low.
So the next slide, exactly what Justin just said. And here's how I'd like to sort of demonstrate that for you. So if you were to take a wall graphic, for example, so like you said, or a cut film, where you know that for the adhesive to wet out and get into the deep channels of a wall or of a textured surface, you're going to need a pretty soft adhesive. Okay. So if you were to peel that back, just like you did here, you're going to be somewhere up here. So the peel, it's going to feel pretty high, but the ultimate bond is something like this. So time-wise, it's going to get there pretty quick. Okay. So I think it's an easy mistake to make, to peel back the liner and think this impression that I have, because we're kind of used to that. Cut graphics have been around forever. Wall graphics, these type of floor graphics with high tack, initially, well, they bond up pretty quickly. Yeah. But then, what about films that are completely different? So let's grab your green one here.
Well, I think a good story to that is when I first started wrapping in 1996, back in the day.
Yeah.
So basically, pretty much everything I wrapped, it was either game on or as soon as it touched the surface, whether I was wrapping a car wall or window, I mean, it was just on or, it was totally different install process.
Right.
Over the years, the material really started changing, super aggressive or no tech at all.
Right. So the challenge for vinyl manufacturers over the last, let's call it 20 years, has been we don't want this for wrapping a vehicle because we have to reposition.
Yeah, too high.
Way too high. So we want to start here, but what we also do want to do is we want to end up here because we want to stay on the vehicle for X amount of time. Right. So knowing this expectation, this graph just shows that you can have a low initial tack and end with a high ultimate bond. And that's what I would consider the perfect wrap film would be able to fulfill something like this.
Okay. But then what keeps it from, what's interesting now is what keeps it from getting to that.
So how do we do it, right? Because all of these sort of simplistic adhesives they start out really tacky and they get a little tackier, and fair enough, but that's what you call the science of adhesive. All right, so there are a couple of things that play into this. One of them is going to take the next slide, which is temperature. Okay. And this is really critical to understand. So, graph looks very similar, except that this is temperature instead of peel. So time and temperature are the two critical factors, really, in how do you get a successful wrap to install well, so that you can be efficient in the application process, you can make money, but then also that it's going to hang out for as long as you need it to. So let's start at 72 degrees or 21 degrees Celsius, and say that right at the beginning, this sort of curve is not any particular brand, it is just a baseline. Okay. So saying that at room temperature, which is really where the adhesives are yeah, maybe I should start.
No, but I'm just saying, like right now, just for the viewers, this is, let's say you're installing at 65 degrees or it's like 20 Celsius, perfect temperature. Yeah. Okay. This is you're installing here, it starts off here, and eventually after 24 hours it gets to the peak. Cool.
Could be 24 hours. And that's really cool that you threw that in there, though, because it really, it's not just 24 hours. Okay. So one brand, it might be 24 hours. One brand, it might be 7 days. Wow. It literally can change that much. Okay. So even just at 72 degrees, so the temperature staying the same. And the reason for that is if you have a topography adhesive, which can wet out, which is like flowing out, so that will flow really quickly, yeah, you might be able to get there in 24 hours. Right. But if you have maybe some inhibitors that have to be absorbed into the adhesive, how long does that take at 72 hours? Or, sorry, 72 degrees or 21 degrees Celsius. Okay. So time and temperature, it's definitely a balance of those things. So what I love about this, and I'm gonna draw two other lines. What I love about the effects of temperature on adhesive is that you are in complete control of it. Okay? So yeah, so we give you this thing, which is, hey, make it all perfect. This thing's, you're gonna rock with this, and you know exactly what to expect. But this is where you could get into some trouble. So let's keep the temperature lower. So if we have a low temperature application, and this could possibly, if I had enough room, it could meet this standard.
But it's going to take 6 months.
Or not.
Or not.
Right? Yeah. And so 6 months is probably in most places of the world going to get you through a couple of seasons. But think about this. If whatever this line would be, but I'm going to guess that it's somewhere around 47 or that's Fahrenheit, and it's going to be somewhere around 11 degrees Celsius. So right around this line, most adhesives are actually just going to sit there and hang out. So does that mean that 47 to 55 degrees, which is kind of the cold zone, not many people want to install in that, does it mean you cannot fit an installation? No, not at all. But you're going to have to introduce heat. So now you're in control of it. So you can also do the exact opposite thing and say, wait a minute, so if I'm in control of it, let's say my shop happens to fall, oops, you got another, I don't know if you have a red one there. Bam! Yeah, you do. All right, so if your shop happens to be sitting right around here, which is, what did you say, 65 degrees is kind of perfect. So that's going to be somewhere, I don't know, around 16 degrees. So if this is the case, you can still, with post heating, you can still take this just like this. Now, does that mean you have to post heat the entire vehicle? Well, if I want this, and if I know I have to hit this ultimate bond, then the answer is the more surface area on that vehicle you post heat, well, you are going to be more sure that you're going to get that, right? And I love, there's a video I watched of you doing a hood, and you're like, you know what? I'm going over this whole thing with a heat gun, and it was, you know, brand X. It wasn't ARLON film, so I'm not saying this for ARLON. It's just you doing your job. And you went and actually post-heated the whole thing, and you got two benefits out of it. One, if there were any air bubbles left, they grew, right? So second thing was, though, that adhesive got turned on. So if you think about adhesive, it's kind of like it's a bit lazy. It doesn't really work until you kind of give it a bit of a nudge. So as soon as you give it a nudge with this temperature, oh, the thing is, it can't say no to you. It has to flow out. All right, so do you want to post heat the entire vehicle? Well, you should waive, you don't want, but you know what, I watched you do the hood. And I can't remember exactly, but I don't think it added more than 45 seconds to a minute for the hood alone for you to post heat it. So it's what is it, 8 minutes or 9 minutes? And I watch installers fight with so many other things that take longer in a wrap, but they don't want to take that time. So this is the beautiful thing about this is how you get there, is that it is in your control to do. Now look at this line as well. And this is what's so impressive about temperature and adhesives. The person who lives where I do in Canada, who, you know, came to their shop in the morning, had the heat maybe turned down overnight, it hasn't gotten up here yet. If you're even wrapping at this temperature, leave it alone, you get this. But you can make this happen.
You have questions?
Okay, we have questions. That's excellent. So you can, even at this lower temperature, we can still get ourselves well on the way to our ultimate bond by post heating. So yes, we want to post heat in the situations where you've put a little extra stress. We also want to post heat to get the adhesive to take the contour of the paint, to make more contact and tack up. We also want it to get to its ultimate bond, for sure. But what it can also do is take a situation where your temperature's not perfect, and it can make it okay. And you still have a successful wrap.
Which I think is really, and so this is great information so far. And the last thing I want to talk about before we talk about the next stage is shear. Because I think one thing that, you know, I think is really interesting is, you know, sometimes, like, I've been wrapping for a long time. And sometimes I get a film that has a super high initial tack, but it's removable. But then I get one that has is a permanent adhesive that doesn't have, you know, so it can really vary. So it doesn't mean that if it's super high tack, it means it's long term. So that can really vary, because a lot of times I've done jobs where it's the short-term install, you just want to be on for 30 days and whip off.
Right.
So what's the story behind that?
So the harder, so shear, let's try to break that down, because that's the hardest, I think, concept to understand in everything that we're talking about. So shear is the amount of force it would take you to slide that adhesive. So think about if you had a piece of vinyl and adhesive, and how hard would you have to pull it to actually get it to slide sideways on the adhesive? You think, wait a minute, that's never possible. Oh yeah, it is. Try it with some wall graphics. Okay, so if you go and get some, I don't know, I just know ARLON stuff the easiest. So if you go get some DPF 8000, which is like flypaper, it sticks to anything. Well, you could actually move the vinyl across the surface of the adhesive because the shear is so low. So it's a soft adhesive. Okay, so but why would you make a film like that? Well, because it is so soft, it will literally go into every nook and cranny on a wall. There's a wall right out here that proves it, that's been out for 8 years, well anchored, because the adhesive was that soft. Okay, so you mentioned, but it feels really tacky. Of course it does, but then there are some changeable films or films that will come off of glass really easy. You told me a story one time we were driving and you said, man, and we'll just give the quick,
Well, real world, I always like to, everything on the Rap Institute, I like to kind of combine it to real world situations. So years ago, I was asked by Michael.
Can I jump in real quick?
Of course.
Okay. So, nochmal für unsere deutschen Kunden. Das ist für euch natürlich jetzt ein ganz kleines bisschen schwierig zu verstehen und vielleicht auch nicht ganz so einfach nachzuvollziehen. Wir versprechen euch, dass wir alles daran setzen werden, dass ARLON und das Rap Institut mit dem Rainer diese Geschichten auch auf Deutsch macht. Es ist natürlich eine super, super interessante Sache, mal herauszufinden, was Scherkräfte sind, was Zugkräfte sind, was die Zeit anbelangt, wie heiß man etwas macht, wie lange man etwas drücken muss, um gewisse Dinge zu erfüllen. Wir versuchen das alles irgendwie mal auf Papier zu bringen, beziehungsweise wenn euch das interessiert, dann mailt uns bitte und dann versuchen wir euch an die deutschen Kolleginnen und Kollegen von ARLON oder von halt eben anderen Sachen beizugeben.
But also, das ist einfach. As of August 1st, just so you know, for the German, French, and Spanish people, all the videos on the Rap Institute are in German, so with German subtitles. So we'll have this in subtitles.
Also ab Anfang, when is that?
As of August 1st.
Okay. Also ihr werdet jetzt auch in Zukunft alle Rap-Institut-Sachen mit deutschen Untertiteln haben und Spanisch und viele andere Dinge. Aber das ist nochmal am Rande. Das hier ist eine super interessante Sache. Wir sind super happy, dass wir den Ritchie hier nach Deutschland holen konnten. Und wir werden darüber sprechen. Wir werden euch auf jeden Fall mit den deutschen Informationen versorgen. Wenn ihr die haben wollt, dann schreibt uns bitte an. Und wir werden alles Menschenmögliche tun, das zu machen. Sorry to interrupt that. I think
I'll have to get better at my German, clearly.
Ja, er muss also sein Deutsch auf jeden Fall mal ein bisschen was verbessern. Danke euch.
Maybe someday.
So based on that, so the idea is, and I think this kind of plays into the next segment as well, but I was wrapping this Windows at Apple, and they had the material set up and they spec'd the job in October, but then when they finally got to do the job, it was February, and they knew that it was going to be 20 degrees outside, or super, super cold. So at the last minute, they actually switched brands, and they had the same face stock, but they actually changed adhesive because it was special for Apple.
Right.
And so they chose an adhesive that could bond at low temperature, but still remove and stuff like that. So it was a great combination. And even for fleet, I did 1,200 cars, and I did the exact same thing because the cars were being wrapped in the wintertime, and they were going to be immediately taken outside. They didn't have the chance or time to have it get up to the right temperature, and they didn't have time to post-heat all those edges because he had to get 50 cars out a week. So they chose a different adhesive based on that in that combination. So that's why, adhesive is extremely important. So based on all that, what I think is interesting is the next segment, for sure.
Yeah, about the inhibitors versus.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, just about shear though, real quick.
Okay.
So even though you have a low shear adhesive, that doesn't mean it's going to have a high ultimate bond at all.
Right.
It just means that it almost has a neutral bond. So what you are experiencing out there in the cold, because it was so low, the shear, it felt tacky at low temperatures, really cool adhesives, but then even on the hottest day, it wouldn't really get more than 3 pounds because that adhesive was designed to have a low ultimate bond. Yeah. It so happened though, anytime you do that, you're going to have the same bond when you peel the liner off.
Yeah.
So you can have both. So it's why you need to understand adhesive a little bit to make the right decision for the job.
Exactly. exactly.
All right.
So the next segment is very interesting.
It's about inhibitors and topography base.
And this plays into the next. Someone had a great question online, which I'll get to in a second. Spiro. So we got this set up. So once we have this here, aha.
So to get started, so inhibitor based, and we're talking about placeholders. So some adhesive systems on certain brands will actually have something that holds, it's a placeholder to hold the adhesive away from the surface of the vehicle to make it a little bit easier for you to slide it. So I don't know if, thank you. Cheers. I don't know if, so we can either slides, let me see if I get them all right. Slides, floats, glides, you know, we're hearing all of these terms out there, but basically we wanted to have a low initial tack.
Yep.
So one way of doing that is to put a placeholder that will come out of the adhesive a little bit so that it stops it from making contact. So it's an inhibitor. Or you can have a topography. And what we mean by that is really just the surface structure. So you can look at these two adhesives, and here's a very common, everyone has seen this, which is just air egress in general. So you have channels, and it stops some of the adhesive from making contact. But this is still going to be pretty tacky, to be honest, when it makes contact, because look at the percentage of adhesive that is touching. And then the latest innovation right now is something that looks like this. So if you look at all the little wee points, and this is a very generous drawing because normally they're just, you can't see them. This adhesive will look matte when you hold it. So it was what you were looking at right there. So all of these little points, they're holding the vinyl, the main body of the adhesive away from the surface. And in fact, something like this is about 45% contact at best. And this is 25% contact. So much, much lower. Where here, you're somewhere around 65 to 75% contact. So you could actually have the same exact shear. You could have the same ultimate bond for all three of these. Right. And they would feel completely different when you install them. Yeah. That initial first peel. So what's the benefits or you know, where do we find ourselves in these? I don't know what the question was that you had for me, or do I need to keep going before we get to the question?
Well, just for the viewers out there, so to kind of put it in terms of connecting to kind of what you do on an everyday basis. So again, in 1999, I'm in New York City, and I get handed the first roll of the 3M film that had Control Tack and Comply. Right. And what was Control Tack is this first film that had these physical structures that kept the adhesive from touching, which made the film slidable. Holy crap, this was great. Yep. Cool. So then, you know, Avery Dennison came out with that as well with their RS feature. So 3M and Avery had slidable material due to these physical structures. And then 2016, 2017, ARLON was the first to introduce it in the market, which was this. So this is topography-based slidability, which is interesting. Right. So anyone who's wrapped a car, color change, for example. Yeah. You do a matte black car and the customer wants stripes, you put stripes on and they drive out and the stripes fly off on the freeway. Why? Well, because the matte surface has a low surface energy. But if you flip that onto the adhesive, that's essentially what this is. Yeah. So now the adhesive has a matte finish, which makes it slidable, and then it eventually sticks because, why?
Okay, and that's the magic behind it, right? So we had to get the shear of the adhesive just right. Right. The tricky part about the shear, the softness or the hardness of the adhesive is we still want that high ultimate bond. So you have to have a fairly high shear adhesive. Right. And it's very difficult in a situation like this for these big chunks, if you will, big large pieces of adhesive to smooth out, to flow out.
It's too hard. So basically, you know, you have to think of, you know, these deep channels in the material. That's still, it doesn't allow that adhesive in these channels won't eventually touch, so it's kind of weak. Right. But if you make them smaller.
Right. So if you think about water and ice, so if I gave you a bucket of ice cubes, and I gave you a block of ice, and I said, I want to make the most contact with cement on a hot day, which bucket would you kick over first? You would kick over the ice cubes, of course, because they're broken up and they have more surface area that can melt quicker. So, same adhesive maybe, but just by having the structures with so much more surface area, they can react to heat faster. which means actually this same adhesive, this one will come to ultimate bond within our situation literally in less than a minute with heat and pressure, a post-heat.
And that becomes the question. So the question was,
okay, fair enough.
Again, so it's a perfect segue and it builds into it. So the question was then, this comes from Spiro, and the question was, actually, let me go back to it. Was it from, I got it here. So basically then, what is the difference then? Oh, here it is, Spiro. Is basically what is the difference between pressure activated and pressure sensitive?
Oh yeah, okay.
Because basically the idea is then what you're thinking of, and so anyone who's done matte black film, and use a torch if you're stupid, okay? But I've done. But
again, get the situation.
But if you take a torch or you take high heat to matte film, what it does is gloss. And in some ways it's good because if you want to put stripes on, you can actually gloss the matte.
Gloss it out.
And it sticks because gloss film has a higher surface energy.
Right.
So the idea then, again, reverse that logic for this type of adhesive. If you add heat, what is it doing is essentially it's kind of glossing the matte finish in a way.
Right.
It's making it wet out.
That's right.
Okay.
That's exactly what it is.
Right. So that's the logic that you want to have. So does that make it pressure sensitive or pressure activated?
That's a really tricky question because when we think about pressure activated, and I hope I don't speak out of turn for any other brand, but this is my understanding of it. Okay. So pressure activated, the adhesive itself isn't activated in a chemical way by pressure. It's not like you are going to burst open a bubble, which makes a chemical reaction, and now it's tacky.
Got it.
You get what I mean, right? Okay, so pressure activated literally just means we got to get these guys up in here so that this adhesive can find the surface. And then it's a certain amount of time and temperature on that graph I made that is going to make an acceptable amount of this, right? Okay, so this is a pressure activated adhesive, although the adhesive really doesn't change chemically. But pressure sensitive simply means that the way to make contact with the substrate is just with pressure. To make contact. That's not ultimate wet out or anything else. That is just to make contact. Here you can't make contact because these are in the way. They activate that by putting pressure on it. So here, there's no chance in the world that with pressure alone, you're going to get to ultimate bond anytime soon because the structure is too strong. It's too big. It's the block of ice. It'll get there. It'll turn into water, but it might be at 4 in the afternoon when you start at noon, right? So here, with the ice cube, so to speak, it's kind of both because it's pressure sensitive. It makes contact, but just the pressure of your squeegee is able to activate, if you want to call it that, by, in other words, crushing these little tips to make higher bonds, higher amounts of contact, literally immediately. So then you could say, well then why then is it still slidable? Because there are so many, and it's not, doesn't look exactly like this. I can't show, we're not going to show a picture of exactly what it looks like, but the structure will still hold out for a couple of slide arounds. But each time that you do that, you install it and you move it around, you start to lose this somewhat. Unless you could recover it. And it was really fun because yesterday we were out there wrapping on a car and with some of this film with this same technology, and I was showing them something I want to show you right now. Actually, it plays perfectly into this, and I don't know on the camera if we're going to be able to get this. Thank you. I don't know if we're going to be able to get this, but if you look out here, it's really matte. And as soon as you come across here, without a doubt, I can see it anyways, it gets glossier. This was a piece of vinyl I put on the car that we're wrapping out there, that little piece on the back bumper. I heated it up with about somewhere around 100 degrees Celsius, so 180 to 200 degrees Fahrenheit. Put a decent amount of pressure on it, quite a bit, with a gloved finger. Did it again, gloved finger, just to accelerate this process, to show you that this is the ice cubes turning into water. It's starting to take the shape of the vehicle. It's taking, and this out here, by the way, Dustin, it wasn't even installed on anything. That's just the heat of the heat gun, if you want to call it melting this and making it closer to gloss, but this would still slide around just fine. Now tomorrow, if I left it on, so that car, if we were to pull off the hood graphic, and look at it, the whole hood graphic will be exactly in the shape, the same gloss as the paint.
Wow.
And that's absolutely for sure.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So that's how quickly it can work. Now, I don't know. Do we want to try something fun?
Maybe, but really quick, and I just before we go, because I don't want to forget.
Yeah.
So in a way, I mean, I've always, you know, again, to the question, I've always been confused over the years of, okay, what is the difference between pressure activated and pressure sensitive? And I do think at the end of the day, pressure sensitive is a bad term for it. In a way, it's almost like heat activated. So is it a heat activated adhesive or is it pressure activated?
And you know, I guess the guys in the lab suits or lab jackets, they would look at this and say, but it's not a chemical reaction to heat, so therefore that's not an activation, although you are getting it to wet out in a sense. Yeah, so yeah.
I'm a rapper, damn it.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. And we both come from that same place, so yeah.
So what do you want to show?
Yeah. Oh, so what I was going to really quick, this is me jump off, so give me right back with
Do what you gotta do.
And I'll bring it right here. Yeah. So just for fun, look at this adhesive, and we're only going to do half of it. So if you can just sort of hold it apart, yeah, exactly like that. I'm only going to heat it down to here, so that we'll see if there's a difference. Okay. But as we recover the vinyl itself, and that might be the UV ink there that's not letting it recover 100%.
But the matte finish comes back.
But the matte finish came back exactly, right?
Yeah. So earlier, you know, and again, I think this plays into kind of what the demonstration, if you've been watching all day, which I hope you have, we did a demonstration about science of stretch. So this material that we're working with is PVC, which has memory. Yep. So even though these shapes that Ritchie's talking about, these kind of wetted out and went down. Again, they started to kind of create that gloss, which, you know, but again, by adding heat, all of a sudden, these structures reappear. Okay, and that's because of the PVC. So again, what's nice about this is if you put it down, you reposition it, you get it, and you forget, and you need to pick it back up, you still can, and you can still get the slidability. You can actually
recover it. You can let it completely cool. Right. And then you have a completely slidable piece of film again. Right. And this is why we feel it's revolutionary, because it really does give you all of what people are asking for and let you do it twice. Yeah, which is cool. So, but again, if you need to pick this material back up and the structures are in the adhesive, you might lose that slidability. Right. Where, you know, I do a lot of work for Avery Dennison, for example, and they still have actually almost like a double one because it still stays a little dry and theirs wets out a little longer. So it's kind of a unique balance for that. It's kind of, a little more balanced, more closer. Yeah. Absolutely. So I got my phone is on buzzer. These questions are coming in. So when my butt tingles, it means someone's asking a question. So the question is, okay. So I am in the Caribbean. This is Anno, and the Caribbean with hot temperatures. Any advice to prevent quick tack due to high surface temperature? Yeah. Well, so first of all, the most obvious thing is, it's almost an unfair thing to say, is to try to get the temperature down. And one way that you can do that is actually just by using isopropyl alcohol. You know, try to get something in the shade, try to get it down. But with a film like this, you can still install very easily up to about 90 degrees Fahrenheit. I'm going to say, what is that? Somewhere around 32 or 33 Celsius, I think, something like that. So it's up there anyways. Okay. So you have a lot higher temperature range with a topography-based adhesive like this, because it just doesn't make contact. So in a sense, how hot it is, it will make it melt out faster, without a doubt, but still nowhere near as much as either of the other two options. And actually, if you hopefully you're a member on the Rap Institute, and if you haven't, again, you have special discounts that will show up on the screen between demos. The other day we did a product video for a manufacturer for their chrome film. It's super high initial tack and actually hard removable. And Reiner came up with a solution which we're going to make into a PDF on the Rap Institute, which is a special mixture that we actually sprayed on the surface, degreased the edges, and what it did is it lowered the final surface of the car so that when the material stuck, it was actually easier. Was that endorsed by the manufacturers? Probably not. I'd like to try it out, though. But it's interesting. I'd like to find out. But it's interesting because, I mean, sometimes, again, the reality is sometimes you're working in a hot shop, and what do you do? So you mix and match it. So again, based on that, anything else you want to add about adhesives? Or no, I mean, I think that got covered. Awesome. Super. I mean, I could talk for hours. Oh, you know that. So. We have 20 minutes. Yeah, that's right. So the idea right now is what I like to do is we'll take a 2-minute break, kind of set up the next scene, and then we're going to move in and continue the TWI Science of Wrapping. And I can see Reiner in the backdrop has his lab jacket on, and the next topic will be blades. Very interesting, and Michael's going to jump in because he's super passionate about it. So I hope you enjoy. And again, definitely take advantage of the discount codes that are going to come on the screen. And thank you, Ritchie. All right. Cheers, Dustin. Bye. Cheers.
verknüpfen.
Yes? Yes. Hello everyone, we're back at the Rap Institute live event in Windeck, Germany at Yellotools headquarters.
Hello.
And thank you again for having us here, Michael. It's been super fun.
It's a pleasure, man.
It's been awesome so far. Great, thank you Reiner for all the setup with everything.
You're welcome.
Reiner's the mastermind behind a lot of things, including the equipment. So one thing before we go into this next demo, which is going to be on blades, I want to give just a reminder to everyone, if you didn't join at the very beginning of the program, is here's a cool bowl filled with small squeegees. And the deal is you have to comment on our live stream how many little squeegees you think are in this bowl. And if you do, you win the prize. And the prize is really cool. It's a PPF set. So if you're getting into PPF, great. If you're already into PPF, great. You got your solutions, you got your pressurized sprayers, and you win this great toolkit that comes with all the tools you need to wrap with PPF. And the squeegee is signed by all the presenters today. So it's signed by myself, Reiner, Michael, Ritchie, and Flo. Super cool. So again, this prize is worth around $500 because it also includes a free one-year membership on the Rap Institute. Awesome stuff. So, and I think there's like 4. I'm gonna guess 4.
I gave a hint, it was more than 50, and I gave a second hint, it's more than 60.
Ooh, that's pretty.
Yeah, so for all of these guys, it said 58 year out.
You're probably good at predicting stock.
Yeah, we have the machine.
All right, so for this next demo, I think, again, we just talked about adhesives with Ritchie, which I think is interesting. And this is something that we all relate to right now, is the science of blades. Fascinating stuff. And you're passionate about it because you make a lot of blades. So where do you want to begin, Mike?
I think I just switch over to German real quick. Also es geht hier, bye bye. He was waiting for that. Also es geht um den Einsatz von Klingen, weil wir schneiden alle jede Menge. Wir brauchen richtig gutes Werkzeug, um halt eben Oberflächen nicht zu zerstören, sondern nur das zu schneiden, was wir auch schneiden wollen. Und soweit wir wissen, gehen die Meinungen und die persönlichen Präferenzen da wahnsinnig auseinander. Und für alle, die Werbetechnik, also die Zeitschrift verfolgen, unser lieber Freund, der Robin Bös, schreibt da eine regelmäßige Kolumne und er hat da auch eine wunderschöne Klingenkunde mal zusammengestellt. Auf die möchten wir auf jeden Fall gerne hinweisen, das ist wirklich sehr, sehr hilfreich. Von uns aus als Lieferant, Zulieferer für euch, wir versuchen immer das Beste für euch bereit zu haben, was ihr uns sagt, dass ihr haben wollt. Die schärfste Klinge wäre natürlich irgendwo im chirurgischen Bereich anzusiedeln, aber da liegt so eine Klinge irgendwo bei 700, 800 bis 1000 Euro pro Klinge. Das geht natürlich nicht, also müssen wir einen Weg finden, wie das am besten funktioniert. Vielleicht sagst du mal gerade 2, 3 Sachen, wie du das siehst, und dann erkläre ich meine Werkzeuge ein bisschen was näher.
Also ich sage jetzt mal, es gibt Grundunterschiede, was wir haben. Einmal ist es natürlich die Schräge, was wir hier haben. Das heißt, wie spitz, wie schräg ist die Klinge. Das andere ist dann praktisch das Material, ob wir jetzt ein Titanblade haben oder ein schwarzes, super scharfes, hartes Material. Das heißt, die Stahlart, wo die Klinge draus gemacht ist, oder beziehungsweise kein Stahlmaterial. Wir haben hier auch unsere Keramikblades. Das heißt, wir können jetzt uns aussuchen, was machen wir mit welcher Schneide am liebsten und was ist der Sinn dahinter. Welche bleibt am längsten scharf, welche kann ich am besten führen, was ist optimal für was für einen Untergrund zum Schneiden. Und da gehen und dürfen auch die Meinungen auseinandergehen, weil man muss, ich sage, das, was man am liebsten selbst in die Hände hat, zum Schneiden, okay, das soll man verwenden. Also man will keinen vorschreiben, du musst die Klinge verwenden oder du musst die Klinge verwenden. Was ich aber gern euch anregen will, dass ihr sie ausprobiert und nicht einfach nur bei der Klinge bleibt, die ihr schon seit 20 Jahren verwendet, weil das ist definitiv was Schwieriges.
Genau, das ist das, was ich am Anfang meinte, bleibt einfach neugierig wie ein kleines Kind und probiert Dinge aus. Ich würde gerne mit 2 Missverständnissen aufräumen. Einmal, es gibt keine reine Carbonklinge. Ja, Carbon, Kohlenstoff, ist in jeder Klinge mit drin. Das ist also, es geht hier nicht um den reinen Stahl, sondern um die sogenannte Legierung. Also mit was ist der Stahl vermischt, um ihn eben hart oder weich oder wie auch immer zu lassen. Also die Legierung, in English it's called alloy. The alloy is super important for the blade. So, in dem Fall bei uns, es gibt halt eben verschiedene Legierungen. Es gibt einmal die Tinnenlegierung, also eine Titannitritbeschichtung. Es gibt halt andere Sachen, wie zum Beispiel die schwarze Legierung. Das sind also, wie gesagt, keine reinen Carbonklingen. So etwas gibt es nicht. Das ist Nummer 1. Nummer 2. Es gibt nicht die eine Klinge, die Glas nicht zerkratzt. Das gibt es einfach nicht. Ihr müsst euch vorstellen, es gibt hunderte, wirklich viele hundert verschiedene Arten der Glasoberfläche. Es gibt temperiertes Glas, es gibt normales Glas, es gibt Verbundglas, Sicherheitsglas etc. pp. Und die Oberflächen sind alle anders. Das heißt, wenn ihr 99% der Zeit immer nur mit dem einen Messer auf dem einen Glas geschnitten habt, habt dann Glück, dass es nicht zerkratzt hat. Gut, wunderbar. Aber es ist dann nicht universell zu sagen, das ist immer so. Ja, also es gibt nicht die eine Klinge, die den Lack, die Scheibe nicht zerkratzt. Okay, die gibt es, da hast du recht. Ja, also mit dem Schutz. Das ist korrekt. Aber dass euch das klar ist. Deswegen denke ich mal, sind die ganzen Trainer immer darauf bedacht, euch beizubringen, wie man Folien auf Lacke, auf Oberflächen einfach nur zu einem gewissen Teil einschneidet und den Rest reißt, damit man auf jeden Fall klarstellt, man kommt nicht dadurch. So, das kann, genau wie er sagt, jetzt an eurer persönlichen Präferenz, kann es so sein, alles gut, ob ihr jetzt eine 59 Grad Klinge nehmt, eine 30 Grad Klinge nehmt, ob der Schliff so ist oder so ist, es ist wirklich, wie gesagt, es gibt kein Patentrezept. Wir wollen euch einfach nur die verschiedenen Sachen zur Verfügung stellen, mit denen ihr spielen könnt. Die schwarze Klinge, die schwarze Legierung, ich darf die mal so ein bisschen in die Kamera halten.
Can you quickly say that right after this I'll do one in English?
Oh, perfect.
So I'll do one in English.
Oh, okay. Justin will do the whole thing in English again after we're done here. So, die schwarze Klinge, die ist sehr, sehr scharf vom Schliff und von der Legierung her darauf ausgelegt, dass sie extrem scharf ist. Aber sie nutzt sich natürlich entsprechend schneller ab. Die Tinnklinge ist auch sehr scharf, nicht so scharf wie die schwarze, hält aber dafür länger. Es gibt verschiedene Anwendungen, wo das gewünscht und nicht gewünscht ist. Also es gibt viele Anwender, die sagen, okay, ich will es super scharf, dann schneide ich eben nur ein bisschen, nehme dann einen Blade Breaker, den hier, ja, sowas hier. Den können wir nur empfehlen, denn wenn du einmal die Klinge abbrichst, dann soll die irgendwo sicher gefangen sein und hier ist ein kleiner Magnet drin, dass das nicht rausrutscht, damit du eben nicht mit dem Reifen deines Kunden drüber fährst und das Ding dann platt machst oder dich selber verletzt.
Es ist definitiv, also ganz klar, dass das zu den Messern immer dazugehört, weil die Klinge bleibt nur scharf, wenn man sie abbricht. Ich weiß, ich schneide jetzt auf dem Auto, breche ich sie ab und ich muss sie sicher abbrechen. Ich habe sie immer so da hinten in dem Ding drin, das heißt, ich kann hergehen, greife da rein, unten arbeiten und zack, und bin wieder sein. Und das ist definitiv ein Part, der gehört zu die Klinge dazu,
absolut.
Wie der Halter.
Genau, also bei der schwarzen Klinge ist es so, dass ihr immer den gleichen Druck habt und öfters schneidet. Und eigentlich braucht man gar keinen Druck, man lässt einfach die Klinge wirklich über diese Folie selber durch Eigengewicht laufen und kann schon sicherstellen, dass man die Folie zur Hälfte oder 3/4 durchgeschnitten hat, den Rest reißt man. Denn wenn die Klinge stumpf ist, ist man versucht, mit etwas mehr Druck die Stumpfheit etwas zu kompensieren und dann geht es dann oft auf schief. Deswegen sagen viele Leute, einmal den gleichen Druck, dafür mehr Klingen, mehr schneiden. Wenn ihr natürlich mehr Erfahrung gesammelt habt, wenn ihr etwas mehr Skills in euren Händen bekommt und nimmt dann die Tinnklinge, dann kann man schon mal längere Schnitte machen, ein bisschen nachdrücken, das habt ihr auch irgendwann mal im Feeling. Aber es bleibt wirklich trotzdem an euch und die Keramikklinge, die ist laut unseren Anwendern 10-mal länger scharf. Das heißt, man kann halt einfach mit kontinuierlichem Druck länger arbeiten. Also für die Qualität des Schnittes, für die Qualität der Arbeit ist es absolut entscheidend, da die richtige Waffe zu wählen. Dann zeig doch mal was.
Ja, ein Ding will ich sagen, einmal, die Klinge bleibt länger scharf, wenn sie nicht das Papier erreicht. Der größte Feindkiller für die Klingen ist praktisch das Papier. Jetzt auch wenn ich jetzt normal schneide und schneide Papier durch, ist sie definitiv ganz schnell stumpf. Wenn ich nur die Folie durchschneide, werde ich lang Freude an der Klinge haben. Und wir werden mal kurz was einfach nur zum Überlegen geben, wenn ich sage, okay, warum schneiden wir oder wie funktioniert es praktisch, dass wir hier ein Material, wenn wir hier sagen, okay, wir haben ein PVC hier, und wollen das schneiden. Ich habe gerade davor die Klinge abgebrochen, das heißt, ich habe definitiv eine scharfe Klinge und schneide das Ganze jetzt durch. Okay, das heißt nicht, dass ich das Material jetzt geschnitten habe, sondern ich habe praktisch hier eine Sollbruchstelle gemacht. Das heißt, wenn ich jetzt das Ganze aufhebe, ist es immer noch eine Folie. Wir sehen einen leichten Druck hindurch. Das heißt, wenn ich das Ganze aber breche, okay, dann ist es durch. Und wir müssen uns eins überlegen, was wollen wir machen? Wir wollen gar nicht schneiden.
Wir wollen anritzen.
Wir wollen anritzen. Und wenn ich jetzt, ich sage, wir dürfen auch nicht hier versuchen, so das Material auseinanderzuziehen, sondern wir reißen es. Wenn ich einem kleinen Kind, Kindergartenkind, das Papier gebe und sage, reiß es mal auseinander, was macht das Kind? So, cool, super easy. Würde ich so reißen können? Super
Keine
schwer.
Chance.
Und was wir machen ist, dass wir mit diesem kleinen Schnitt, wir machen nichts anderes als wir einmal falten hier, einmal falten hier, einmal falten hier und hier. Dann weiß ich, okay, ich habe hier meine Linie, meine Sollbruchstelle geschaffen, dass wenn ich das jetzt reiß, dann wird es mir an dieser Linie reißen. Das heißt, das machen wir nichts anderes als wir beim PVC einfach nur eine Sollbruchstelle. Und wenn ich jetzt noch mit der richtigen Technik reiße, also nicht so, funktioniert nicht, dann ganz einfach, okay, in die Richtung gehe, dann weiß ich, es ist ein schöner Schnitt und geht durch.
Und um nicht die Klingen über die Maßen zu strapazieren und einen sauberen Schnitt auf eurem Tisch auch zu bekommen, ist es natürlich extrem wichtig, die richtige Schneideunterlage zu nehmen. Ja, man kann natürlich auf Glas schneiden, wie das viele tun. Das Problem ist nur beim Glas, wenn ich das einfach mal hier machen darf, ihr bekommt bei dem Glas keinen vernünftig geraden Schnitt hin. Ja, weil es einfach, es gibt keine Führung hier drin. Ihr seht halt eben, wie das Ding hin und her laufen kann. Mit einer Schneideunterlage wie hier taucht letztendlich die stumpfe Seite oder der stumpfe Teil der Klinge taucht in ein totes Material und ermöglicht die noch scharfe Seite vernünftig gerade zu ziehen. Das heißt also, mit einer Cutting Mat, mit einer vernünftigen Schneideunterlage kann ich freihand solche geraden Schnitte machen, ohne Probleme oder halt eben auf Freihandschnitte. Wir haben auf Messen, und ich mache den Job jetzt seit 16 Jahren, wenn Leute ankommen und sagen, die schneiden halt, also bei mir auf dem Tisch, die nehmen das Messer und fangen an zu schneiden, und sage ich, hey, hast du eigentlich am Ende des Tages hier Schmerzen im Karpaltunnel oder sind deine Hände müde oder sonst irgendwas? Dann sagen die, ja, woher weißt du das? Ja, du schneidest auf Glas. Das ist jetzt komisch, woher weißt du das? Ich sage, ja, bei der Art und Weise, wie du das Messer hältst und wie du Kraft auf dein Messer aufbringst. Um die Stumpfheit der Klinge zu kompensieren, drückst du wie irre nach, damit du überhaupt ein Schneidergebnis hast. Mit einer vernünftigen Schneidematte ist das nicht der Fall. Also Schneidematten sind absolut wichtig. Klar, jeder behauptet von sich selber, die beste zu haben. Wir verkaufen sie, wie gesagt, diese Matte von dem deutschen Hersteller seit über 12 Jahren, würde ich sagen. Und wir sind super, super glücklich damit. Eine Sache, Green equals Green. Alle Schneidematten, die ihr bei uns kauft, all the cutting mat you purchase with us, könnt ihr kostenlos bei uns zurückgeben und wir garantieren, dass sie zu 100% recycelt wird. Ja, das ist bei einer 5 mm PVC-Platte schon echt ein Punkt. Ja, also wir nehmen die kostenlos zurück, wir entsorgen die nicht, sondern wir recyceln die zu 100% und ich glaube, damit sind wir auch ziemlich einzigartig.
English version really?
Go ahead, yeah.
Okay. If you don't mind. Cool. So right now I want to give abbreviated or just a kind of a concise overview of blades, and if you have any input, please.
Sorry, I tried to.
Flies. So, essentially, what's changed in the industry today, again, I started off in 1996, is I always use these type of blades. So it's a standard 58 or 59 degree stainless steel blade. It's super common. And this is what always comes with the knives for the most part if you buy it at the, let's say, the hardware store.
Yes.
So stainless steel is, you know, really durable. It stays sharp pretty long, you know, and it's not as hard in most cases as glass, even though they can vary. So for the most part, I can put this on glass, and if I cut at the right angle and don't press like a maniac, it's not going to cut the glass. So that's good to know. And then, you know, I was wrapping one time and someone handed me a black blade for the first time. And I said, what's this? And they said, this is a carbon blade, super sharp. So I was like, great. So I tried it, and it was really sharp. It was much sharper than the stainless steel. The problem is it got dull super quick. So it was very sharp quick, and then it got dull super quick. So I didn't personally like that for car wrapping because that meant I was clicking my blades more. Plus, I didn't like the fact that it was so sharp, it was kind of risky. Cool. So then what happened is manufacturers started coating blades, which was interesting. So if you start coating blades, you kind of get that extra little hardness and sharpness that stays longer, but then you also get a negativity where sometimes it rounds the edge a little bit.
It does.
So you have to find that balance. But again, what do you like about coatings yourself?
Well, I mean, technically you can't sell an uncoated blade because it would come to your shop either in an oily fluid or rusty.
Right.
Both is a no-go for the sign industry or the car wrapping industry. So technically you have to have a coating or an alloy on it.
Right.
And the thinner the alloy or the coating is, the more sharp stays the thing.
Yep.
So for me, my favorite is the tin, the Titan Nitride.
Yep.
It's one of the thinnest treatments, coatings you can afford, because there are thinner ones, like I mentioned, in the medical field. Oh my God, one of these blades is $500-600 bucks, so that's a no-go. So for me, tin, and the new black blade we have, it's also a different kind of hardened steel that makes the whole thing sharp. But it's this, the Titan blade is kind of like the bread and butter one. But if you are really, really into detail cutting, I leave it up to you. It's really, it's not me to judge this.
So generally in a scale of, you know, and what I like to think about blades is sharpness, hardness. So generally stainless steel is not going to cut glass for the most part. Carbon might, because it might be a little harder than glass. And then ceramic, holy crap, you're definitely going to cut glass. So this ceramic blade, if I put this on the glass right here and I come across, I'm definitely going to score it right here. No matter if I get the right angle, you can feel it drag. And hard to see on camera.
You hear it.
You hear it.
You hear it.
So ceramic is great because it's incredibly sharp.
Yeah.
It's incredibly hard. So then the question gets, and this is kind of what I want to just do in this kind of segment now is, you know, when do you use a stainless steel 30-degree blade? When do you use a 58-degree blade? When do you use carbon? When do you use ceramic? So for me personally, I like to, you know, this is just a standard everyday 58-degree stainless steel knife, and this is just good for common signage, whether you're wrapping floors or walls. Trimming your edges and stuff like this. Don't go with the super expensive stuff. You know, and Jim Miller, one of my favorite installers in the world, he actually likes to use this when he's car wrapping because he feels that a 58-degree blade actually cuts a little quicker on the long sections.
Robin Boost as well.
Yeah, exactly. So, but then personally, I love, for the most part, for color change and stuff like that, I like to use the 30-degree stainless steel because I feel like I can still safely cut on glass for the most part. I get that nice sharpness. It stays sharp for the longest time. I still click. Cool. The only thing you have to think about sometimes is that tip is a little sharp, so that even though it's not as hard as glass, it still might cut glass because it's pointy. When do I use carbon? Personally, I like to use carbon on PPF.
It's not carbon, that's an alloy. So I mentioned it, there's no such thing as a carbon blade. You know, that's just it's always an alloy.
But let's say, okay, let's just differentiate between, I totally get that. Let's say the black blades, which are different, you know, these are a little sharper, a little kind of deeper, but I think for PPF, which means you're cutting kind of deeper into, like, let's say 5 mil into a polyurethane film, this is actually cuts cleaner and sharper than, let's say, a stainless steel.
Yes.
Cool. And then when are you going to use ceramic blades? It's basically if you're in a knife fight and you really want to get out of it. I'm just Now, for me, I think ceramic definitely has its place. And I would, like, if you're doing a lot of production and you want this to stay sharp for a long time, that was when I was using it. When else would you use ceramic yourself?
Well, I mean, I use it if I need to have, let's say I have to trim a roof line, and I want to have just always the same amount of pressure. Since it stays sharp longer, I don't have to change the pressure. So I have it continuously dragging. So that's what I love about it. Okay. But again, stay curious and get all of them and just give it a shot.
Absolutely. Well, the last thing is, you know, we had a great contest last year, the Rap Institute Balloon Challenge, and I think it's a really good thing to practice on. And we have it in our workshops, so these are, you know, obviously branded, but, you know, you have different types of film. And I would highly recommend trying different blades and learning how to cut on color change or full print or PPF. And Reiner, you can definitely do it now because I don't feel like doing it. But again, it's getting that section, you know, getting that feel, because the main thing you want to practice on is learning how not to peak your blade. And I think Michael talked about it here is, I think the art of cutting is keeping your blade generally for the most part at a 10-degree angle to the surface. As soon as you do this, this is when you're really opening the door to cutting too deep and losing control.
Since you bring all that weight of your arm right in the tip, if you hold it like this, your muscles lift it up automatically. It's kind of like a physics thing.
Yeah, so here it's like standing on your toes, and here it's like standing on your you know, flat feet. And so what is more stable, you know?
Flat feet.
And this is just super, super risky. But if you want to cut the customer's car, do definitely peak your blade. But if you don't, keep it flat. So again, lots of things to think about blades. Anything else you want to add, Reiner, or are you good?
I'm good. So only you need to think about, okay, how sharpen it says. So more sharpen it is, so easier, so unsharpen it gets.
Yeah.
And also the tip, if you have a really tippy point, so it's also, okay, it gets unsharpened faster.
Yeah.
So my thing is, so for my thing for PPF is this one in black, because it stays long sharp, super sharp.
Yeah, so for me, I like for PPF, again, 58 degrees, black, you know, is awesome, and then you can mix and match. But again, knowing your blades and hardnesses really can make a big difference. So I hope you picked up a lot of tips and tricks in this one. And so we're going to go to the next segment right now, which is with flow, and I titled this one, Go with the Flow. And this is one, you know, kind of running that, oh, maybe it's not the one.
Oh, it is.
So, Sina, what am I doing next?
Efficiency.
Oh, we're going to actually take a break and talk about efficiency, which I love. So we're actually going to stay on the table, and then we'll get to flow later. So we're going to take a 2-minute break just to kind of get that going. But in the meantime, we're going to highlight the discounts for Yellowtool tools that are exclusive for this event, discounts on the Rap Institute for memberships and to the workshops, and definitely enter the contest right now to win this awesome toolkit. So it's around $400 or $500. You have to guess how many small squeegees are in this bowl, and if you do, you win this set. So comment on the live chat. Michael, anything else?
Wir sind in 2 Minuten wieder da. Wir bauen das gerade ein bisschen um. Wir zeigen euch ein paar ganz normale werbetechnische Applikationen. Ich würde ganz gerne noch einwerfen, dass wir die Cutting Mat auch, wir haben diese kleinen Samples, diese kleinen Muster, wenn ihr die probieren wollt, die geben wir kostenlos raus. Einfach E-Mail an uns raus, anrufen, Brieftaube oder was auch immer, und dann geben wir euch die raus. In 2 Minuten sind wir wieder da, und dann geht es weiter mit Flachapplikationen. Bis gleich.
Hey everyone, Justin Pate. We are back at the Rap Institute live event at Yellotools in Windeck, Germany. I'm joined by Michael Althoff, owner of Yellotools.
And Peter.
And first off, let's say happy birthday to Peter.
Happy birthday, Peter. Thank you.
Super cool. In this demo, what I want to do right now is talk about efficiency. And I know it's something that you're extremely passionate about. Yes. I'm extremely passionate about, and it's something that I feel like, I've always incorporated this in my workshops. My first DVD, 2008, I came out with my first UGIS system.
You were 12 years back then?
I was 12 years old,
yeah.
teaching. So I came up with a wrapping system, and I broke down the installation process into 3 modules with the steps, and it was super clear, and you could use a universal, you could use it for any type of car, any type of thing. And I loved it because it was easy to teach, it was repeatable, and if it repeats, it creates speed. And it's all based on knowing the material and knowledge. Cool. All right. So that's kind of, I think, been the secret of my success, not only as an installer, but as a teacher, because it resonates with a lot of manufacturers. You do the exact same thing at Yellotools.
Yes.
So how did you? And I think in this one, I think if people think efficiency, or they think, when people talk about being fast, that they think you lose quality, they think you lose durability, and that's actually not the case if you have a good system. So in this one, we're not going to just show you how to be fast, we're going to show you how to become fast, or how to become efficient, because I think there's just a simple formula, and if you incorporate these things, you can actually go from small things to big things and become super efficient, because I think if you're not efficient, you're not profitable.
And most of the time, or sometimes you don't have a second pair of hands and you need it. And sometimes you need these second pair of hands just only for 5 minutes, and then you can't hire someone else or take him to the job site or something like this. This is why they came up back then with magnets. They give you a second pair of hands, and we love those 2-in-1 things and things which really helps you out for the minute,
Absolutely, because obviously if you hire someone, you have to pay them by the hour and you're losing money. So how do you find these efficiency quotients? Or if you have someone, how do you do it? Cool. So I think a good example of, and we're starting off basic, but I think that's always a good way to start, is we have this board. And I remember back in the day, sometimes I'd be hired to wrap some boards. So how would I do it? And again, this is part of the system is, I can't just take this off and place it here, because it'll be crooked. The chance of it being crooked is super high. So I need to create what's called a hinge. So there's different types of hinges.
Or even bubbles if you have a regular calendared vinyl with no air regress or something like this. I know, I've been there.
Terrible, I agree. So again, that Michael was talking about material, very important. So in this case, I'm using masking tape to hold it in position so that I can pull the backing paper off, squeegee down, pick it up, squeegee down. And then so let's say I do that right now. So I'm gonna do this, and what do I have to think about is I have to kind of come here and I have to make sure that it's aligned. And again, I have no marks on here. So in this case, for me, it's bad production, bad design. And if I have bad material, I'm gonna get a ton of bubbles, which we'll talk about in a second. So now let's say it's in the right position, for example. So now I have to spend a lot of time aligning it, which I lose time. I have a very aggressive material. I'm gonna pull it back here, pull the material to here, and I'm gonna grab my knife. And when I grab my knife here, I'm gonna cut the backing paper, but what happens is I accidentally cut the board.
Ooh, that's a really bad example.
So I just cut the board, and then I take my squeegee now, and again, I don't think I'm exaggerating sometimes. So now I take my squeegee now and go back and forth, and 1, 2, 3. 3 squeegee strokes.
This is where you get the bubbles in if you don't have air regress.
Exactly.
Now,
so
lifting the squeegee up, ooh, terrible.
Terrible. So again, bad material. But I did 3 squeegee strokes, and now I pull this back, and now watch. I'm gonna pull the entire liner off, and I'm just
dust blows in. Dust, 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 right now. So because it's a magnet for dust right now.
And again, the quotient you wanna get is quality, durability, and efficiency. So now my quality goes down, because I cut.
Heck yeah.
Dirt gets under, and I flip it back over, and I kinda hear, if it's super tacky now, I get tons of bubbles. Now to adhere this now, I have to do 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 strokes to get this on. Cool, so I'm counting. So now from here now, I grab my knife, and because I'm not gonna click my blade, and I'm gonna come here and I'm gonna cut this by hand. So I come here and I cut along the side of the board. So now I cut this once, and what happens if my knife comes off, which it will. I definitely have done this sometimes, where my knife jumps off and touches the board. And I come down here now and get body position, and I come here and cut. And I'm trimming, I'm just cutting terrible. So my chance of making a mistake here is really high. And I didn't click my blade, so it's really dull. And now I take this off. So, my question, Mike, so it's so bad that I turn off the light so you don't see it. That's the whole idea. Okay. So my idea right now, Michael, if you're a client, would you be happy if you picked this up? Because right now, edge is lifting, it's peeling off the edge right here, it's easily picked up.
That's really the worst. I mean, you all know that. You know, and once the grease of your fingers is in there, you can't just peel it back on. It's not working.
I jumped off, I cut it here, so the chance of this, the client paying for this, is super low. And then I'd have to go back and I could fix this in the sense that I could trim it off here, which is going to take more time. So now you can fix your mistakes, hopefully. But again, it's just time, inefficiency, low quality, poor stuff. And again, so for me, this is a perfect example of how people used to wrap boards back in the day. Yeah. And then you have to get better, because if you don't get better, there's no way you can make money, because this is going to take too long, you're going to have poor quality. So how do you step up the game? What is the formula? Okay, I think you said it very early on. First and foremost is change your material.
Yeah.
Right. So in this case, you know, I asked General Formulations to be a sponsor for this demo right now, and so this is General Formulations P33. Okay, so this is their new film. Okay, and what this is a nice multi-purpose film. And what they have done is calendar film, right? And so this is great for flat signage, but it can also be great for partial wraps on cars, so it's multi-purpose. But the biggest thing they've done is this. I'm going to pull this off here, because I'm going to set this aside to here, but they changed their adhesive. So instead of being super aggressive, and this is, again, this is a very, you know, good material. It's a great price point and stuff like that, but it's slidable, all right? Richie and I just talked about adhesives and stuff like that, and this is that new technology on adhesives that a lot of manufacturers are using right now, where has that matte finish, super low surface energy, and I can slide it, get into position, and squeegee. Cool. So I think material, for me, first and foremost, is very important to get right. Cool. Then it's about getting the right setup. So how was my masking tape setup, Michael? It was okay.
It took too long.
Okay, and masking tape is a low surface energy, especially on a matte surface, so the chance of it shifting is really high.
And, to be honest with you, this is waste.
Yep, so it's waste, and you're throwing money in the trash.
It's used one time, toss it away, waste.
Absolutely. So we got that. Can I use my magnets here?
No.
I could, or I could use a gecko patch.
Yeah.
That's an option. Okay, so again, you're changing your hinge based on what's going to work best. I think what's going to work best is probably a backing paper cutter.
Yes.
Okay, so that's an option too. So here I'm going to take this, and instead of studying masking tape right now, I can take the...
For that one, I would just recommend this one, because this is...
Okay, so you have an option. So
you can use
bodyguard, so you have two options. I can make a cut here, and we'll make an example later, where maybe later when I get to a floor, if I get to a floor, is maybe what I'll do is this, is I'll cut the backing paper here, and this is my easy hinge. No masking tape, no nothing, just a tool here, where I can flip it up, lock it in, and then squeegee. Cool, so that's an option. And another option is this. So if you can't get to the gym, you just take two of these and you kind of start to do pull-ups and stuff.
Well, but just if you use this one.
For sure.
Now you don't need it, because you have the techniques already.
Absolutely.
You know, I mean, I would do this. I mean, if you... And this is the best way to do it, because now there's no chance for air to get in. So you can move it and slide it around the way you want. And then once you align it, you just fix it a little bit, and then you go from there.
Absolutely.
And I would like to just jump over to this one over here real quick, because now we all know the problem. Aligning an edge like this, right to that point, is a pain in the butt, because you can't see your sign anymore. Now starts the finger poking guesswork. You know, where is it? Where is that? So one of my customers, obviously he suffered one time too much, and he came up with the print joggle. So what it does, you put this right on here. If you would move your camera maybe from the top, you can perfectly see this. See, I move in the sign, and now I can perfectly see where the edge is. And I want to go 10 millimeters over, which is right here. And I take a second one right there. Yeah, so now I can align the graphic perfectly to...
So you got this one over here, so this is your 10 millimeters. So basically these you can line up if you have the straight edge on the material. So again, you got the white trim here. And so again, this is now getting into more efficiency right now, is these tools from you, but again, having the design. So in this case right now, okay, do I have a white border around this panel? No. So do I have any markers? Does this take me a huge amount of time? Where in this case, this has a white trim around it, and you got the tools from Michael right now, and Yellotools. So here you can slide it up and you line it up, and you got your alignment super quick, so you got your quality and you got your speed, and then you do the one slit here, and you're ready to rock and roll. You put this down, so it's weighted, and now you squeegee. But what are you going to squeegee with? I don't know.
Well, how did you do it before?
Well, I squeegee with this.
Peter, would you slit this?
Yeah. So what's nice about Michael as an owner right now is that it's Peter's birthday and Peter has to work. Now this is super special.
I pay him a beer later on, and 2 and 3 and maybe 4.
So now, okay, we're starting to get that quotient of efficiency. What is that right now? Is choosing the right material, having the right tools, and then also adapting and changing your hinges. If masking tape, you know, you're using masking tape, you have to be fluid now, and now you have to start making these adjustments and getting this flow, making the alignment right now. Again, no masking tape, no nothing. Getting the holder set up now, no waste, no masking tape. Got this set up here, got the bodyguard knife, which I stole from you. Cool, now you're good. And let you guys rock around. I'm not working, dude. You guys are doing the job.
You want to do this one?
Sure. You could.
With the big speed? Sure. Okay. So, in order to save some time and not doing the 18, 19, 20 strokes, one of my customers said, okay, why don't we just go ahead with just 1 stroke? And 1 stroke you can only do if you have a squeegee which is big enough. Okay, and then we have squeegees up to 1.6 meters and more, but we're just using this guy. The squeegee is supposed to be a little wider than your graphigus. And this is how it goes. You just flip this one over, as you can see, with 1 move. No air, no dust or whatsoever can go underneath it, and off you go. Cool. Yeah? Do it again, to this side. Done deal.
So now I did 14 and now you did 2. Super cool. So now that's more efficient. So the quotient is you want to start reducing your steps, raising your quality, getting that flow down. You could do the exact same thing on this one once you have it lined up.
Let's do it. Okay, so is it aligned perfectly? And I would like to mention one thing. We hate waste. Absolutely. So we made this big sign, and usually you toss this away after a demo, you know? But this time we took all the material and all the things and turned it into toys for our local school for disabled kids. This is kind of like a tic-tac-toe game, and we will donate it after the show so that it has a purpose. Wrapping with a cause, that's what I call it. Okay, so we look for the hinge. Oh, he did it right here. Okay, move this away. And so on this one, we're using just a regular piece of vinyl with no air release features on there, as you can see here. Cool. Maybe go a little closer so you can see perfectly that there are no bubbles at all.
Nice.
So, and it's just me on my own. Okay, check it out. Okay, be my witness. Is that an air release or not? Check it out.
It's true.
It's just nothing. Okay? So there's not 1 bubble underneath it.
So super cool. So now, based on this now, which here's where I think is really gets interesting is cutting.
Yes, and you've seen the results that, you know, the vinyl goes off once you grab it and stuff like this. And my genius team, they got it done. They found a way to cut the vinyl and devore the edge in 1 move. And this is how we do it. I'll show it to you real quick. Okay, so this is the guy we're using. Peter is a professional cabinet maker. So he came more or less to the point that we can use an old tool. It's called hobel. I don't know what it's called in English. You know, the wooden, a chisel, not a chisel.
Shear? I don't know.
Whatever. So,
Wood
plank. So we kind of like adapted that idea, and what we do is we cut and devore in 1 move. You see that? Again. So, yes?
Can you come to the front of the table to show the cut?
I will, totally will. jetzt nicht. Macht gut. Nehmen wir den. Der steht falsch. Der funktioniert nicht, der steht.
Ich kann mal probieren.
Sorry. Check this out.
In one move.
Check it out. So, and as you can see, nothing peels off. Nothing, 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 nothing. So and this is the way we like it. And we got the question, are there any restrictions in sizes? I would say almost no, because the vinyl is what, 1.52 m and even bigger. We can make squeegees that size. So Justin, you see the result? Check it out.
Awesome. I want to feel the edge though.
There's nothing peeling off at all.
Very cool.
Okay.
So based on that, again, we start off on a small board, move to a medium-sized board, and you're starting to see the logic of, in terms of, we created a system. We're creating a better way of squeeging. Instead of squeeging with 14 strokes, we're squeeging with 2, all right? And this is how I came up with my system years ago. I mean, when I was wrapping, I wrapped 10 cars one time, same graphics, same car, same everything, and I counted my movements. And the first car took me 6,000 something movements. And by the time I changed my techniques now, I started getting it down to around 2,500 to 3,000. And my install time dropped, my quality went up. Cool. So this is the same thing. And I think it's really important for you out there is to change your material if you have to, change your techniques. And even taking stuff that looks small and escalating that. And I think years ago, when you showed me that technique when I was here 3 years ago, the Rapid Studio always has giant booths at the sign shows, and we had this huge booth. It was like 40 by, it was 30 by 50, and we were wrapping the whole floor, and General Formulations was actually the sponsor of that year. And we used the exact same techniques, where Michael, you know, we talked about the dual cutter, this time for floor, just to get a little more grip, put this on, cut the backing paper off, and then we basically just wrapped the whole floor in just like 2 giant squeegee strokes, but instead of using a squeegee by hand or sitting on our knees, or instead of using a Timbermax, we actually did the Timbermax on steroids, which was this. And if you've seen those videos on the Wrap Institute right now, the videos on the Wrap Institute are super cool in the sense that, dude, Michael supplied this here. We wrapped the floor, and we wrapped the floor in literally, I think about 45 minutes with a team of 2 people, 3 people. So that for me is extremely, extremely profitable. And again, just getting the right material though, because if I didn't have the right material wrapping the floor like that, the same thing here, where this is a perfect example. Where I get it to here, I get it set up, I squeeze it down so it doesn't move, because again, this would have to actually hold it here. And then I just pull it off, squeeze the floor down. I'm going to hand you the paper, Michael. Switch it around, come back to here and fold the backing paper and slide it down. So it's literally that quick to wrap a floor. So again, for those of you who are looking to make some more money during this time or grow your business and stuff like that, I highly recommend doing wedding floors. Can you imagine wrapping a wedding floor with something like this and you create that speed? So it's all about, again, that right formula, getting the right tools, getting the right techniques, getting that right flow, and also just kind of always, you know, kind of being open to change.
Peter's doing a big sign real quick in the background, so we want to prove that this stuff is really working out on even bigger ones. And again, this is going to be a basketball court for the kids, and they will be super happy to have that thing. And here you can see also how fast it is to make a big, huge, large sign like this. First step, he checks the position of the whole thing. Yeah. Go.
And I think one thing that people tend to do when they are wrapping, and again, Peter's doing his thing, and while we're talking in a sense, is that a lot of people just kind of, you get stuck in your rut. You get stuck in doing the same techniques, the same flow and stuff like that, and you think you're moving fast, but all of a sudden you wonder why you're starting to lose money, or you start to wonder why your competitor down the street is driving a nicer car. And I guarantee you it's probably because they're being more efficient. Efficiency right now, especially as the industry expands right now, if you're not efficient at what you do, I don't think you can grow. And this is a volume-based industry. I know with Corona, everything has been kind of really weird for a lot of companies, but the companies I feel even now who are succeeding are extremely efficient. I think one of my favorite companies is Nick Caminetti from Exotic Graphics. I mean, that guy is an efficiency master. He's amazing. You know, and there's a lot of companies who do that.
And this is also applicable for Windows. Window applications with that kind of technique, just on your own, no second pair of hands needed. This is the way to make money and not burning it. So Peter is done with alignments.
So you can see, again, super high precision. You got the watermarks here. You got everything being able to align. And then again, that comes in prep and production. Once everything's aligned, we're ready to rock and roll. We got the giant Timbermax super.
This Timbermax is a little different because it has a flexible lip. So if you have a table which is not super even. Oh, sorry. Oh, that's live. Hold on.
15.
An der Linie?
Ja, an der Linie, an der schwarzen 15 mm.
Okay, got it.
Das ist ein bisschen.
And it's funny, Reiner and I, if you watch a video, and it's actually sponsored by General Formulations, who's for the Never Stop Learning contest, and to hold the panel down, Reiner actually crawled on the panel, kneeled on it, put his weight, so it's basically, you know, this in Reiner form, and he held the panel in place so that when we created our hinge and we squeegee it, it was rock and roll, cool stuff. And now it just wraps itself, and again, this is non-airy grass material, and look how easy this is to put down. And if there wasn't a giant bowl filled with squeegees, it'd be super easy. And now the material's coming out nice and straightforward.
Oh, yeah, that's live. That's live. Yeah.
Oh, actually, this is a perfect example. Let's make this.
Okay, let's do it.
Let's make lemonade out of lemons. Okay, and so what happened right here, again, perfect example. The only reason this happened is because of this bowl, I think. So this in the sense that Peter didn't have a chance to lay it flat.
Perfect.
The material was peaking, and then when he went to squeegee, it already had unnatural tension, so now it was going wrong. So again, this is because it's a demo, but I think in this case, if this was the right setup, and how quickly can it go wrong if you don't have the right setup?
So you know what? I'm challenged now. I want to do this right. I want to do this correct. Just turn it around. Let's do it again.
Okay. Take the graphic off, no?
Okay.
Nee, ich brauche keinen anderen Timbermax, wenn 3 Leute an dem.
Okay, we let him do it on his own, and then the addition.
Let's take the bowl out. Let's get all this stuff nice and clean. I agree with Flo, cleaning this away so it's nice and smooth. So again, this is one of the things. This is actually for me. It's not a challenge. I think for me this is an extremely good learning moment. Like when I teach workshops or when I do stuff, I always want a mistake to happen because who cares if it goes smooth? Everyone's really taking the workshop to see how you fix mistakes. So right now, we're trimming off the edges. We flipped the panel. What did Reiner do over here? Reiner cleared out the section, so Peter has full runway right now. So now the plane can take off and go super smooth. What Peter doing right now is setting the backing paper up, getting everything aligned, nice and clean. And again, this is calendar film. Calendar film shrinks on the backing paper, so sometimes it's hard to peel the edge. But I'll open it right now, and I'll be cool right here. So super patient. I'll pick up an edge really big. At least this is not live.
It is not, no.
Almost got it.
Can I help you?
I got it. And cool.
No beer for this guy.
Awesome. Okay. So now, what did Peter do? He adjusted his technique in the sense now, what I like is, now, okay, this is a perfect adjustment on efficiency. Got the bowl away, cleared it out, and now notice where he set his hinge. He set his hinge in a different position. In this case, because it's a bigger panel, he initially set his hinge here, and this is such a long runway, the chance of the material going off is really high. Now, setting in the middle for something like this, based on the material, if this was like, let's say, General Formulations T33, we wouldn't have had this issue, because we would have been able to pick it up and move it around. So this is a perfect example where having a material that's a little trickier can go south. Cool.
Okay, let him work all by himself. I think we kind of screwed that up.
Schmeißt Falten. Ja, geht noch.
Yep.
Cool.
Yeah.
So now, this is again, we talked earlier with Reiner helping me on the bumper, this was a yo-yo moment. So in this case with a bigger panel, it's nice to have an extra set of hands. Pull the backing paper.
Langsam.
Cool. Awesome.
Yes.
Okay, and this is how easy it can be. But again, I think part of efficiency is having the right tools, having the right material, but also being open-minded. When something goes wrong, you can instantly see the mistakes. Now you make the adjustments and then you create a better system. So the adjustment was now changing the hinge position, getting that set up, and you're good to go. So anything else, Michael, that you want to talk about for efficiency?
I mean, there are a lot of things like using magnets. Oops. Okay, just set it down. Like using that technique on windows and using magnets on windows is pretty cool, but unfortunately we don't have time for it. But Ryan and I, we already agreed, also Ryan und ich, wir haben schon darüber gesprochen, dass wir die Sachen auch nochmal Reinweg nur auf Deutsch machen und dass wir vielleicht irgendwie einmal im Monat uns irgendwie ein bisschen treffen und dann auf eure Fragen eingehen und dann kleine Applikationen zeigen und das dann wirklich regelmäßig machen. Da haben wir schon Bock drauf. Ja. Okay, ich glaube, es ist Zeit für Florian, richtig?
Yes, and I think we're going to go right into it if we're cool. Marcos, are you cool if we go right into it? I'm cool.
Say again?
Can we go right into the next demo?
Yes, are you speaking flow?
I got flow.
Oh.
I'm ready to go with the flow, Marcos. All right, we're going to go with the flow and flow. Let's do it. All right. So the next presenter right now, and we introduced him at the beginning of this the TWI Live Yellotools event, is Flo, Florian, great installer based in Germany right now, and you have your own company.
Yes.
Yep. And how many employees do you have?
7 now.
7. Good for you.
Yes.
That's cool. All right.
With me it's 7. Yeah.
And your specialty is you do a lot of window tint.
Yes.
What else do you do?
We're doing advertising on cars, especially, and little car wrapping and something like that.
Super cool, right?
Yeah.
And as I mentioned earlier in the day, you were at the Wrap Institute, we wrapped your car, and you did some really cool stuff with Knifeless tape. And then when we had this event, I said, would you like to be part of it? You said, for sure. Cool. Yeah. And then, you're wrapping Michael's car today, which is going good, looks good, I got a peek at it. But the idea right now is you said, I want to show some techniques with Knifeless tape. And I thought, why not? Super cool stuff. So you brought this really kind of fun little object to wrap, and it is a?
So yes, we have not so much space, so I thought about a small vehicle, and I brought this one with me. It's not only the knifeless, the cutting tapes what I want to show how to work with, but mainly the other tapes.
Okay. Okay.
So
this is a lawnmower, right? Which is cool. So a lot of people are getting these lawnmowers now, which is awesome. And I see we actually literally just on this exact same one, we filmed a video at the Wrap Institute of wrapping this with a pre-made kit that you could buy at the store, which is really cool, interesting stuff. But they actually cut out pieces because there's no, to wrap this in one piece is tricky, but we're not going to wrap it in one piece in this one. But we're actually just going to show tips and tricks. So is it better, Marcos, if we're on the other side of the table? In terms of, do you want to work here? I think if we work here, it's better if we're on this side so you can play on this side for the viewers, if that's cool.
Okay, for me.
So we're actually going to push this forward to the other side, right to here, and we're going to walk around to the other side of the table. And Flo, I'll let you go, and I'll just go with your flow. How's that? Go with the flow. So this has been cleaned and degreased, so there's no story there per se. You got your heat gun set up, and you got your tools. And in this case, what is the first thing you want to show?
So the difficult thing here is at first we have to get shock absorbed vehicle, so everything is loose now.
Okay.
So I take this plastic pieces to make it fixed to have a nice work.
Nice.
And now we have a surface where the vinyl tags very good, and a low energy surface where it doesn't tag.
Okay, so the problem is right now, and so obviously a textured plastic, high surface energy plastic, which is great. So the materials stick to here. But so you're not going to wrap this, or you?
No.
Okay, but you need to use it to use your knifeless tape on.
Yes.
Okay.
So if I want to make the knifeless longer than the place I want to cover, it's much easier if it tags very good.
Okay.
So if we make it here, it tags very good, and on the low surface it doesn't tag. So it's very hard to start here to
So again, a lot of you right now, and again, the techniques that Flo is showing here You know, a lot of people who are wrapping cars, let's say you have plastic molding around the fender
Yes.
or bumper,
Same.
and you need to use knifeless tape, and all of a sudden you set your knifeless tape here, you wrap, and all of a sudden your knifeless tape is jumping out, and you're in the corner. So how do you solve that?
Yeah, so little advertising for Yellotools. They have the fine line tapes
Okay.
in 4 different sizes, and for this one I use the big one. So you just can take a little bit of this, and this is taking very good on the low surface plastic.
Okay. So, why did you use masking? Why did you use masking tape? I mean, is there
So
masking tape
there,
attack on this
there
plastic?
are different ones. This is from 3M, and you have the vinyl and the knifeless tags on the blue one, but not on the 3M. So it's difficult to
Okay.
no, not difficult, different to take if you want to have a tag or not.
Okay, and also this,
So-
you know, is also too, masking tape has a low surface energy, so the adhesive would stick to this, but the top surface would be low, but this actually has a high tack on the surface, plus this is a high surface energy.
Yes.
So the knifeless tape sticks. Flo, I'm actually going to be
So we
super nice
can-
to you.
A new one. Oh, much better. So there's so much fat on it now, but I can start here. It's much easier to go here.
You get a nice starting point there, and it's just a nice, easy tip for that. So cool. So now your knifeless tape sticks on the side, and you're ready to rock and roll. Cool.
Yeah.
What is next?
And
Flo?
should we wrap it complete? Do we have the time? No.
No.
So just have a little green color. So we have more and more customers who come with such machines to us. It's a grass cutting robot,
Okay.
and they want to have an individual solution for them.
Yep.
So they pay hundreds of, I think, 1,300 euro or something like that for the machine, and they want to have it nice for their own.
Yep. But you know, this is obviously a tricky thing to wrap. So what's your solution for that?
So I work with a knifeless, and together with a 3M tape, where I have no tag on.
Okay.
Yeah, so I want to show, just cover this one.
Yep.
Yeah. So it's enough here. That would also be with a little work possible, but needs too much time.
Okay.
So I need something to clean, so we have the fat from the fingers
I'll
here.
find it. Yep. That's good.
Here. So if I want to work with a knifeless, I can't make very much small angles, yeah, and I have the problem that it's not taking here. So I make one in this direction and another one in this direction. So we just have to wait for Justin to clean it.
It's okay. You want to heat it up. And while Flo sets this up and cleans it, I think it's really important to note that we were working on the bumpers, and you'll see this in the videos next week at the Wrap Institute, is that super high precision in terms of alignment right now. I think that's what you're going to show in terms of getting that knifeless tape set up, but it's really amazing how precise you are with it. It's cool.
Oh, thank you. So now if I want to make the knifeless here, just heat it a little bit. So if I want to start with a knifeless here, I have the same problem with the plastic, low surface energy.
Okay.
And so I make some of these.
And so, we just saw this in, again, we just showed this as part of the Wrap Institute in terms of wrapping this, in that sense that I think more and more people are going to want these wraps. So I think it's really good. But again, a lot of these techniques are going to play with, anything you wrap. So basically your trick right now is you're prepping the low surface energy areas with the blue tape.
Yeah.
Once you get that stuff, then you come in with the knifeless tape. Cool.
Yeah. Take the whole plate.
Yeah. Okay. Is that good?
Oh, I have long arms, but I think not so long.
Okay. Do this.
So as we don't make the whole thing, I think it's enough to show little things here. So with the knifeless, I can either follow with the green one, the line here,
Yeah.
or I can follow with the string. Yes.
Yeah.
So the precision line I don't like so much
Too stiff.
because the cable is in waves in the green one.
Yeah.
It's perfect for wet installing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you have to check if the cable is perfect.
Sure.
Yeah, so I follow the line with this one.
Yeah, that's one thing I noticed that Flo does, and if you watched the video on the Wrap Institute, Flo helped wrap the helmet. We did a helmet wrap as part of the contest, and we actually did a very detailed video before that. And if you see Flo set up the knifeless tape, you actually use the line as opposed to the edge of the green tape.
Yes.
I've never seen that before. And why is that? Just so you think it's more precise?
So this one is a little difficult place because if you stretch it in this position, it will jump out.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I just have a little space. So and in this position, I do not stretch it with my finger, but take it here with as less stretch as possible.
Nice, smart. Because I think a lot of people have that knifeless tape pop out on that corner.
Yeah.
Which is cool.
And the smaller the corner is, the angle is, the higher is the chance that it goes out.
Okay. So you're intentionally, in this case, cutting the edge back just slightly from the, because you don't want to wrap all the way to the edge on this because of the plastic.
Yeah.
Got it. So again, nice.
So normally I would go there, but let's stop here.
Okay, that's cool. So once you have this set up now,
Yes.
super
As
cool.
you see, now it's going down. Yeah, we have no tag here.
Nice.
Just take this one.
Okay.
So and another one, I would follow this line to come here.
But I think it, you basically just kind of put this on the side, and you let that go in here, and then you're coming up straight on the top. So now you're making a loop around the top section here.
So yes, it's the same. If you stretch it to come here, it will go out.
Yeah.
If you make it very slow, and I try to bring my finger in this direction, you can also cut here a little thing.
Yeah.
But I don't like the cutting because you have the little pieces below the vinyl
That
later.
takes time.
So if it's too small, the angle, I try to cut with a knife and not with a knifeless in this position. So I would start here. Yeah, it's going a little bit out. So we can later make the 3M below and cut on the material.
And if you notice kind of what Flo's doing, if you saw that earlier in this presentation today or this live section, is I say, on certain areas that look like this, they have that kind of shape, is that, you kind of want to feed it. So kind of what Flo's doing on these areas here, he's actually picking up and kind of feeding the knifeless tape in and then taking it out. And that actually keeps it from jumping out. So again, feeding them out.
So and what we always do if we work together with more installers, or if you have many of the knifeless, we number it. Yeah.
Yeah,
So sometimes if a difficult mirror or something like that, you have 3, 4, 5, 1.
Yeah.
And I want to know later which one I had to I began. Yeah.
Yeah, so this is a good one too. I mean, so basically, and you'll see it in the videos next week on the Wrap Institute, is what Flo does is when you get your runs, and sometimes you have one on top of the other, he takes his masking tape, and what he does is he'll start to number which ones. So again, this is just one of those things where you'll probably remember, but you just want to remember for sure. So you put a little masking tape tab, cool, and that's how you start.
Yeah.
Awesome stuff.
So and if I have 5 or 6 one, I have it numbered.
Yeah.
5, 6, and at the last one I make it an S for start. So I know this is the last one, and then I take 6, 5, 4, and you have not the problem that you injured with this one, the other one, or it breaks or something like that.
Super cool. Awesome. So once you get the line set, you're ready to wrap and roll?
Yeah, just make this little piece. So I wanted to make the whole, but we have not so much time. So you're speaking so much,
I'm talking fast though. Cool. So now, okay, we're going to get the material to here. We get it set.
I love this color.
Cool color.
So, and normally I would start here.
Yep.
Yeah, feeding it here through.
Okay.
Yeah, going there in this direction. So we have no stress on the material. Yeah. Then we come here, and we have a lower section here. And what we can do here is just bring material from here there in.
So kind of.
I think it's feeding the mouth.
Feeding the mouth, indeed. It's definitely getting to that time of the day where it's going to be time for dinner. And at this point, I want to obviously say big thanks to everyone who's tuned in today. It's been a huge success. And what we have left, just so everyone knows, as Flo kind of finishes this down, is we have one more demo. It's going to be Reiner wrapping a mirror with the Wrap-U EZ, just kind of talking about the tension and focus and flow for that. And then earlier today, we did a panel discussion, and the panel discussion was the 5 of us, Ritchie, myself, Reiner, Michael, and Flo, and we're answering questions from the viewers. And actually, we've gotten a ton of questions since then. So the overall consensus for Michael and Sina here at Yellotools was they want to do another discussion panel, and we'll go for about 20 minutes. So if you have any questions of demonstrations that we've done or tools or anything like that, definitely think about that. Put your questions into the forum right now or to the live chat stuff so we can incorporate that. So now what Flo's done is he's kind of relaxed the material, and he's doing again that feeding them out. This is a really good technique right now where he wants the material. Look how much wrinkles are in this section right here. A lot of people think this is bad, but it's actually quite good. So Flo's putting on his glove right now, rock and roll.
Glove.
So once you get that set up now, Flo's going to bring it in. Give it a kiss of heat.
Yeah.
And he's going to form it in right there. And you see he's taking those wrinkles and shifting it into the mouth. So right now he's feeding the mouth and getting it deep into that kind of, that really tight curve. So especially on something with plastic, really critical to get.
So yeah, you can't heat it so much.
Yeah. And again, it's just managing the stretch, which we talked about earlier. Kind of working it down.
Wrong side from my hand.
Cool. Once we have that, we're going to feed the mouth again. So instead of working,
Here, I want to bring it here.
Yeah, shifting the tension down. Feeding it into that section, super cool. And I do like that idea of, seeing those areas as mouths. Everyone gets hungry, everyone likes to eat food, and then here, just kind of making a relief cut right there to relax the material. Super good technique. Giving it a kiss of heat. Pulling the material in.
So I can bring it here. Okay.
Awesome. So again, very tricky section, but down nice and tight. Running the fingers on the Knifeless tape.
Yeah.
Cool.
And there's no stress here with the material.
Yeah.
I think there's a way. I like it. So, depending to what Knifeless you use, I think it's necessary to fix it again. So now I have my number, my S, to start here.
So what I want you, and I know Flo, I already know what you're gonna do coming up. And Flo is a really great way of keeping. A lot of people sometimes, especially when you're pulling Knifeless tape on curves and stuff like that, your Knifeless tape goes off line.
Yeah.
So I know for sure you're gonna show how to keep that straight.
Finger on there. Okay, so we start with this one.
Once you get to there, cool.
Material, I'm sad about that.
It's all good.
So put this out, otherwise you will cut it with the other one.
Yep. Nice.
And then this one from the other side.
So again, having those tabs there, having that prep, and again, what we try to show on the Wrap Institute is, getting good solid prep, having good solid install techniques, and then, obviously just kind of getting that nice good flow. But if you have good prep, especially on something this curvy, is cool. Now, here's the...
So, and what I do, I want to have my finger here. So if you put it in this direction or in this direction, it perhaps goes out, but the line is not so nice. And if I make my finger here in, it goes in this direction and follows then the line it should.
So again, look how flat he puts his finger on the surface, which is super cool. So again, what you do is you kind of line up the string of the Knifeless tape ahead of time, you kind of hold it in position and then pull it nice and low and flat, but can you always have your finger on the spot? Can you use something else?
Always. But we have nice tools for that.
Exactly.
So I would make this away. So now I can decide if I want to have it in a small angle, take it out here,
Yeah.
or if I pull in this direction, I lift the vinyl up a little bit.
Absolutely.
So in this direction, I want to lift it and make a little bit of this tape below.
Okay.
Just like that. So on the rest, like that.
Okay. And why did you put the tape there?
I do not like the angles, the 90-degree angles. I think the smaller the angle is, the higher the danger of losing something.
Yeah.
So.
Cool. So sealing deal. And again, a lot of people who do PPF, you always want to round off the corners too. So you even do that on color change.
Yeah. So now I can cut on here.
And so even though you're an expert installer and you're great with a knife, by putting that masking tape down or putting that 3M tape down, you can round the corner and you don't cut on the lawnmower, which is super cool, super safe.
So now we have a nice edge,
yep.
And nothing will go down. What we have here, the angle,
yep.
Is if we have the knifeless in a place, like I think here would, yeah. If we come to this area, we just save a little bit of the material.
Mm-hmm.
So this is done, I think.
Yep. And this is one of my favorite new techniques that I've seen. I've never seen this before.
No?
This is cool. No.
It's static now. So I start here.
So again, running the Knifeless tape the same way. So basically the same prep, but I think the release is really cool. Because especially with clients, I mean, if you could plot it out, you would, but you can't. And so a lot of times, especially when you're trying to do inlays and overlays on color change, especially on bumpers and stuff like that, I've seen people when they pull the Knifeless tape, it goes to the side or it peaks and you get a really crappy angle. So this is a good way to how to avoid that, which is awesome.
So, and it's quite difficult to get the Knifeless out here. I want to show you. So, in the moment you pull it out here, you have the tension in this direction, and it's not so easy to pull here, so you have to pull in this direction to follow the line.
Pops up,
and it will jump out in this angle. It's the same if you have the car.
Yeah, exactly.
So I like this to.
It's kind of like when you peek a knife. Actually, I think it'd be better more visually if you just do it with. Well, you could do it with the material.
Yeah, with the material, I think it's nicer.
Cool. So you got the material here. So again, what happens is, especially, this is a metallic film, and metallic films are more fragile to cut with Knifeless tape. So I think this is really good to kind of, this setup that you're about to see is super cool. And this is from Yellotools.
Yeah, it's also Yellotools.
Okay.
So there's a little ball on there, and it's very good because the Knifeless can stay here in this small angle. And I want to have a start. Cut here. So what I do now is take this and I can give the direction of the tape. You see it on the camera?
So basically the ball is kind of holding the string low and flat, and you can actually make adjustments, which is really cool. It's almost like a kite. It's kind of weird. So you're basically just kind of adjusting the string, and then when you pull, it keeps it low and flat and in the right direction.
I want to have it on this position. The other one comes out, so I want to have this direction. I just have to fix it. So okay, and if I pull it now, it goes in this direction.
Which is awesome.
So this position is perfect.
And the Teflon on there is really awesome. The Teflon really lets it slide.
I only you use the Teflon one. It's better with scratches, and it's nicer to be on the paint.
Absolutely. So again, for me, these are really good tips and tricks from Flo on a I want to say vacuum, but it's not a vacuum. It's a lawnmower and stuff like that. But again, for me, this is an excellent way of using tips and tricks of kind of feeding that Knifeless tape and getting that awesome finish and stuff like that. So for me, definitely check out the videos next week on the Wrap Institute. And if you're not a member, you got that special discount, which is cool. And I think for this, again, Flo, super awesome to have you in this stuff. And I think what we're going to do now is we're going to end with Reiner doing the mirror. And I think we can jump into that in maybe 1 minute, and we'll get that done, and we'll go straight into the panel discussion. So, thank you, sir.
Perfect.
Cheers.
Thank you very much.
Ciao, sir. Let's get to it.
So, bye.
Marcos, you want to let's get up on the mirror, shall we?
Hello, sir.
So, we'll get the heat gun set up, however you want, and then we'll go for it. So can we turn the lights this way, or?
Yeah, you need to turn it around like this, and the other.
So Marcos,
turn off.
let me know when you're done. I'm just going to kind of do this and just say this is a kind of a straightforward thing. Get the panel discussion. If you can have them with the videos ready, and we'll go back to the panel discussion. Any kind of questions, I need those questions now.
Do I get a beer too?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm saying let's get that set up. So you can set up while we do the demo, and make sure that in this case I want to make sure Rickie's there, make sure Michael's there. So let's just hardwire back in and skip this. Going to the Okay, sure. All right, everyone, last demo for today, and the demo is going to be super short and sweet because I want to just kind of tie in all the stuff that we've covered today. terms of stretch, adhesive, tools, all that good stuff. Because when you get it right, awesome. I'm actually going to show how to install this incorrectly, just so we get it going. Very interesting mirror in the sense where I get the material to here, and here's where it can go wrong, is I'm going to stretch it down here, pull it back here, and get it to the edge, create my glass, pull up, pull down, and I'm going to get it set up to here. I'm going to make a relief cut to there. I get it hooked at the top. And I think now I can get down to the back side. We're stretching back to here. All right. And I get the material all back to here nice and easy. But the problem is, I think I went past 10%. And how I know I went past 10% is I'm just going to cut it to here. I'm going to cut along the edge of this very cheap, crappy car. All right. And by doing that now, I think there's tension on the edge. So how do I know there's tension on the edge? Is I'm going to take my heat gun, put it in heat now, and I start to get fingers. So right here I start to get lifting. And because I get lifting now, that tells me there's tension still in the mirror. So if I just kind of pull, stretch the material, I think it's going to fail. Awesome. So I try to, manhandle it, get it on, stretch it on. It looks good, but it's only going to look good for a day. So Reiner is going to show how to use the Wrap UEZ. Get this on without stress, and we'll get going, and then we'll go right into the panel discussion, and we'll talk about a lot of stuff. If you have any questions right now about anything that you want Michael, myself, Reiner, Ritchie, or Flo to answer, definitely tune in, or definitely send those questions in, and we'll get going. Reiner, I'm just going to let you get to it.
So I'm really happy to have such an easy, super easy mirror. Who's happy to wrap such a nice piece. But, so as I told before, we have a nice tool here with Michael. We built this thing, and I always say though this is a magnet, so it's only want to stick the vinyl on. So and I try to start here and make a little bit more lip on the vinyl, and I try to start here inside, so I definitely know when I start here on the inside, okay, there's no tension when I start here. I don't want to have any tension on this. Can go around this edge, and right now I don't have any heat, but now I apply it, and this tool helps me to hold the vinyl. I can heat it up, and the idea is not to heat everything up and go in one way around. So what I do, I heat gently and turn around, only heat, and turn around. So now I'm on the other side on the end, also got all the tension out, and cut the extra material away. Thank you, sir.
And so this is, we talked earlier about yo-yo moments, and Reiner helped me on the bumper. So the Wrap UEZ is kind of like the ultimate yo-yo moment. Maybe they should call it yo-yo easy.
So I go around here now, I know, you even see, okay, there's no tension on this side. There's no tension here, go around, and no tension here. So this even helps you a lot. And it was so nice when I do the trainings, and sometimes you have really, starters. And it was a small girl, really tiny small girl, and I go with the Wrap UEZ to this training, and the other guys are really professional and do this a long time, and this girl was trying it the first time with the Wrap UEZ, and I asked later, okay, how did you feel to wrap with the Wrap UEZ? How is it difficult to wrap a mirror? She says, no, super easy. So, and the other guys are struggling all the time, so it's a nice way really to help, even if you don't have any clue, so you can start in the right center. So, and I know there's no tension on the side. Take this off, it's easier to cut. And I'm really lazy with post-heating. I don't want to post-heat. So I need to have a technique where I have no tension on the corners or on the other edges, so it's fine.
Yeah, because I think one of the questions that we had before the event started, and this is from the Yellotools customers, does the Wrap UEZ leave tension on the edges? So this is one of the reasons why I wanted to end with this demo, is Reiner's cutting the edges right now, hasn't shrank the tension back, no cold pre-stretch. And what's nice about the WrapU is it kind of just takes that tension out, nice and clean, and I don't think we have to cut off the whole thing, just to kind of show the tension on the hot spots right now. It's basically if you take that material, right on the edge right there, okay, there's no tension on the bottom, why don't we turn the mirrors so the camera can see it?
You are behind the microphone.
Why don't we see can we turn the mirror really quick just to show the edge?
Yeah.
So again, right to here, again, right here, how much tension's on that edge right now? So if you hit it with heat, what's going to happen, right?
So now I heat this up, and there was no posted before, nothing. You see nothing happens, nothing shrinks back, so I definitely know, okay, this stays a long time because there's no tension on the corners.
Cool stuff. So again, even on a hard mirror like this, what's nice is if you have the WrapU, you start in the right position, you can flow around it, and it's super cool, and you can wrap a mirror that's complicated quite easily if you have the right material, right tools. So the last thing I want to show really quickly, we're going to go mobile really quick because we can do that again. I want to walk back and see how Michael's car ended up right now, and then come back in and we'll do that group panels discussion. So we're actually going to kind of sneak and beeline right through here. Patrick. So Patrick Weiser and Flo worked on this car today, and basically right now, this looks pretty cool. So this is a design by Wrap Style, and it's a Wrap Stock. So Wrap Stock, you know, again, Wrap Stock comes up with really cool designs. Got this nice, awesome finish right now, and basically you guys have to finish the roof, finish the back, and you guys can only have dinner and food when you get and beer when you're done. So you better start working fast. So
Which will be easy because you have to help.
I will happily help. So again, great finish out here. I think we'll get some final shots and put it on the website when we're done, which is awesome. So thank you for today, Patrick. You're an awesome installer. Thank you, Flo. And Flo, why don't we come back and do the final discussion right now, and we'll see who the winner is of the contest right now. Yeah. Alright, so before we get into the panel discussion, and we have some questions coming in already, what I like to do is dump this out, and we'll see how many are in there right now. So I'm going to come here, and I will... Cool. And let's see how many are in. Whap. 2,438.
More than 60.
Wow.
See?
More than 60. More than 4. And so the winner is Jackie. So Jackie wins. So Jackie. Jackie, you need to send an email to sales@yellotools.com, and they will send you this awesome PPF stuff.
And the membership.
And the membership to the Wrap Institute. So congratulations. Thank you for being part of this contest. And I guess we want to finish it right now by having a little panel discussion and answering anyone's questions online. So I think Sina or Marcos sent those to me right now.
Yes.
So if you're watching right now, again, please ask questions. I'm going to go in the middle just because they have the questions. Cool. So I go to Sina. So one of the questions is, does the tool used for the side mirror work on full mirrors such as a 2013 GMC?
I don't remember right now the 2004 GMC, but try it.
Hey, and if it's not working, if it's too small, give me a call or an email and make you a bigger one.
I was wondering, and this is a different question that I had from a while ago, can you make a WrapU the size of a car?
Florian, would you like to answer that question?
I think the idea is quite old to drive with the whole car into a big WrapU just drive through and be finished with the whole job. Would be nice. I think you can build it, but I think it's not really good work.
Yeah, I did this one my time with
Patrick. We're working on it.
So another question, again, we'll get through these, is, and this is maybe for Ritchie, and I have an opinion on it too. is how soon do you post-heat after you've installed? Some manufacturers say wait 30 minutes, some say post-heat right away. What is the answer?
Well, actually, when we were talking about adhesives, we talked about inhibitor-based adhesives and topography-based adhesives. And I think that the answer varies with brands and it varies with types of adhesive. I know certainly with the topography-based adhesives that you'll find with flight technology, you want to post-heat right away because you want to get the adhesive to start wetting out immediately. But there could be other brands that say, wait a minute, we need the vinyl to settle a little before you go in and post-heat for shrinkage, and it also depends on this part of the card that you're wrapping. So if it's under a lot of tension, it's definitely better for the sake of the face stock, the color, whatever it might be, the print, to have a little bit of time to relax a bit before you go trimming out and then, you know, post-heating.
Yeah, and that was the question too. And again, I do a lot of workshops for AV Dennison. It's a, you know, pressure activated film, has those structures in it, so you do want to wait at least 30 minutes and also let it cool before you cut. So I think, and some types of films, I like to post-heat before I cut. So good tips and tricks for that. Question, and this obviously comes from America. How often do you use primer 94 on bumpers, rocker panels? Is seal tape mold and hold enough? And I would say I'm a big believer of not using primer if you don't have to, because I think if you clean properly, you don't overstretch, I think you're good. And then he asked about seal tape. I personally like to use seal tape under the car because I think it's just an extra safety, but you don't have to with all brands.
You don't have to with all brands, but the seal tape I completely understand. I saw what you were doing, you know, just earlier this week. Yeah. And you look at that and say, look, under that part of the vehicle, it's the worst wear and tear. If you can do something more, always do something more.
Why not?
Great insurance.
Yeah. And the question with mold and hold's good for visual, so anything that's above the where you can visualize. But edge seal tape is just that much stronger. And let's see if there's any more questions right now from Marcos. No, I think we are good. Anyone at once? Oh, I got another one. Nope, I'm good.
I wanna know from the guys out there what was the best thing of the day. I wanna know. So, ich will von euch allen draußen wissen, was war das beste Ding heute am Tag? Was war das? Keine Ahnung.
Was sollten wir wiederholen? Was sollten wir besser machen? Wir brauchen eure Kritik, wir brauchen eure Vorschläge. Ja, ich glaube, das ist ganz wichtig. That's a good question.
And I think, so any feedback you can give from this event, from all of you who watched, and again, over 1,000 people tuned in, which is just super, super exciting. Awesome stuff.
That's crazy.
Definitely give us your comments. Again, you got the 10% discount on Yellotools. That's good till Wednesday. Same thing with the Rap Institute memberships. And for those of, again, a lot of people out there watching who speak German, French, or Spanish, again, Rap Institute now has subtitles with that, and they're very good subtitles as well. So again, it's definitely accessible to everyone. It's the Rap Flicks of the industry. Michael, anything you want to say to finish?
Yes, I would like to do this in German. Also am Ende dieses unfassbar aufregenden Tages möchte ich eigentlich mal richtig dick Danke sagen. Danke erstmal in erster Linie an mein ganz großartiges Team da hinten, wenn du einmal bitte rumschwenken würdest. Also meine Yellows sind eigentlich immer für jeden Spaß zu haben, auch wenn der mega, mega verrückt und mega, mega aufwendig ist. Und die haben 2 Tage hier gemacht und getan und trotzdem ihre Arbeit erledigt. Also ganz, ganz, ganz großes Dankeschön von meiner Seite an euch. Vielen Dank für alle, die im Hintergrund die Technik bedient haben, der Marcos und natürlich auch an unseren genialen Kameramann, der jetzt so einen Arm hat. Vielen lieben Dank dafür, für alle die Leute, die hinten gerappt haben, die das Ganze im Hintergrund beobachten und kontrollieren und die Kabel hin und her schleppen und so weiter. Vielen lieben Dank, dass ihr das alles möglich gemacht habt. Jawohl, es ist mal ein guter Applaus. Dankeschön. Und zu guter Letzt möchte ich mich bedanken bei euch allen, dass ihr diesen Tag so unfassbar großartig habt werden lassen. Many thanks for making that day just such a hilarious success, and I hope to see you all pretty soon in here, or we see us at the Bodensee or in Canada or wherever at the center. Thank you so much for all you guys supporting Yellotools, supporting ARLON, supporting the Rap Institute, and many thanks to all our sponsors who helped us doing that. This is also Knirsch, which helped us a lot, Visor, Deutsche ADP and FNZ for the race rams, General Formulations, Repstock for an amazing design, and my good friend Gideon, who just took the whole Jetta apart, and he's putting it together, I hope, next week. And so many thanks for all the sponsors, many thanks for everything. Thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Same here. I don't know what else to add. So thank you everyone for the hard work. Thank you everyone here. Thank you all for watching. And it's, you know, I know we've all missed being at sign shows and SEMA and FESPA and all that stuff. So again, that's what gives us juice. So we hope that we and everyone kind of threw that through the internet to you at home. So again, we miss you all. We can't wait till we get back together. And I think it's time for
3, 2, 1. Woo!